era of metal has begun, and metal shall prevail. For we know what they have done. 5 legends of our realm who sought to follow the path of their dark musings. But they did not know what they had summoned. Pentakill. To these creatures, there is but one thing left to do. Heavy metal.
On the shelf. the echoes of pain. Vi sörger, cold and empty, lifeless remains. Vi sörger, fields of the fallen, blood-washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this world apart. You came for our suffering. So we'll bleed, cut us deep, find the death that you
Welcome one and welcome all back to the LPL Spring Split 2024. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Lyric, likely candidates for what will be a super day here with 3 best of 3s. Are you ready for a long one?
Yeah, it's, we know we're going the distance. If out there you were hoping for like 12 hours of Chinese League of Legends, today you're getting it.
And we're going to be in the same arena all day, so you're not going to miss a moment of the action. Anyways, let's go ahead and take a look at yesterday's moments of action, because BLG took down Ultra Prime. RA handled business against WE. What an upset. JDG versus TES with the distance, and JDG came out on top.
Yeah, I think not the same series that people expected from like the 5-game bangers that these orgs have delivered in the past. A much slower pace, but JDG, of course, coming out on top, which will bring us to our standings. And honestly, I am a bit surprised by the result, Mazel, because I think leading up to this, TS did look like the second best team in the league. But nice to see that the closeness of that top 3 is still there, always going to 3 games.
Doesn't it just feel right, everybody? Don't we just feel like we're finally back home? As we see the top teams being back to normalcy still after that top 3, though, there is some spice, and I love it. IG, FPX, and IP. But this is the roster of teams that would be left out of playoffs, and as we wind down, it becomes that much more important. And as we look to today, it will have some standings implications, but also more so looking at that final series there to determine who's going to take that 9th win.
Yeah, especially I think IG 1 game over FPX right now, despite having the same scoreline. But we got to start with IG versus TT, 2 of our teams who find themselves down towards that bottom 7, and both desperately needing wins if they want any hope, any miracles that other teams like OMG and Weibo are going to drop, and they can somehow move up.
You said IG, but it's LGD. So it's
yeah,
it's the same thing working out. TT, LGD. I have to look at these 2 teams looking forward, because there are some potential runs between these guys, and I do wonder for LGD specifically. They feel like they have a lot more of an easy schedule looking ahead, but TT, oh my god, they are up against the mountain.
Exactly. Weibo, TES, FPX, and hell, right now they're sitting at 4 wins. They're sitting above LGD, so if anything, they'd have a higher chance to make it to playoffs. But with that schedule, it's looking rough, especially when you're contending with other teams like LNG, who have an easy schedule ahead, like OMG and Weibo are both competent teams themselves filling those slots. So it's looking pretty rough for both these guys, but LGD at least can know, hey, again, we don't have anything insurmountable up ahead.
True, and they're right on the cusp of being in contention for those last couple spots in the playoffs as well. Obviously, top 10 teams make it, but we got to take a look at LGD a little bit more particularly, and also that series against OMG, as I think there were a lot of question marks still raised for this squad.
Yeah, it's definitely been up and down. It's been hit or miss with a lot of the players on honestly both of these rosters. But when you're looking at LGD, I feel like Meteor is a player, of course, we always gravitate towards, still making some wonky mistakes that led LGD to having a really easy time. Bertle as well, someone who is the supreme Aatrox guy. This man on Aatrox can do anything. But on things like TF, when he's porting in outside of the Weaver's Wall and can do nothing in fights like this, it's kind of rough. So, I mean, just moments like that across the board for people on the OMG roster, LGD roster, which makes it hard to string anything together.
And you see moments like this that build up that you're like, oh my gosh, some of it's actually combining. And then things start to break apart. Some of the split focus of the targets as well. Bertle not having that big engage in the flank that we've seen him actually have incredible success with time and time again. And it's those little things that keep falling through the cracks for LGD, and that is what we're going to be focusing on for them today. But for TT on the other side, it was a hard-fought series, I would say, against NIP last time around. And I will say, NIP gave him a couple things, but TT definitely took advantage.
Yeah, it was a really weird series because game 1 against NIP, it actually looked possible. It looked like TT were going to be able to come out ahead. I feel like TT have actually found some champions they can lean on. Things like the Hui, UCal's been performing really well on. Not in this game, but things like the Varus down for 1xN as well. So they've been able to be close when it comes to a lot of these fights, but then you still have moments like this where it's like Elder's about to come up, you should feel strong, and TT just make these weird last-second decisions that leads the game going awry.
And it's long extended fights like this because it buys a lot of spacing, a lot of time for NIP themselves. But then when you get a lot of focus towards bot side, things start to go awry.
Yeah, it just right. Still some problems there. I will say for TT, at least compared to the early series where it just looked doomed. It's like, all right, it's at least been picking up. But when we look at this matchup, I think we have to look towards the top lane, right? Bertel and Hoya, I mean, having something in common, playing for Damwon back in 2022 spring. It was actually Bertel who came in and, you know, took over for Hoya after a few series. But then Mazel and LCK playoffs had split. They then brought Hoya back over Bertel against Gen G. It was like, what is going on? And now, you know, they just get to prove it on the Rift.
Yeah, now we meet again as enemies here on the Rift. TT versus LGD should be a lot of fun, and I think these two guys will actually have a huge influence in these games, especially if Bertel is going to be getting his Aatrox. I'm looking at all the flanks. Those flank wars going to be important in that matchup as they get into the team fights, things like that. I don't know. Maybe we'll get a little bit of spice in the 1v1 as well here. But as we head off to see a little bit of a sleepy LGD as they wake up into the first series of the day here, Lyric. I think it's a series that we expect to be chaotic. We expect to go the distance, but also a bit of a proving time for both TT and LGD.
Yeah, kind of when I look at these two teams, and another reason why we expected to go the distance, right, is I feel like they have different strengths that they can lean into. For LGD, like you just said, like I said, I hope they adopt the T1 strategy of just pick Aatrox anytime it's available. You see them, you know, first rotationing on red side all the time. I mean, Zeus is undefeated on it, and, you know, like, that's a good reason. But still, if you're Bertel and you're LGD, just do that. It's the only champion he's really finding success on. So I think looking through top, I think Xiaoya and Jin Zhao have been better in the 2v2. But like we said, for TT, I think it's been looking a bit better around the mid lane. If Yukal can keep getting his hands on Hui and Talia, I think those are their keys to success, and it'll give them a lot of control in the team fights.
And I think Yukal has definitely picked up a lot of the pace that we had seen from him last year that maybe was faltering a little bit in a lot of this year so far. But Haichao on the other side for LGD, I have wanted to love this guy. I've wanted to find a lot of positives. There are just those moments that you have to throw up some question mark pings here and there, because I feel like there is some disconnect between him and the rest of the team. But when he's on, he is on.
Yeah, Haichao is someone who, it's kind of interesting because he's really been experimenting with this champion pool this split. The guy who's played just about everything, right? All the meta picks. He's leaned into things like the Yone, was playing the LeBlanc when that was meta, has played the Ahri, brings out the Orianna, like has been trying a bit of it all. But I think for LGD, they just got to find a bit of consistency, lean into the picks that have worked. Again, that's why we've said TT were at least able to find success. Wasn't last week, I think it was the week before, where TT were actually able to pick up 2 wins in a row.
And yeah, I think any wins matter at this point, especially, again, back to the conversation of you might not be vying for one of the top spots, but you're definitely in fighting range of a playoff berth here at 10th and 9th, potentially between LGD and TT. TT definitely in a better position in that regard, but we were talking about their schedules earlier, and you know what that means.
You know, you want to actually know how this series is going to go and how we can see who's going to win?
Let's hear the sage.
We're going to see which team starts on blue side. And then we're going to see what do they think of Smolder. And if they value Smolder and they pick it, doesn't even matter what the enemy picks. They can have their Kaisas, they can have anything that can die the Smolder or make his life hell early. The Smolder's going to make it to late game in this series, Mazel. So whichever team gets to call on mom, I feel like is the team that we should favor.
Every team should call their mother.
That's true.
That's just the right thing to do. As I love the Smolder. I know maybe I'll get a lot of flack for that, whatever. We get to see some fun. We get to see some fun with it before it gets whatever is going to happen in the future. I love the way that LPL handles the Smolder, and I want to see more of that. And I think we have seen that in the past, but maybe not much from these lower tier teams, I feel like. But taking aggression, taking a lot of lane dominance, and pushing in the Smolder as much as possible, That's the recipe for success.
Like, we've seen the teams understand that idea, right? But it's when teams let it through that doesn't work for them, and then they're like, "Oh, let's run it back."
We can do it. I promise. Like,
Exactly.
it's gonna work, guys.
That's where my question marks come in, and that's what we've been seeing happen a lot. Hell, we'll be talking about it in our next series, AL versus RNG the other day. Not much more to say.
True. Little dragon get strong. I guess that's
exactly.
the wording for it. But we're going to be getting underway here pretty soon for TTLGD. Kick us off here in Shanghai. And I do want to refocus on some of those leanings you were mentioning earlier. Maybe not as much focus for Bertle and Hoya early on in the draft, but I do think that Meteor and Beichuan will be an interesting quantity to keep an eye on in the early parts of it.
Yeah, especially for Meteor for me, because he was someone who was finding a lot of his success on the Maokai. It's actually, I think, the only jungle champion that, the only jungle champion LGD have a positive win rate on other than Graves, which we played once. But it's those other aspects, right? It's the fact that Meteor is still willing to lean into the Graves, the brand. I mean, hell, he's one of the only junglers that have pulled out the Kindred this split. So I wonder if they'd be more willing to lean into propping him up to be the focal point, as FPX have really shown everyone, setting up your jungler, letting him play, do what he wants. It might just be the way.
It might be the way. Maybe we'll see the play. I think we've seen a decent amount of that from at least UCal.
We'll definitely see it.
I definitely think so. The question is it flexible? Probably not. But I'm glad it goes to this man right here, Jin Zhao. I know he's played a lot of Enchanters this year, and especially particularly this split early on. But I am always a fan of Jin Zhao on roaming/engage supports. And I think that's when we've seen LGD at their best. And I hope to see that at least grabbed this time around for LGD in the first draft.
Yeah, he's definitely been gravitating to it more lately, like leaning more into things like the Nautilus. We've seen a bit of Alistar come out as well, so I definitely think it's a possibility. I would love to see him just go back to his OG roots and think, I was an 80 carry. And then, I don't know, bring out the Ezreal, bring out the Caitlyn support, have some fun.
Oh, you want them to have fun, huh?
Coming into the broadcast today, Mizzle, you told me to have fun, and I just want to redirect that fun to another source, like Jin Zhao.
Yeah, but offload it onto somebody else. They need to have fun so that you can have fun, so that everybody can have fun.
It looked like JoJo was in a pretty good mood.
True.
At least
I would hope so.
like he's here to
Nothing's
party.
happened yet. We're waiting to get in the game. Gotta stay happy until at least the first game's done. Positive gaming experiences.
That's another actually kind of through line of this matchup, right? Chocho and Jin Zhao, both supports who used to be 80 carries. Does that really translate into anything in the matchup? Not necessarily, but it could.
You're saying there's a chance. So you're saying there's a chance.
Yeah, Draven's support could come out with Chocho as well.
I love that you're just reaching into the bag of tricks. For my bag of tricks, I want to look at the bot lane matchup, not Jin Zhao versus Chocho, but the other side, Xiaoya versus 1xN. And as we get in the draft itself here, I think it's been an interesting evolution. Obviously, LGD were a little bit finicky with their bot lane. They finally, kind of full committed to Xiaoya. 1xN getting a first full start this year as well. Both guys maybe a little bit more undersung heroes for their squads, but maybe a bit of more importance into this matchup.
LGD know what they're doing. The Hui's already taken off the table. TT are already panicking a little bit. So already with these bans, I'm looking at TT to early pick their Tilia. I mean, again, I think UCal has shown proficiency on like 2 champions this split. Get your hands on something comfortable. He's a man who can make plays. But looking at what TT ban now, things like Kalista, of course, still on the table. The Varus as well is something that the LGD bot lane had been leaning into, but instead putting more focus on the mid lane. This is probably one of the pick bans with the least amount of 80 carries ban that we've seen in a while.
That's very true, which I'm here for. I like getting away from the bot lane focus. Let the ADCs a little bit. This is a comfort pick that would be there for LGD. Jin Zhao gonna go for the Renata.
And that's why I expected the Kalista ban to come out for TT to deny that powerful bot lane from going through. Looks like TT, though, going to be able to answer with the Varus is going to be fine. No need to try and deny the Kalista yourself. I'm interested to see what they pair it with in support, considering that the Ashe is taken away. Things like the Nautilus, of course, are always still there if you want to try and go for that early killing, bring jungle down, and look for a bit of presence.
I really like the Varus just as a flexible bot laner utility, but also damage. Get you a ADC who can do both, I guess.
They did it.
The Taliyah is locked in there.
Yeah, so see, I'm just glad TT clearly coming in, like, understanding what has worked, what has been strong, and where they've been able to find success. So gonna be able to create those plays across the map with the Weaver's Wall. And now for LGD, we need them to fulfill. Actually, they can't fulfill their side, Zell, because the Aatrox taken off the table. So I don't know what they do now.
What do I do with my hands?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know.
I feel like that's what LGD have to be asking themselves.
I do like some of the chess game being played by LGD, though. You grab the Renata first, and you're like, well, if you don't pick the Kalista, you didn't ban it, so now we're just going to grab it. I think something of a setup would be really big. Just getting some stability for this Kalista to play around would be very nice for LGD. I actually really like the Neeko for Haichao, but it will be the Rel locked in for LGD.
Yeah, I think the Neeko would have been a good shout as well. Just, I mean, set up for even more access all-ins, strong 2-item power spike. But this just lends itself to an easy Poppy pick to come through for Beichuan. A lot of dashes that he's going to be able to deny. And so much space he could buy for Varus and Taliyah to play off a range, not let Xiaoya get in there and deal any damage with the Kalista.
I'm always a big fan of Poppies, even if it's top, but I really like it jungle. And I think Beichuan could have a lot of fun with it this time around as well, but that Kalista definitely not gonna have much fun. I'm sorry, Xiaoya, for what's going to be happening to you, but we'll see if you can navigate that one. The Orianna banned in the second phase and the Heimerdinger ban, a couple big focuses for either side.
Yeah, nice shout on the Heimer as well, because again, we were questioning what supports are going to be looking down for that bot lane, so taking out one of the poke options. I wonder if something like a Rumble would be viable as well. We talked about the Nautilus, of course, not going to be great once Renata especially hits that level 6 point, because you can't so easily look for those all-ins, but always an opportunity. Now, looking towards our fourth pick for TT, it doesn't feel like they necessarily need Engage in their comp, right? They can outrange, they can't play from a distance, but I'm always a fan of at least having something to be able to turn, to be able to bait a Baron, and to try to force plays. So things like the Cassante still on the table, but you pointed out earlier, right, that Poppy can always still be a top laner for Hoya.
Definitely can, and that flexibility, I feel like it's a little bit of that return chess gameplay against LGD that they were playing first and foremost.
Ooh. I said it! I said it! The AD carry coming into support! Chocho leaning into his roots. Again, he sees Jinjiao and he thinks, I was a better AD carry than you. I'm going to show it here today. I mean, to be fair,
words or what?
Jinjiao doesn't really get to retaliate considering that he's playing Renata, but hopefully it means he steps up next game and then also picks a marksman.
It's the delayed clapback, right? We do get the Corki though locked in here.
Yeah, and it's interesting, right? Because it seems like they're leaning into, hey, TT are like really outranging us so far. What are we going to do? How are we going to fight? So they lean into it a little bit by bringing the Corki in for themselves. Could have the big package for the fights. But it also makes it to where, some of your dynamics in fights can be a bit weird with Kalista jumping forward, following the rel, short range to deal all that damage. TT, I think their comp so far is a lot more holistic. The Renekton, if he does get locked in, will just serve as a body to absorb all that damage, but hopefully we'll give Hoya a chance to find some kills in that top lane.
Yeah, I like that for the 1v1 and maybe a little bit of that spice to go into that matchup itself as a whole. I am very curious to see how those top laners influence the later game, though, and I think that's going to be a big focus for me as we go into mid-game, as we have a lot of the kind of early presence being gone their way. I think that's going to be a really curious aspect.
Yeah, and I think on that, I think Bertle actually is going to have to be an important part of LGD's win condition when it's like, hey, they get outranged, you have these tools to peel and disengage on the side of TT. That pressure in sides is going to be critical to making sure that TT can't just group up and siege you down. So we're really going to have an eye on Bertle and how he plays this one out.
Well, we're going to be getting into it now, and we get to see the reunion of the top laners, but more particularly a little bit of an interesting mid lane and a very, very pointed bot lane for LGD.
Yeah, it's gonna be a fun one, right? The aggression gonna have to come through for LGD. TT gonna be a lot more all right. We're just chilling out, farming, getting to the mid game, having some items under their belt, but they're still gonna be able to fight for prio in their lanes, right? You're looking at bot, you're looking at the Ezreal, who's gonna be able to poke from that range. So I think TT off the draft are in a pretty decent spot going into game one.
Yeah, and we talked a little bit about those standings implications. TT making a run. It needs to start with every single win possible. The same for LGD, but a lot less positive in that way. TT very close to the edge. They are hanging on by their fingers to try to make it into playoffs, and there's only a couple weeks left. We're getting to game one of a beautiful night of battle in Shanghai, so let's hear those Gios roar!
Ooh.
There's so many cosplays. I love it. Oh my god.
Yeah, and it just makes me wish that I actually knew more League of Legends skins, because I had no idea what those cosplays were. They were really nice.
They were very nice. You know what else was really nice? A level 1.
I was actually going to ask you if you knew skins, but
I know a couple of them. One of those I think was the Ezreal, the new Ezreal skin, because it has the little mini deer antler things. I guess dragon antlers. I don't know.
The other one looked like the TFT Kane.
One of them
skin.
was Kane. Yeah, one of them was definitely Kane. That was pretty cool.
TT did end up going for a level 1, so gonna try and split the map, make it so their bot lane can have a really dominant start. I'm curious to see what Meteor does. So they're not doing his wolves, but still leaning down towards that side of the map. But nope, does actually just commit for the full split map and then going to TT's red side jungle.
Okay, so we'll have a bit of a different angle going into this early game, but that's where I want to set up a little bit more, because this TT bot lane is very interesting, to say the least. The Varus Ezreal bot lane is not something we see very often, but keeping that safe against the Kalista Renata, I feel very important for TT. That's why we kind of see this vertical jungling. How does LGD break that, or where do they focus?
I think it's going to be rough when you look at the early map state, right? Getting pushed in mid, getting pushed in bot. Their only real hope would be top, where Hoya also able to get a favorable level 1 start on the wave and get that one pushing. So I think for now, there actually isn't much LGD could do to look to break up this monotony. And even when you look at the lanes, aren't really a whole lot of easy options to gank in mid or top. Might just have to wait till when he cycles back bot and look for that aggression in the bot lane.
I love this pathing from Beichuan, though. He is just going to go over to the other side. Actually not going to go for the matching path there. And actually, so we'll find out his side has been cleared a little bit. Meteor gets away from Hoya, but this means the tag team duo can push into Meteor's jungle.
Yeah, they could keep going. I mean, look at the minimap. UCal has to push. Haichao already having to go for the reset. Hoya was already leaning over. So Beichuan knows he could be the bully in this matchup.
And that's a level 3 to a level 2, and also a Poppy who can skirmish you pretty heavily. Meteor's still going to be trying to contest this blue buff here. UCal has moved bot lane. So TT are just spreading the map right now. Will be spotted out as he comes through, but maybe it's too late. They have the seismic shove into the cancel, but it doesn't matter because LGD, they are perfectly fine. And UCal, he's throwing rocks. He's got Jinjiao's health bar pretty chunked.
Oh!
Oh my god, he goes for the flash play, and Xiaoya is now fighting back. He's getting bailed out, but it's not going to be in time. And first blood plus second blood equals a TT early game.
Huge play coming out from TT. And I love the creativity of it as well, because Beichuan's invading in the top side. You really shouldn't be expecting the enemy mid laner to then roam down bot while the jungle's playing that aggressively around the top side of the map. It looked like it might have been a bit of wasted effort at first. I'm like, hey, where's the CC gonna come from? But just having the damage, being able to corral them into a space, and then being willing to commit the sums to follow up on it. So I think it was a really creative idea. TT ended up playing both sides of the map, and they're able to follow through with it and pick up the 2 kills.
Taking advantage of the double marksman, but as well as Chocho. Having some really heads-up play there, Yukao with the move. But this was all after they had already taken a lot of time away from LGD around the top side of the map, too.
Yeah, and I will say for that play, right, there is a trade-off. Like, now Yukao should be slightly down in EXP. Ooh, Bertle. Okay, Bertle's going to be fine in the end, but, man, Yukao's already back on the move.
You can't have an answer yet from Haichao, and this is a really well-utilized early game from Taliyah for Yukao. He's going to try to find a couple rocks there. Hoya's trying to crash the wave. They have no help up here for Bertle, and he's going to get thrown to the dirt. Yukao is 3 kill participation up with 3 kills to TT as a whole.
I love how Bertle's like, I am not going to let Hoya get an assist. Like, screw this guy. I'm just going to accept my fate to the Taliyah. Haha, you wasted your ultimate. So, you know what? At least maybe a bit of a small mental W there, but you're right. TT definitely coming out huge so far in this early game. I'm honestly a bit surprised at how proactive he's been. But like we said, I think it's good that TT have found the picks that have worked for them and are still going to constantly lean into them very consistently.
We do have the split of objectives here for both the sides. The Dragon for LGD started up preemptively, and then a response from Beichuan on the other side, who got to watch a full episode of the Telegrubbies by himself. I'm sure he learned a lot there. I hope he had some cereal to go with that episode of cartoon.
You know, it's been a long time since I've had cereal, like years. And then I had it again, and my God, how is this a breakfast food? I think
I feel like there's a
it was
big
Fruit Loops.
variety. Oh, okay. So like sugary, like children's
Exactly.
cereal. Okay.
You know, but that's the stuff that smacks. Like, are you gonna eat cereal for anything else?
No, absolutely not. It's for sugar intake and watching cartoons.
I guess to be fair, pretty much anywhere I go, people say to me, hey, your country's breakfast isn't really breakfast anyway, so it isn't much different.
But really, you know, whose country's breakfast is really breakfast? Isn't breakfast just the state of mind?
I guess so. So if we come back into top to move on from whatever state of mind that is. And, you know, we sadly haven't gotten the 1v1 ego duel between top laners for supremacy. But, you know, we
almost had it, and then Bertle said, no, I'm going to give the kill to your mid laner. So, hey, I guess this decision is being made. I do think, though, with some of this mid lane pressure being gone, Haichao's setting a pretty fancy boat for himself for the time being, trying to make his way to a late game where he will be very strong. But I think TT are trying to find any way they can to sink that boat.
Yeah, Beichuan gonna come down, so all 3 members here, but Yukao's on the move, and he has Weaver's Wall, so they will be able to take advantage of the timing.
Pulling the trigger immediately, too. The cleanse can be perfect. Seismic Shove hits perfectly. Jin Jiao's out of the fight. The Keeper verdict means that Meteor is also out of the fight, and a double kill goes to Chocho.
Really clean dive by TT. They're keeping it simple, right? Just using the slight movement advantage they have with the Taliyah with the Weaver's Wall to create numbers advantage, and then look at all these plates going over to the TT bot lane.
That is ridiculous. I mean, they are literally up 3,000 gold at 8 minutes. It has been full-on mid-lane move gameplay coming out from Yukao and has paid dividends towards bot lane.
And we're going to see here, right? Weaver's Wall, they come in first, trying to save themselves from the dive, but really nice flick back coming out from Yukao. Chocho is able to follow it up. Great Keeper's Verdict coming out from Beichuan just to get the rel out of there. Just honestly, great target selection, great use of their abilities to be able to min-max that dive.
And honestly, this we've seen a tease about Taliyah recently, but This is the most proactive early game Taliyah I feel like I've seen in a long time. UCal's piloting the champion very well right now, and usually it's that level 6 mark, but he has been active the entire game. And I think that goes back to the conversation of we have seen glimpses of that UCal we've known and loved all of last year here this year finally.
Yeah, again, just steady work into it. We're gonna see another dive. DT are going nonstop with this aggression.
9 minutes in. Give them a break, please. Hoya gets the kill on Bertle, and that's a second death to the top laner of LGD.
You're asking for the wrong thing. Like, don't stop, TT. This is the LPL we all know and love, and they're just gonna
I
keep
don't
at
think
it.
LGD is gonna be much of a fan of that one. I don't
Look,
like.
if you turn nameplates off, I think a lot of people would think they're watching, maybe a BLG series or something along those lines with how dominant it's been, how much they're moving around the map.
That was an ulti burn from 1XN. We all see Chocho had already burned his. They do have a level advantage really heftily down here. Also, another wave crashing could mean that first turret over to this double marksman duo bot lane.
Yeah, we'll see if that ult cooldown ends up mattering. It won't be up in time for when Drake spawns, but TT might just end up trading objectives like they did last time around anyway, to where it's like, hey, it's not that big of a deal if that one's up. But it looks like Bechuan might just once again go for the grubs after saying hello to Bertle.
It's just crazy. 1XN already has opportunity, and he's had it, right? Like, he walked all the way back to lane. Now Bertle is about to go 0 for 3 here in the top side. That beautiful stutter step from Bechuan gets the kill.
And now he's going to be able to make his way towards the grubs, pick those up. 6 grubs should be online. Hell, not even should. It's going to be online for TT because we can see Meteor hanging around bot lane, hoping to find an opportunity of his own.
Okay, here we go. Meteor's got to play. They get the TP in from UCal, though, and they're not going to have enough time. They're getting chunked. Hostile takeover comes completely wide, and Jin Zhao just gets shot by a mystic shot to the face. Haichao is here, but a kill has already gone over.
And this is where you sadly have to be okay with just taking the small win of getting the TP out, right? TT were already too close to their turrets. They were completely fine. UCal is another member who is huge at this point in the game. But, feeling the desperation, right? They were down before that play 0-7, knowing they need to make something happen. Probably just push them to try and go that extra mile.
Got to find any advantage you can, any play that you can. Bertle trying to find a play on Hoya. That's an angry Croc there. He's got a level advantage on you. And be a little bit more careful there as we will take a look back at that play bot side.
They go for it, right? They're trying to go for the play knowing the TT are playing for those grubs. But the second you see the TP coming in, I think is when you back off. If you need to throw out Jin Zhao's ultimate to get the save, that's what you do. With the overstay, they end up being able to take him down. And I want to point out not only the opportunity, but having things like the Sundered Sky finished up Archangels. Now for UCal, Horizon Focus incredibly close for Chocho. So
that's
even just across the board, they are all strong.
That is ridiculously terrifying. Look at the gold differential. That's not what you want to see for your entire team to be on the bottom side. As feels really good for Toto to actually be able to get some gold finally on a marksman here instead of a traditional support. But also, with that item spike across the table, like, TT can continue to flex their muscles.
And right, Bertle has really been the man taking a lot of the punishment. It looks like LGD are finally in a position to try to help him out.
Oh, yeah, they got the package and everything. They're going to come take down the angered Croc, and Haichao gets the kill. LGD, they're on the board.
Hoya had the most gold on the side of LGD, so I like the investment. But now they're going to be losing more on the opposite side of the map. That's the name of the game when you're going for these trades, right? If you're going to commit 3 members topside, it means you're leaving another area of the map weak. 1XN should be fine in mid, especially, Xayah not having ult. Not much threat for him.
They got 2 turrets in bot lane and sub, 13-10 in the game. Oh, my God. Also, those tier 2s in the side lane give that extra gold now since the beginning of the season. And it's just insane how much they've propelled themselves up, almost 6,000, 13.5 in.
I think a lot of people don't think of League of Legends as that snowbally of a game, especially for anyone who's played a long time. And, you think back to, the likes of Season 3 and past seasons where it did feel a lot more egregious. But it's still a game, right? When you get ahead, you have so many more options than your opponent. Not a game like Valo or CS where there's an economic reset. You go in, you have the same, stats in the case of League of Legends as the enemy. So I think TT just doing a great job, and LGD trying to find windows to get gold, but it's allowing TT to get even more on the map.
It is indeed. Flex those muscles all you want, say TT. They can just completely move around the map as freely as they want to. This Rift Herald will be theirs. They will probably look to just crash that in mid lane. Or maybe they just look for an outer side tower. Now, I do want to focus in a little bit of how TT can turn this into a win, because I think if there's anything we could say about these two squads, maybe cleanliness and closing games isn't the two brightest spots.
No, we've definitely seen. I mean, hell, we even showed it in the clips from TT's last
Literally.
series against NIP. Like, definitely some questionable decisions that have been made. At the same time, though, I think with the way that the comps function against each other, and obviously the massive gold lead, I mean, 6K in 14 minutes, it would take some incredible amount of throwing for TT to lose this. But again, they have the range to play off. They have ways to keep LGD away from them. I don't feel like the solo Corki Rockets are really going to be enough to contend with Varus, Ezreal, Talia. And then you're going to have to even worry about Beichuan's ultimate if someone like Bertle ever does find a flank or Meteor finds a way in. So, with the draft and with the state of the game, I think TT should feel as confident as ever.
And I think for LGD, like, you grab the Kalista typically because it is just a really strong pick, but you do still want it to have some resources in its pockets, and I think that's the exact opposite of what we've seen this game so far. And navigating those fights against the Talia, the Poppy, it's near impossible as a Kalista. And you're also dealing with a lot of range. So Beichuan going to go in with that Rift Herald mid lane. Bertle had found a flank. Got 1x in here. He's going to cleanse, pop the Chains of Corruption. Now the damage is coming back. You just put your face in front of that damage, and TT will deliver every single time.
And think about
will be
it.
out of there.
That was the best chance they would have. They actually found their way onto the
They
back
did.
line. Jinzhao's going to die here. Jinzhao's he's just gone. But they found their way onto the 80 carry. That was supposed to be their best hope, but even when they do, just not having the strength definitely helped that 1xN had his sums up. So maybe if you found a similar timing, within the next few minutes, it could work out a little bit better. But even the other members of TT probably would just be strong enough to clean up in a 4v5 situation.
That's a 16-minute second item for 1xN. That is devastating. He did miss the Q right there, but also got out of the engage. They put a lot of focus on him, though.
Exactly, right? We see the value of the sums in this scenario. So if he didn't have them, he probably would go down. But look at all the damage UCal's putting out in the meantime while Beichuan was feeling that. TT are at a point where even if they lose one of their carries, I mean, even Chocho at this point in time, with how early it is in the game, is functioning like another carry for Thunder Talk. I mean, Horizon Focus and Bloodsong this early, 16 minutes in, he's really hitting like Xiaoyao or Haichao is.
These two, oh my god, 1xN and Chocho are
And
so
look,
ridiculous.
Death cap on UCal.
Oh my god, at 17 minutes and 10 seconds! What? And I love it, because this was my big focus before I got distracted with the item. UCal has been a monster. He is literally 9 out of 11 KP. He has been consistent. Like, he was the play that started off the snowball bot lane.
I mean, he definitely is going to get MVP for this game if TT are able to convert. So, great performance by him, and it's why we said, right, coming in, that's where we would focus for TT and what they'd have to lean into. Malignance, he's finally picked up for Haichao, so that is a nice spike for the Corki. See if they can find anything with it, because LGD right now are leaning towards top side. Haichao has TP.
They actually have a play here, so LGD just going to pull it, but TT are here in force. They're going to TP UCal as well. He has the Weaver's Wall. Look at him. He's waiting for that angle. LGD realized they got to pull away, and nothing else going to be played here. They do have the package for Haichao, though, but they're losing mid lane tier 2.
Yeah, they need to be decisive, and they're going to be.
Chocho, he'll go under turret. He's trying to dodge out of everything. He doesn't, though, and a big amount of gold going over to Haichao himself. Meteor's not going to get bailed out that time, and handshake from Jinzhao there. UCal's now under threat, but Haichao, you might have bit off a little bit more than you can chew there, and Beichuan comes and finishes the other one. 2 kills, and make it a triple for UCal.
I mean, LGD, feeling the desperation, knew they needed to go for something. The aggression was coming out in the mid lane, made their best bet, and TT just furthering the gold lead even more up to 10,000. And help, you're going to get another tower on top of it.
Yeah, you just see the like I always look at player cams. I always do. And man, you just see the little laughs of the feels for TT right now. They are vibing.
Wow, and they deserve to be right. It's been a great game. Chocho trying to dance around all this. Actually does dodge the Renata ult, but that just brings him in range to take the autos. But it's like we said, even if they end up losing a member, I feel like the rest of TT is just strong enough to win. Like, Yukao has finished his death cap. He's insanely strong. Haichao jumping up, clearly realizing that they're being pinched and thinking, hey, maybe I can get one before I go down. Hopefully I can get one. Wasn't able to in the end, and now 5-0 and 8 on the Taliyah for Yukao.
Feeling real good to not be facing an Azir or anything along those lines, I feel like. As, man, I just can't believe he got the kill with the Unraveled Earth in the end there. I think it's just such a cherry on top of the sundae, it feels like. Beituan just finished, at least, the Sterix gauge. You do have Baron on the table, a double marksman comp that could actually lead to this being taken super early, and it actually looks like DT are thinking about it.
Yeah, we'll see what they do, because right now you can see LGD are getting pulled in. They're wondering what's going on.
Sentinel going to spot out Yukao at least. They do have to think about Hoya in the side lane. TP is available for Bertle. He's just going to walk over there, and that means Baron started up by TT just to say hello.
TT just doing their best to try to find an opportunity to get picks. 1xN doesn't have the ult, so it's not going to be as easy anymore. And there we go. They're starting it up once again. They can see that Mega Gnar is being used right now in side lane, right? Bertle got that transformation, so if he TP'd in right now, wouldn't have that available.
Hoya's walking up. Oh my god, Yukao plus the True Shot barrage. Okay, so Bertle will burn the TP. That actually immediately meant that Hoya turned back and TT got what they wanted.
Yeah, TT doing a nice job just playing for the small win there. I think they could have committed more if they wanted, right? Because, like we said, Bertle wouldn't have the Mega Gnar. I mean, even if they did, right? There's such an overwhelming advantage right now. TT get to do as they please, but just gonna be humble and accept the small win.
Is this like we don't have a stats person or anything, so I don't know. Maybe somebody could at me on Twitter, but is this the biggest lead we've seen in an early game? Like, it was like 20 minutes and they were over 10,000 gold in.
My guess would be no, because, but I don't know. It would be close, right? We've seen a fair amount of stomps like this, but yeah, I agree that this one definitely does have to be up there as Hoya. Waiting to find a sneaky pick of his own, maybe hoping that Haichao's going to walk up towards mid lane so he could just beat him down, but he's going to give up on the patience in the end and just go to push the lane.
Why is 1xN allowed to be on 3 items? Like, that's just unfair. He has so much gold.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, right, he also is going with, I mean, he's a cheaper build, right? So
but still, it's 22 minutes in, man.
I think the more impressive one is actually where Yukao's at. Just the fact of having the Archangels, the death cap. Yeah, exactly. Being on his way to a Horizon Focus himself. Like, hell, he might even have the gold for it already if he went back to base. So, you know, he's going for the expensive items, and he's already there.
I can't believe you just shame 1xN for what he likes and what he wants to buy.
I'm just saying, 1xN's a reasonable guy. He made a payment plan for his house. Yukao just bought his house in cash. That's the difference.
People would say that what I said is the smarter person. I don't know. Baron doesn't have a house anymore, though, because he's gone as Beituan claims that one. The engage from LGD over on Yukao. Jin Jiao flashing over the wall, trying to get away from the damage of Yukao, but that damage arrives all the same. And now Meteor locked in here with the rocks as Hoya and the rest of the team gonna bring the pain. Beituan gets another one.
And it looked, I mean, I don't know, the rest of LGD weren't even there trying to go for the steal. Again, LGD know they're in a desperate position. They know they just need to hope for whatever they can. And it looks like this will probably just be the end of the game.
They still have Baron buff for another 2 minutes, 20 seconds. They have it over 12,000 gold lead at this point. They just got Yukao's third item. They TP'd him in. Got a half item there in the back end, too. And they take 2 inhib turrets. So they'll get the mid inhib. They won't get any more, so they'll back away.
Yeah, death timer is too low. decide not to overforce, which I guess makes sense. Again, we saw TT play around a Baron just to get a TP, even with the lead they have, so they seem very comfortable with just taking this one slow, and maybe just making sure none of those throws that we've seen happen in the past come to fruition again.
1xn's left on the other side of the wall. Needs to be a little careful. The dragon goes down. Oh, he's got the Baron recall. There he goes, and that is Salt Point for TT.
I think he also knew it wouldn't even matter. Like, he welcomes it. He's like, you know, all of you engage right now. My team's going to flash over this wall, and we're going to destroy you. Because, I mean, like you said, look, 3.5 items now for the key carries. Top lane, everyone is just strong. And now, hell, there's only one turret left to play for, right? You could see TT grouping up now around that bot lane. Their composition's so good at taking turrets between the Ezreal and the Varus, forcing people out. They even will have the Weaver's Wall up again soon if they want to go for any of those plays where they either try to force them off or lock someone in with them. So we're going to have to see if this package from Haichao can make any sort of difference.
He got third item. He's got the Shojins. I don't know if it matters, but he's got it. He's got an angle. Now, we did get the Miramana completed there for Toto as well. One last gasp effort from LGD here. They're going to TP on the back end. That's the package. This is the delivery that LGD wants, but who is signing for it? It looks like they found him. They actually have it. They were there at the time of the package, and they were able to sign for it. They grabbed it. They lose their mid lane a little bit more, but that means they get a lot of gold back.
Yeah, I mean, they buy themselves more time in the game as well, right? That's all you can hope for if you're LGD, to be able to keep going, to just hope you can get more items in your Corki, hope you can, you know, play for another package. So at the end of the day, it feels like it was a success.
TT going to be kicking themselves for dropping the ball at the last second there, but really well-timed combo from LGD.
Exactly. Timing's perfect because this wall ends up... I guess the wall didn't really end up funneling them. I thought it went through the terrain here as well, but just look at this spot. They have nowhere to go. They just have to sit on the full brunt of the package. And Yukao really is the priority member for you to kill, so once he's taken down, the rest of TT have to back off.
And that was a lot of shutdown, but also Xiaoya getting the kill on the Yukao was really big. Now Meteor just gets stutter stepped there by Beichuan, and 1xn gets the kill.
And, you know, we have to give LGD, you know, the kudos for the play. But in terms of game state, it changes really absolutely nothing, right? TT still have full control over the map. Sadly, there was no objective, nothing crazy like a Baron or an Elder or something LGD could have converted that kill into. So now it's just going to be Siege round 2. And guess what? This time, you don't have that package to be able to rely on.
True. Going to need to be waiting a little while for that one. Maybe fourth item coming before then. Here comes the last siege on the final turret, at least outside of the Nexus turrets for TT. Toto getting chunked there. Inhib is bare. LGD maybe looking for a re-engage here, but Hoya has now joined the party. He's full rage bar too. Find it. Meteor wants it. Meteor goes for it. Xiaoya is in there too, and they're able to dodge, but not enough time has been had for LGD. And it means that TT are able to put the hurt on him. Oh, big play for Bertle. He gets 1xn with the rocket from Haichao, but TT now trying to chase down Xiaoya, and that's the bane of the Kalista existence. He's going to have to flash.
And once again, LGD ends up buying time, or do they? Both TPs coming right back in.
God, the double Avenger beams, but Hoya does immediately turn around. They got the super minions here, and LGD will not have a moment's breath while the siege continues.
Gonna try and get this last inhib. I think it's a good call, right? Just get the base in order where you have as many supers as you can, and then just look for the push again.
Oh. Haichao has hit his fourth item. He's on the GA now. So honestly, if there's any damage, any potential, Haichao's got it. And I love that we set that up at the very beginning. But Yukao, he does make a big difference here.
Yeah, I mean, I like the engage timing from LGD because they want to go for this engage before that wave of supers mid has to pull someone to answer. This fight ends up being close because at the very start of the fight, actually Chocho and 1xn sadly were missing so many of their skill shots. But they end up bringing it back. Beichuan running in. They're able to force the flash with the threat of the Ezreal Q. And yeah, it definitely felt like that fight could have gone further in TT's favor. But I think just nice job with LGD realizing the timing so their team didn't get pulled apart by those minions.
TT gonna instantly start the Baron here. It looks like they can burn it so ridiculously fast, as you see here. Point and center. LGD trying to get in there. Meteor, he might just go for a steal. He's got the improved blast cone. He's in there. Can he get it? He doesn't. Denied by Beitwan. As the keeper's verdict has been used, TT make it out, and they're now pushing the mid lane. They could go for their soul, though, if they want to.
Looks like they're going to send UCal to do that alone. I think it's a good choice. You have 2 lanes of supers to rely on.
1xN caught both of them. Oh my god, they're going to catch both Bertle and Jinzhou here. They were just trying to get back to their base, and they are left out to the wolves.
Yeah, they end up going down. Dragon gets taken. They have 2 waves, 2 lanes of super minions. They have Baron. There is no way that this shouldn't be a game-ending push. 1xN is incredibly low, though. So there's a world where this game drags on, right?
We had it's dragged on more than I think we could have ever thought it could. They had like a 10,000 gold lead at 17 minutes in the game. We're almost 30 minutes in now. I think LGD have a lot to be proud of fighting to the last breath, but TT are taking that last breath right out of their lungs as Xiaoya gets brought back and the deaths start piling on. TT, they've opened up the series 1-0 and in dominant fashion over LGD. There's one last gasp from Haichao, but he's shut down and the Nexus falls.
I just want to believe that TT were scrimming BLG a ton this week, and they absorbed it all. They took in all the knowledge, and my God, what a dominant game from TT. Seriously, I would not have believed, the result would have come about this way, and anyone told me beforehand. Great win for them.
Yeah, and it all started off with, first, the play, I feel like, towards top side, but UCal, my man. The man on the Taliyah looking oh so good. He's probably going to get MVP. We'll find out after a short little break. We're going to go away. We'll be back for game number 2.
era of metal has begun, and metal shall prevail. For we know what they have done. 5 legends of our realm who sought to follow the path of their dark musings. But they did not know what they had summoned. Pentakill. To these creatures, there is but one thing left to do. Heavy metal.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL 2024 Spring Split. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Lyric. And what a game one that was. One for the record books. A game of all time. As it was a very one-sided victory for TT over LGD.
Yeah, this is crazy. I mean, the gold graph represents it. It was an insane game for TT. UCal especially, like, we don't even need to guess who the MVP is. This man's going to pick it up because he was moving all over the place, setting up 1xN, setting up Chocho, making his way up to top side. Like, some creative plays, right? Beichuan invading top side jungle. UCal at that moment goes and dives bot, playing both sides of the map, and it ends up paying off. So, yeah, really fun game. Really nice, clean series from TT.
And you can see there almost a perfect game. Gave over a dragon and some kills, but literally nothing else. As Haichao tried his best. He was the only one kind of trying to keep pace with TT, but UCal set that pace, and he set it well.
I think there was nothing else the other LGD members could do, honestly. Just nothing they could do with how fast they fell down. But like you said, UCal picking it up. I'm telling you, Talia Hui, you let this guy get these champions, TT are actually going to have chances to win games. Great showing by him on this one. Which is also interesting, right? Because it's not necessarily like they play the same way. But, yeah, just finding comfort. I really loved his use of the Weaver's Wall in this game and how willing he was to move for his team. So we'll see if UCal and TT are able to keep up this level of aggression in the next one.
This was the attempted comeback play, the moment that I feel like LGD probably looked the brightest, but TT still slammed that door shut real fast. It started off with getting kills on bottom side. I think using some of the stuff that you had called out in drafts, especially the double marksman composition on the bot side, bringing Chocho back to a place of prominence, and it worked out well.
Yeah, it was really nice seeing him on the Ezreal, right? Just provides you a lot of control over the 2v2 in bot lane. And all of TT just looking comfortable. And it's interesting, too, because it's not even in the same way of how we characterized TT's success in previous years, where it was UCal and the posse. This game was just kind of about UCal being the solo posse and enabling all his teammates. A bit of the reverse of how TT used to find leads and win the game.
You get a gank, and you get a gank, and you get a gank. It's like having two junglers, kind of.
Yeah, it's like he was the jungler and Beichuan
was also the jungler?
Maybe more of a support, right? Because a lot of his value was coming in from denying people from coming in. Beichuan, I'm not even criticizing, right? He had some good ults in this game, making sure people couldn't get in range, making sure that smites couldn't come out for Barons. So I think I like that they put him on a utility role, right? Just have it to where he has to focus on that stuff. It's not about a bunch of damage coming through. It's not about some crazy ganks that he has to set up. He was a role player in the comp, and it worked well.
We're back to Shanghai, and we're in it to win it for game number 2. Can LGD find a comeback after a devastating loss in game number 1? We have same sides for game 2, so now change that up a little bit. You have the Ashe, the Illusion, and that Renata band sneaking in there, as well as the Aatrox band plus the Karma for TT on the red side.
I'm telling you, LGD are sweating bullets. They see the Aatrox band, face and hands confused. But if there is a Band-Aid to not knowing what to do, in my opinion, Smolder is that Band-Aid. Don't do it, LGD. Well, they moved away from the Band-Aid. I mean, I much prefer the Kalista coming through because it means, once again, we hopefully get some action down in that bot lane, rather, whether it's in the actual 2v2 or it means like some potential dives can come through. It means, once again, we're going to get some brawling. We're going to get some skirmishing in this game.
LGD are saying it was a fluke in game number 1. It was not the problem of the Kalista Renata. As I do wonder. Okay, so we will just get the traditional engage support, the Nautilus, ability to roam out there for Chocho. And there you go. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. The Talia there for you, Cal.
And it makes sense, right? Just go right back to the pick. Make sure you're able to follow through. Now, with LGD and where they want to look, honestly, you could look for a potential early mid pick here. I was going to say the Ahri, the Hui also being another thing that's still open that would be able to help you get that prio with the range advantage you have. It seems like they're going to want to funnel more into being able to look for picks, look for skirmishes, and be able to fight off the enemy team. Ooh, that would have been a fun one. Wouldn't have made a lot of sense in terms of the 2v2, but I've really enjoyed when teams have leaned into more pick. I mean, you already have the Callisto, right? So you're kind of setting up more for playing around neutrals like Dragon and Baron and setting up for actual team fights. But things like the Bard, things like the Jhin that we were seeing last week are working really well. But gonna round out with the Alistar, so making sure they have some disengage as well as just more ability to be able to go in.
And you're able to just get the tanky boy being thrown into the mix with the face call there for Xin Zhao. So I like this play. Definitely different from the Renata combo. But again, this goes back to what I talked about, and I love Xin Zhao on any engage, any potential roamers. That's what I want to see this guy on. And we'll get that one for game number 2. Poppy locked in yet again for TT.
Now we're looking at LGD and where they can go. Taking away the Vi right off the bat. So signaling potentially going to go for, another AD carry that is immobile. Of course, things like the Senna are still open. We've seen teams even leaning into more niche things like the Athelios has seen a bit of a resurgence in recent days, things like that. So I like the ban of the Vi. Now LGD. I mean, honestly, you probably just want to keep pinching out AD carry, right? There's already so many bans in that first rotation, so taking away the Smolder and not wanting TT to have the insurance policy is a bit of a fun one. I mean, you also have the Poppy there that would provide the peel for the Smolder to potentially be able to make it to that point too.
Get the Vi locked away, though. That's a great call-up with the Ahri already locked in for LGD. Anything that's going to provide Meteor and Haichao good synergy, you want to take away. Anything that can lock down anybody for a perfect charm, definitely want to take that away as well. The Jace is that final ban, though, for TT on the red side. We'll see what LGD want to take away now. Potentially some more ADC bans towards that Kalista lane. No, it's the Renekton. So LGD have... they've learned from their scars.
If they just want to go for some easy top lane prio, I think the Udyr, just always comes to mind, makes sense, has an easier time ever since the K'Sante nerfs did come through. The Aphelios is what I assume is going to get locked in. 1xN especially has been a player who's liked to lean on this even coming before his debut in the LPL. It's his second most played champion, even this split. But, they do decide to go for the Senna pivot in the end.
All right, so playing on the back foot a little bit. They were so proactive in that first game. I'm curious they want to go completely the opposite way here.
Yeah.
I think UCal's still going to have very heavy roaming power out of mid lane, but definitely a different shade of TT here.
Now for LGD, they end up going with it. Meteor. Bring out the Kindred. This will be his third game of it so far. This split hasn't been able to find a win on the pick just yet. So I think it's going to be key. K'Sante, it's going to be locked in. Makes a lot of sense, right? You have the CC to be able to enable your team. So 5v5 from LGD being really solid. Ahri also going to give some potential to maybe set up Meteor early on in the game.
Now a
I love
fifth
this
pick available. There
I
it
think-
is.
I think
It's
Viego-
the flex.
It just makes a lot of sense, right? You have the Senna, which is going to enable him even more to be able to pop off, keep him healthy with that Q, have the ultimate available for when he's jumping in deep. Of course, the burst from the Celia to set up for the ult. So, yeah, overall, I like both comps. It looks like it's going to be a fun game with a lot of 5v5 potential in it. And it feels like, once again, it's going to come down to a difference, Mazel, of the bot lane 2v2 for the side of LGD, to where for TT, we're looking at mid-jungle.
Yeah, I love the way that TT have laid this plan out because they, had us going. Like, oh, why are you grabbing the center here? Oh, it's because we want to give Beituan the sticks here and give him the possibility to have a carry performance. I really like the duality of a Kindred versus Viego, and I think Meteor is going to have to step up big time if he wants to bridge the gap right now that TT have set in front of them. And it's a big one. That first game, definitely not something you want to have happen to you as a pro player, but you got to bounce back. You got to find a way into it. It's a best of 3. There is a potential for the comeback in a game, in a series. That is important for the standings for both these two teams. They need those miracle runs, and it starts with a win here.
Exactly. They are relying on other teams to fail for them to be able to make those runs, but no reason to give up just yet. LGD going to try and bring it back. Have drafted much more exciting, aggressive composition with these 3 carries in jungle mid and 80 carries. So we'll see, Mazel, can they bring it back?
They've got the Kalista round 2 here. See if they can make it work for a second time. and if it'll be a redemption game for LGD, or if TT just lead us off in Shanghai with a 2-0 victory and move themselves to 5-8. We're on to the Rift and on to the Giants.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎。
Like you said, right now. Oh. I feel rude now, Mazel. I interrupted
you're
the Giants.
very rude.
But,
Very rude.
But, you know, to throw some criticism back, not take all the blame, a bit of a long pause. It's a bit of a long pause between those
okay,
Giants.
but you know, after
Timing
what
could've
happened in
been better.
game number 1, I don't know, man. Like, yeah,
saying.
I was
Just saying.
afraid there were going to be nobody cheering.
Timing could have been a little bit better, but coming into this, right, you said it. If TT win this, they'll be at 5-8, which means they'll only be one series win behind the current teams in playoffs, right? OMG and Weibo sitting at 6 wins. But to remind everyone, to remind the TT faithful out there, after this series, they play WE, then Top Esports, then FPX. It does not get easy after this, but
yeah. I hear you. That's a problem for future TT, okay? This is a now thing, okay?
you know, I actually love, as a huge procrastinator myself, I love that mindset. So I'm with you. You know what? If TT can do this game 1 against LGD, why couldn't they do it against Top Esports?
Yeah,
Pretty much the same
there
thing.
you go. Exactly. Their team's in the LPL. They, same thing. I do think there is a vastly big difference in the approach to bot lane this game, right? And I think UCal getting off the map early, at least, or out of the mid lane early, is still important. But you're playing a lot more on the back foot for TT's bot lane this time.
Yeah, I like that they've noticed that they can contest level 1, right? They're going up against an Alistar. It was a great job of them playing on the back half of those trades to equal out the health. But like you said, it's going to be down to a lot of the roaming from UCal if we want to see TT set up for a similar success. So the fact that he's off to already finding some solid trades, maintaining prio in mid is a good start for TT.
Something from last game was that vertical jungling style that Beichuan initiated early. This time, not so much, but we do get mirrored starts at least for both these two.
Beichuan actually being 2-0 on the Viego, so complete opposite of Meteor on the Kindred coming into this one. But at least Kindred, right, you think of things like their Lamb's Respite, could potentially shut down Beichuan from being able to find the resets later on in fights. So that's why I'm looking at this game a little bit better for LGD. I think having more tools to be able to work with to fight against what TT have brought to the table. So far, not really seeing inklings of any of that from either side. Of course, LGD having prio in bot, TT having prio on top, both junglers acting accordingly.
And we have not gotten that level 3 move, level 4 move from UCal yet. And that is a big difference from last game. Meteor was down here just in case. But unfortunately, he has missed out on the 50-50 as RNG will not be in his favor.
I feel like I always see the Kindred get absolutely rinsed in the Scuttle Crab gamble.
Maybe Bertle is about to feel a little bit of that pressure here as Beichuan has come over. Boya not able to find the damage to follow it up, though.
See, Bertle did get rinsed, but not as rinsed as Meteor got on bot side, so it ends up being fine.
Lightly soaked.
Exactly. He got his hands washed, I guess. You know, it was a positive.
You just have somebody grab your hands, put them under the water, wash them, and walk away. That's it.
You know, and that's what the downside is, right? Is that it felt very uncomfortable and awkward for him, and that's what cost him the ghost in the HP.
Oh, goodness. Life lessons, I guess, learned on the Rift here. What happened? As we did get that little... Ooh, Chocho. That's really rough here because Renstack's going to be stacking up here. Meteor also finding an angle. Will be spotted out by the ward. 1xN and Chocho just need to be a little careful.
I like the respect being paid. Of course, they had the ward, having the information that it's there, but we've still seen laners overstep. We'll see if UCal's one of them.
Meteor did get a mark in the end from his fishing. So at least off to some sort of move there. Which one? He knew he was there. Meteor also knew. Nice little knock up here. Chocho, he's just a little Nautilus. It has a lot of Ren stacks in him. Actually won't get them pulled out by Xiaoya. And that should just mean to drag in LGD's favor while the Rift, or at least Telegrubbies rather, going to TT.
So far, just both teams really committing to play around the sides where they're strong. TT not looking for any sort of early 3v3, which I think makes sense, right? Play to get your Viego to that level 6 point burst, where he becomes just so incredibly strong with the ult, and just keep enabling Hoya. And as long as LGD don't get too far ahead, right? I mean, sure, they have a CS lead. They haven't been able to take any plates just yet. We'll see, especially as Haichao's hit level 6 now, if they start converting this into any more aggression down towards that bot lane.
Same on the other side, though. I mean, Yukao's going to have the Weaver's Wall now. I like this move for Meteor, though. He did get the spawn of the Mark over here on the Gromp. He knew that H1 was in his jungle on the top side of the map. So there you go. He gets his second Mark.
Yeah, we'll see if TT can go for any plays towards top side, right? Because it's just always a bit riskier when you're facing that Cassante, especially as he has his ult. But LGD now going to go for this dive on bots.
They have the level advantage. 1xN just makes his way out of there. Toto not so lucky. 1xN, he's coming back in to save his support. And they get one back. Huge. As now, oh my god, Meteor. The flash forward in 1xN. He's got that killer instinct, baby.
And it goes horribly wrong for LGD, losing out on their own play. At the same time, Beichuan farming just fine in top side, winning out everywhere on the map, getting ahead in jungle, staying neutral in bot. Huge for TT.
Yukao was moving too. He was ready to go if that prolonged at all. I love 1xN turning around right here.
Me too, right? Backs up, they see them going for the dive, and then throws out the root. Brilliant to do against the one who's tanking turret to make sure that they get one. And then still being under the turret when Nautilus goes down, allows for Salt to come through. 1xN jumping in to finish it off.
So Xiaoya was tanking, but then they got stuck on each other, and Meteor started tanking, and now TT are going back to deja vu from game number 1, and they are dogpiling on Bertle.
I mean, finding another one, nice dive. I was a bit scared at first when Yukao walled in and was right in front of Bertle. It's like, hey, you can just ult you right over your wall and then run away. But luckily, I think it was a stun from Beitron coming out, giving him time to reposition. GD now. Round 2.
See if they learned their lesson on how to dive this efficiently. Toto all by himself, not level 6 for 1xN either, so he won't have Dawning Shadow, but the wave is already gone, and LGD are going to have to wait for another one.
Yeah, decide not to go for it. I mean, it just gets so annoying to dive some of these tanks once they get their ults online, right? Can buy so much time, can try and find a 1-for-1 and making it a bit trickier, especially when they know 1xN's waiting in the wings.
We did get a third mark there for Meteor, so very close to his fourth, already 8 minutes in, 8 minutes and 20 seconds. They are still hovering the spot side because they know they need to make a play here. Ooh. Oh, Jin Jiao missing that knockup. I think that might mean that LGD have to back away. Look at Yukao. He's looking, but he doesn't have Weaver's Wall.
I can't believe they're still just sticking around.
Oh, Jin Jiao, he goes in. He's getting rinsed, though, as now Haichao, he's in there as Meteor has already used the Lamb's Respite. Going back in his base one. Can't find the re-engage there. Meteor gets another mark at least, or at least a reset on his. As, oh my god, LGD are actually picking him apart here. A nice little seismic shove from Yukao, but it means a Spirit Rush charge to Haichao, and it also means that 1xN just goes down.
I feel like the start of that play, LGD were like early 2000s high school kids trying to get one of their friends to pull a prank and throw toilet paper at a house. And they're like, Jin Jiao, just go, it'll be fine, we're chilling, just go. Before he finally pulled the trigger, like, my god, the level of hesitation there. The standoff that was going on forever. But then they realized, hey, actually we could take this. Lamb's Respite, I think especially, really was the saving grace of this play. Goes in, they can immediately pull him back out with that Kalista ulti. The whole time, Chocho just getting whittled down. Haichao is taking all the damage from Yukao, but Meteor saves the day and allows for the extended play to come through.
Yeah, honestly, that Lamb's Respite is literally everything right there. It makes the biggest difference. I appreciate Yukao seeing the angle. I don't know if he thought somebody had backed away there, but he tried to go for it to get the instant shutdowns. Doesn't pull it off. Meanwhile, we see in the picture-in-picture, the Grubbies have been picked up by TT, and that'll be all 6 again for a second game in a row. And now they're going topside.
I don't think anyone can even blame TT for that last play because LGD spent so much time there. You just have to think they deserved it. They invest like they wanted it so bad. I wanted it for them. So TT now, they have things that they want too. And they went top lane turrets. This is, oh, UCal, no flash.
Oh, yeah, he doesn't have any way out of this one. He does use the seismic shove there. Haichao not wanting to use everything to chase him down, but does in the end, and he'll get the kill.
We're looking at LGD's items. I mean, look, you already had Malignance on Haichao leading into that. You already have Kraken Slayer on Meteor. So now we're at a point, funnily enough, where we're looking at the mid-jungle for LGD. As being some of these stronger members on the Rift right now, it's going to set them up for a very easy Drake. TT probably just going to have to accept, farm up, pick up their camps, and go on their merry way.
Feels like they are in fine position, though. It's kind of what they want when you grab this very scaling heavy bot lane. You do want Beishwan to have a bit of an advantage, but he hasn't found any just yet. The resets will always be there. LGD needing to be proactive was the name of the game. They are moving on to Toto, but the rest of TT are now collapsing. That's a TP to pull off TT here, too. And UCal's now on his way. That's a big keeper's verdict. And here comes the resets for Beishwan. What a move from Hoya.
Yeah, they end up going 1-for-1 at the end of the day. And looks like they're going to keep going.
Hoya. He just gets completely dragged down. Fate's Call coming in, and LGD, they might want to move in. As the Fate's Call doesn't get pulled to go for the engage, the turret is being sieged by 1XN. It's a little bit wonky, but LGD survived.
I like that both of these teams came to throw hands today. You know, you
True.
can see both of them really wanting to win. But still, at the end of the day, you look at the scoreboard, you look at LGD especially, my God, just all of their carries, being the ones who've been getting these kills, who've been getting the gold, is so huge for them.
Okay, and I Baby Hoya goes for the angle. He has the flash, so he could have gone for like the wall bang into the turret. The in of the play means that there is a move from Chocho to the top side of the map to try to stop this because he has the TP available, so he can go back and join bot lane. They're actually going to leave Hoya down there. That's the beauty of the setup.
Yeah, it feels completely fine in this situation, now allowing him to pick up a lot of these plates. We can see 1XN actually having the most gold on the side of TT. Xiaoyan and Meteor being the big players for LGD right now, but that is not a good thing. Because, right, I mean, you've been in on the Senna scaling. I mean, hell, we also the scaling pick in the Kindred.
Yep.
For LGD, I know last time we were hovered over him, he already had the 4 stacks. Looks like he's going to make his way up topside for another one now as TT pick up this bot lane turret.
That's 10 plates, 11 plates total so far for TT, though. That's a lot of standing gold given over. Meanwhile, Meteor does end up taking the chicky nuggies there. Takes a brunt of damage on the back end of it. He was trying to make his way towards this markup here. Would be a 5th, but realizes not worth it.
I'm a bit surprised that they didn't commit Meteor and Jinzhao to move up straight towards that camp earlier on when the dive was coming through, because that's what it looked like they were doing initially before he pivoted over to the Raptors. But yeah, it means that TT are going to make sure that another one doesn't go through towards LGD.
Actually,
Or
also
will
gonna
they?
check in on the stacks for 1XN because I feel like he's done a really good job. He's at both the grub fights. He was in lanes, being able to take all of it, and then also around the jungle camps here too. The Rift Herald is started up by Meteor though, so objective focus is the name of the game from LGD right now. Ooh, it's a little bit spicy.
Everyone having flashes up too, so not a whole lot of danger here. Keeper's
Keeper's
verdict.
It's lined up. Oh, it's going to miss.
Oh.
Nice little flash from Jinzhao there. TP coming in as well. That's Haichao dodging out of the seismic shove. Now he's got an angle. That's a cleanse onto Xiaoya. Dawning Shadow coming across. Jojo's all by himself. But they've got the flank. They've got the pincer. The Fate's Call going to be used. And here comes TT. They want the engage. And they don't find the damage. Chocho's already gone. You got the seismic shove in there yet again. But nothing is sticking. TT, they move in after the charm goes wide. And LGD, they can't get out of this when they're being routed. And now they have to fight back. Lamb's Respite is early used by Meteor. And that just means a fish in a barrel type situation right now. Beishwan flashing away. This is chaos. And TT love it. It's back and forth, but now LGD, they're moving forward. They get the double root.
What is
and
going
1XN
on?
comes clutch 1xN and UCal are carrying this fight right now, but the charm connects. The double knockup, it doesn't matter. Oh, the flash from Xiaoya. Oh my God, Hoya. That's 700 smackaroos, and TT went out.
This game is something else. That fight, that standoff, so back and forth. TT walk out the victors. They are 2K gold up. Dragon going to be spawning in 30 seconds. So now it's all about those resets and getting down towards that side. But I guess we got to break this down because the fight starts off. Really nice flash from Jin Zhao. Ends up dodging out on the keeper's verdict. TT looks like they're in a bad position to start off with. And then this is where the diciness starts, Mazel. Because it's like, all right, technically TT are pinching in on LGD. But one side is a single Nautilus. No one else in range to deal damage. Not much of a pinch. But LGD's comp, very reliant on like these big cooldowns, right? Things like the Alistar going in with the ulti, Ahri being able to jump around. When it comes to consistent DPS, TT can win out, like we see here. 1xN and UCal playing with that range. And I mean, this is just when madness pretty much breaks loose. UCal is going to get a really good flick here in a second, but my God.
I think Beichuan thought he was flashing the charm or something. Like, I think he was trying to get out of ability, but no abilities were thrown his way. So after he flashed, he just gets absolutely chunked. Jin Zhao, a hero play attempted there, but I think Hoya had the better number.
Yeah, it was, I mean, both teams trying to look for the individual plays, right? Trying to look for the outplays in that scenario. TT just leaned on what they had, leaned on their range advantage. Things worked out. Now Rift Herald going to be able to come in through mid.
I love it because in those fights, it's literally like punches being thrown, right? As soon as the seismic shove comes up, that's another haymaker ready to go for TT, and vice versa on the other side with a lot of the charm damage, things like that, and the big knockups for Jin Zhao. Some Scion Speedway to start us off here. Just goes right into the wall, as they will try to transition him up towards top side and actually successfully do so.
And you know, hell, a while ago we were seeing a lot of TT members not finishing off core items, but now we're at a point where items are pretty even across the board, right? Seraph's now being fully stacked for UCal, even sitting on the Haunting guys. Opportunity, Bloodsong, a lot of things done for 1xN. We already saw how hard he was hitting in that last fight. So TT really starting to come online.
Yeah, hopefully we can check in on 1xN's stacks count right now, or at least soon, as he's probably going to go a little bit worse for wear here as he end up getting brought down to the Gray Scream to Haichao, and Chocho will join him shortly as well. Meteor helps get a double kill for Haichao, and that lead that TT had carved out is suddenly gone.
Yeah, no one, you know, so many members of LGD not showing on the map at one time, a bit over ambitious, I think, for the pathing they took there into River. LGD were hoping to find more.
Okay. They didn't see him at first, and then they finally did, but it was too late.
It's not going to be able to get the maximum out of it in Haichao. 4-0-6, I think a great idea to avoid him.
He's been really big. And again, a comeback in a series where he was the brightest point in the first game. I think him and Xiaoya have definitely had comeuppance in this game and not Akshan's ulti. And I think the interest for me is how they continue to do that, right? Meteor is going to be decently strong, but it really is functioning off of Haichao and Xiaoya. And we'll see Jin Zhao. Oh, yeah, I think he realized he's not on the flank that he thought he was.
Oh, they're
He
going to
popped
keep
the
looking for it.
I don't
Beaver's
think
Wall.
this cow's making it out. TT's going to be eating good here soon, and it's going to be chopped beef.
But Beichuan, I mean, Hoya TP'd in, okay. I was scared because when that was going on, Hoya was TPing to the sword. Like, is this guy just going to get charmed and die immediately? Luckily doesn't, is able to back off. A lot invested, though, for the kill of one average-sized cow.
I mean,
I gotta say.
have you ever made burgers out of cow? I mean, you get a lot of burgers out of cow.
Is there some, like, great meme going right over my head right now? 'Cause
No,
that's what it
it's
feels
just
like.
I'm from Texas and I've had to deal with cattle before. You know?
Well, you know, TT also looking moderately experienced at dealing with cattle.
They
I
got
won't
the
say,
pin in there and everything. They got
Exactly.
it locked off.
but you know, some techniques are lacking because they did have to invest a lot to be able to get this. Know where he could go. I mean, you understand the idea that LGD were looking for, trying to bring Alistar on the flank and just knock back 1xN into the rest of the team. Still, though, the trades have been really even across the map so far, right? And that's
Yeah.
being reflected in our gold. Dragons didn't really matter all that much in game one. Like, sure, TT did end up getting sold themselves, but that was a byproduct of them just stomping in the early game. We'll see if Dragons end up mattering more this time, because TT were able to pick up the last one. This one coming up in 50 seconds.
We are also getting second item spikes coming up. I was wondering if Xiaoya was actually going to hit his. He did not, and they are not going to get a reset before the next fight. So the big proponent right now was a collector for Meteor. On the other side, you got 2 items kicking across the board, so really have to be careful about how you engage this next fight from LGD.
Yeah, like you said, 1xN, Beichuan looking big as compared to Meteor with the collector, like you just said. Haichao, though, was able to finish off his Leandries, so that's going to be meaningful, especially if he's relegated to just having to hit. I mean, actually, anyone. Leandries is just a very strong item right now. Is Hoya and Chocho going to be playing up front.
Oh, this is getting spicy. Oh, Hoya. Oh, Jinzhao. They get the re-engage there as well. TP now coming in. That will be Bertle joining, but it's going to be a little late. Jinzhao's going back into the Fates call, and Bertle now finds Hoya. Haichao can't hit the charm, but he hits Chocho, and he almost kills it. The burn is not going to be enough because of the shield. Really nice save there, and Chocho has TP. That's really important because TT can still fight.
Exactly, right? TT, I think, end up coming out ahead with that one since they don't have the low HP bars with only Chocho taking real damage.
They have to wait for Chocho to get back here, though, as he TPs. He's going to be joining the fight, and that's a refreshed Nautilus ready to go. Haichao misses another charm. The slow working Weaver's Wall coming in, and Yukao sets him up, and 1xN knocks him down. Oh my God, TT! You just absolutely blasted them. Land's Respite will be no saving grace for you today, as Heartbreaking comes across LGD's lines, and Thunder keeps talking.
TT coming in huge from this fight. I mean, like we said, right, TT dominant game one, showing that they're able to contend in these team fights in game two. I really like the way that they've been playing around the range that UCal offers. 1xN also very willing to be aggressive. And now they say, screw the dragon. We're taking the big prize.
Try to go for a 50-50 here maybe because Meteor is still on the board. He can come make a play. TP coming in now as well from Haichao. This could be the saving grace for LGD if TT want to give it to them. Into the pit, he's not going to go because he gets denied. The Baron goes over to TT, and now Reset City, they've gotten it again. As they back away, the Soul's not even grabbed by what I said because he went down, but TT making away with 4 Baron buffs.
I mean, TT, they have Baron, they have a 5k gold lead. They're getting to a point where right, these scaling carries are getting huge. And they look so comfortable playing out through these situations. Dragon's still on the board, and we'll probably see them make their way over towards it now.
I got to give props to LGD as a whole. It's been a definite difference from game number 1, but it's just not enough. This is a TT squad who wants a playoff berth. They want to make the miracle run, and it starts with a hard-fought victory against LGD in a wonderful, wonderful combo from Hoya right there.
Yeah, I really feel like Hoya and Beichuan were such big individuals in this fight. Beichuan starting it off with the W flash, and then Hoya with that knock up there to allow Beichuan to keep following through and getting the ultimates. Is there we see TT's coaching staff is right into the next replay is. Wasn't this was okay, so this was the one where 1xN just died. I mean, it happens. They got Baron. They don't even care, LGD. They don't even care that you took 1xN's life.
1xN has been a serious team player this game. He's been literally all over the map. And for a guy who is finally getting that full start of the season here for TT, it feels really good because they can play with flexibility. He was able to get the double marksman comp last game, make it work. Now he's playing the support of Senna, and they are on to the inhib turret in bottom side and the tier 2 in mid lane for TT.
Yeah, doing a great job of just taking down LGD's base piece by piece, hoping to find some picks, but LGD, they're wanting to start a scuffle of their own. Jinzhao looking for it so aggressively. He has the Hex Flash, so TT are going to have to be careful. Some of these angles over the wall.
They get caught once, they go down. There it is. That's the catch out, and the Lamb's respite is just out of grasps for Xiaoya. Dawning Shadow across, and nobody has fallen from TT, but everything is falling apart for LGD. Meteor gets out from the Heartbreaker, but Beichuan, he wants more. He's gonna go right in. Wide melee range for Haichao. He just gets obliterated. Another soul is forfeit to TT, and another win will go into that win column as they push themselves to 5-9 off of a 2-0 LGD sweep.
Yeah, great showing from TT. Unexpected 2-0 of the day. We were ready. We were buckled in for 9 games today. TT coming in looking so smooth. Very dominant game 1. In game 2, this might have been much closer, but at the same time, once TT found their bearings in this game, once they started to find a few kills, it really just felt like they were in control of the map. And anything that LGD were going for, they were able to counter. They were able to react to all the potential Jun Zhao flanks, and he was not having fun trying to come behind TT.
Yeah, there was a couple moments, definitely a little bit of dysfunction for LGD and a very sore spot for them as they move to 3-10. I can feel the frustration, the disappointment for the squad. It feels really bad when you've had a lot of pieces that at the beginning of the split started looking really good, right? Like there were a lot of question marks like, oh my God, is LGD, are they going to be able to contest for, the average spots in the LPL, that 10th to 7th? But unfortunately it just hasn't leaned that way. And got to give props to Haichao and Kim and Xiaoya. They had some good performances here. Meteor has been a consistency for them. But TT, they came to play today, and they knew what was on the line.
Yeah, TT really showing up again to bring it back to start a day. They leaned into the things that have been working. They've readjusted their priorities in pick ban to be able to make that work. We saw that with the such heavy reliance and priority on that Taliyah pick. So things like that I really like to see out from TT today. And if they can keep going and stabilize with their identity, I think they are potential. I don't know, actually. Like, they
what
really shouldn't have a chance.
What were you going to say?
I was going to say maybe they can win some of the series going forward, but then you think about the names they're playing, it's like, I don't know. No, actually, I'm not ready to make any statement like that.
You want to bring up the graphic again really quick?
No. Not ready to make statements like that.
It's not going to be easy, at least for TT, but they have a path forward, and I think that's the most important thing. And again, I know that it was on one champion tonight, but UCal feels like UCal once again, and he's able to, I feel like, dictate a lot of the presence from the sides of the map, right? Not only was it a little bit different from that game number 1, where he was consistently focusing bot lane, game 2 he went top side of the map, but it's just the fact that he's able to be proactive out of that mid lane that felt like Haichao didn't really have an answer to that.
Yeah, it just didn't seem like he really knew what to do there, just LGD as a whole. It's kind of even hard to judge this series or like talk about what's been right or what's been wrong, because like you look at the series and they were kind of just dismantled in early games, or things like being disorganized on how they're going for these engages and like one member getting picked off first and us not really being able to see how things can pan out.
And we didn't really get the top lane boxing match that we wanted between two former teammates, or at least the replacement in Hoya and Bertle. But I think the matchup is important nonetheless, because again, this is a single round robin league. This is the only time we'll get this matchup, so it's kind of cool.
And I mean, hell, if anything, right? Like we said last time, Bertle was the one who replaced Hoya up until the very end when Hoya replaced Bertle for one series, but it's nice to see that Hoya can come in and, get his due. Be like, hey, you actually got to play most of the time on Dom 1, so now we're going to beat you.
Oh, okay. Is that just how it works? Is that just... Oh, easy as that, I guess.
He's owed his due.
I see. I do want to look ahead, though. I know we brought it up at the beginning of the day. I don't think we'll bring back up the graphic itself, but I want to take a look ahead for these teams. I think LGD themselves, they have a lot easier of a road than TT do. Weibo next. Then we'll have our... Oh, producer!
Oh, nice.
Fiona, you're the GOAT. Thank you so much as we have this up again, and this is the schedules that we have for both sides.
And you know what? This gives me time to readjust my camera, Mazel, because it was falling down, and I didn't like that. So
But I think the important factor is LGD. They did lose. They go down to 3-10, but they have some saving graces. I think a Rare Adam matchup for them is really important. The RNG matchup, very important. Weibo, an underdog story. Maybe they can put a wrench into the works for Weibo as they've tried to gain some steam. But the real focus is for TT on the other side. After this, it's WE, Top Esports, and FPX, man. It does not get easy.
No, it doesn't. And right, their schedule definitely being the more relevant one because, I mean, LGD, I think technically they're still not out mathematically just because of where the 6-6 teams are, but, right, shouldn't be possible at this point in time. Here are the stats from that game. Right, the early game, the mid game, a bit closer. We saw signs of life. Hell, LGD were the ones off to maybe not the better start because we actually saw TT finding success towards topside. But hell, LGD, they were patient. They stayed around bot lane for like 5 minutes. They stared and they found the fight they wanted. So hopefully that at least makes them feel a little bit better.
I mean, that first dive though where 1XN kind of turns around and saves a lot of the play feels really rough, and that maybe was the foreshadowing to the end. But it was a 44 minute game, and I think TT will be very happy with some of the cleanliness they had, even if they did have like a 10k lead at 16 minutes in game one and it took them over 14 minutes to end the game. I'm not salty whatsoever, but I think it's a TT that has look revitalized, and that's important when you look forward to that series and the couple series they have left.
Even if we just ignore playoffs, just being able to end the split strong, being able to know you have a core you can believe in and build up heading towards summer. I think all of those are important things, right? Which is why, even though I guess LGD, I think their look ahead schedule a bit less important, both these teams' journeys is going to be important all the way till the end. Because, right, I mean, hell, if you keep losing, if you stay down in the standings, maybe that prompts changes, maybe it prompts questions. So hopefully both teams can, TT keep picking it up, and hopefully LGD at least pick it up for these last few series.
Yeah. And hey, maybe you call me a coper, maybe a little bit of a hopium addict, but I love those bottom of the table matches, and especially when you get to the end of the season, because you just get the craziest stuff you could ever ask for. Like that RA LGD series, that is actually potentially going to be a banger. So I want to see, especially with RA's recent history. But we actually take a look back at what could have been for LGD in their start, but TT answered in kind every single time.
Yeah, like we said, we started to see a lot of shenanigans around the bot lane. This was after TT started to be able to come back in these fights and really start winning outright, but it was just a lot of good moments. I think Hoya having a really good series, like we saw from some of his ultimates. Beitron, of course, was the one set up for success, honestly, with how the comp and how these fights were playing out, but, was able to deliver, was able to follow up on the responsibility given to him. So now sitting at 3-0 on the Viego so far this split. So I think TT are good, and I'm going to stop saying so far this split, Mizzle.
It's been a lot of things this split. We're in week 7.
Exactly.
We're almost done.
What can we do? There's games every day. Like the split don't be stopping for anybody.
I think a little thing that actually meant so much in so many moments when I look back at this game was the TP on Chocho. I think it came up clutch so many times, and being able to utilize a body that was with his Senna support, so you don't mind bringing him away from this duo. It actually worked out so much for them to kind of distribute their pressure early on that led to some of these moments, maybe not this one so much.
Everything you just said has given me a great idea.
Okay,
what if at the same time as playoffs, or even the in-between from playoffs to MSI, we have a mini playoff bracket that is our bottom 7 teams. And
that'd be kind of cool, actually.
Right. There's a lot of people out there who are thinking, Lyric, you are cooking too much, you're crazy. At the same time, though, I think there's a lot of people out there who would really look forward to seeing that.
I'm one of those. That's me.
Right? Me too. I mean, sure, you might get some, slow burns in the bottom table of the LPL. But that's also where you always end up with some of your craziest fiestas.
The amount of times I see the Lamb's Respite just be beautifully navigated by TT here, either with their knockbacks, knockups, denying people from getting into the edge of the pit. actually so insane. And it just goes so fast that you don't realize the amount of times that it happened. But when you look back at replays like this, you absolutely do. Hoya coming out with the MVP. That'll be his first on the season. Congratulations.
Yeah, it's nice to see. I mean, Hoya's been one of the big strugglers on TT, and I mean, not even just his split, right? Hoya, I think, traditionally has been looked at as one of the weaker links. Like, he was not part of the UCal posse at any point in time, really, in terms of that roaming death squad that they used to have. But this was a much better performance from him.
It definitely was, and TT will be very happy to move up to 5 and 8 as they do so. That continuation of a miracle run for them, not necessarily in their hands, but at least they're making their effort known, is on its way. LGD will be a little bit, unfortunately, sad from that one. But that is our first series done and over with. That means that we got to get the arena ready for series number 2. It's RNG versus OMG, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back.
has begun, and metal shall prevail. For we know what they have done. 5 legends of our realm who sought to follow the path of their dark musings. But they did not know what they had summoned. Pentakill. To these creatures, there is but one thing left to do. Heavy metal.
Welcome back, one and all, back to the LPL Spring Split here. I know it was a little bit of a break, but we're right back here ready to go. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Lyric, and we are getting into RNG versus OMG. We have to take a look at the schedule ahead of us here because it's going to be a fun one. Again, we are all in Shanghai tonight, and I think when we look at the way these teams have their look aheads, Shanghai is going to be an important stepping stone in that direction.
Yeah, and both of these teams having mixed schedules going forward, right? FPX and NIP should be hard for RNG, even with NIP being a bit shakier as of late, but then having the matchup against LGD. But who knows? Because RNG haven't been looking good really against anyone, so even that could be rough to where OMG also mixed, right? Ultra Prime, you expect to be a win they could take. IG might be close, but I think you maybe slightly favor IG in that one, and then BLG, it's going to be a tough one. And for OMG right now sitting in 10th, like, yeah, that's going to be important every series that they have coming up.
You alluded to it earlier, my friend, and now we have to talk about the big dragon in the room, because there's one thing I learned from RNG in their last series, and it's to never give up and always call mom.
Yeah, we saw RNG in their last series. It was looking rough, honestly, playing up against anyone's legend. Honestly, it probably should have been a 2-0 for AL. AL had a very convincing win in game 1. Then we got into game 2. And then AL were doubting the Smolder. They beat Smolder in game 1. They thought that they could rinse and repeat. But that's not how it works, Mazel. Because sometimes you get the dragon, you call the mom, and then what do you do? What do you do as AL?
I guess nothing. They
Nothing.
didn't watch Tangled because they got hit with the Smolder twice.
And I was right. And I can understand the logic from AL thinking that they were able to find the win in game 1. But for RNG, nice pivot. LWX was able to play it while the team fighting was there. And even though, again, there was still some shakiness, I think for RNG, who are looking like the worst team in the league, in my mind, going into that series, I mean, any win matters. Any win counts. Any sign of life to make sure to get you on the right path, right? So hopefully RNG can use that and bring that into the series today.
Yeah, because they are definitely circling the drain here as potentially the next team, I guess, with LGD to be knocked out there. But I think for the other side of things, it's a little bit of a hometown reference for me because there is one Viego to rule them all, and it's apparently Xiaofeng.
Yeah, this guy has been absolutely insane on the pick. He's actually 8-2 on the Viego. OMG have really been leaning into it. I feel like Xiaofeng's been the most consistent piece on this roster. I love that they're enabling him. I love that they're playing around him, and it's been making OMG look like a more cohesive team.
His win rates on the Viego absolutely insane, but also just a bit of a hyper focus on that one, as he has 10 games played. I believe you had told me he was 8-2 on the pick itself. So maybe we don't see that pick give it over today. I don't know.
And right, I think that's like becoming a common theme with some of our middle and lower tier teams is that they have heavy reliance on certain champions. Right, last series it was the Aatrox. It was the Taliyah. This series, it's going to be this Viego for OMG.
As we hit the arena back in Shanghai, we see RNG taking to the stage, and as you said, it has not been the homecoming for Ming that I feel like they might have wanted, and it has definitely been a hard-fought season so far from this RNG squad, but little moments of hope, at least in their last series.
It's been weird because I feel like when RNG started the split, there was at least glimmers. I think Breathe and Wei were still working pretty well together. Like you saw them carrying some series. Ming was very hit or miss, had some great moments, some like clutch engages and some just terrible wins. But as the split has gone on, it feels like all the members of RNG have really just been struggling. And it makes sense, right? Because once you start losing, that's really when the problems start coming into a team. So we just saw the laughter. Hopefully that jovialness will show on Summoner's Rift.
And OMG on the other side. If you've been an OMG fan for the past, feels like forever, 3 years, it's a different team. It's a very different vibe, and it's something that has been a bit up and down for OMG this split.
Yeah, it's been up and down, but like I said, it's been a little bit more consistent. A lot's on their bot lane, and typically the flip that they go for, if that could come up heads.
If they can. I guess that 50-50 is all right. There's the man himself, a big focus for us tonight. What will he be given? Xiaofeng being able to be a force to be reckoned with for OMG in their wins. Angel also has found a lot of big moments, I feel like, for OMG this split, but maybe not the absolute carry force that we would expect.
He's another player who's been leaning more on comfort champions and has his signatures now right. The TF has been the big one, sitting 3-1 on the pick, 20 KDA in those 4 games combined. So, like, yeah, it's just great that after such a quick off-season in a sense, right? There really wasn't much of an off-season. Teams were taking their time to figure out what they wanted to do, and a lot of them just, it might have taken 7-8 weeks of a split, but they realized just going back to what they've been good at over these previous years was the answer all along.
Apparently, I guess. Also, a little fun fact for me, Ming has played 16 different champions in the support role, which honestly impressive in its own right, even if they haven't been able to find wins for RNG. But we got to see if Smolder's going to be the answer today, or what the answer will be if they can't get Smolder, and if OMG have come prepped with some ideals.
It's actually a bit even more surprised we didn't get Smolder since we're on 14.5, and that's when a lot of the readjustments came in, right, in the patch, right? So they were trying to push people more to building like AD and damage and not go the tank Smolder route, but post-patch, his win rates actually went up at first. So, yeah, Smolder definitely was not hurting by anything that came from 14.5, but first series we did not see him at all. And I welcome that. I think that's a big reason why we had so much action in Game 1, Mazel, and you won action.
No.
Yes.
No. Well, you can't do that to me, because now you make me want to go both ways, because I do want action, but I also want Smolder.
So then you want a team to pick Smolder, fight a lot, get absolutely ran over, and us have a quick night.
Fight everywhere else.
I like it.
Except for around Smolder.
You know,
well,
it could work, or they could do what I said. You know, we could be on our way. We could see both teams can have Smolder once, and then both teams can play very aggressive early games. So then it goes 1-1 each way in like 20-minute fashion, and we go to 3 games, and then we get rid of the Smolder.
That is the true goal.
Yeah. So we'll see how it goes. OMG, of course, sitting in the 10th place spot right now. So especially a win like this over a team that has been struggling, that hasn't been able to put it together, I think this is probably OMG's most important series out of their remaining series.
Just to be able to close it out against what would be an underdog team, right?
Yeah.
I think it's super important. Also to be able to push above that positive or into the positive win rate category for your split so far. Be a really good stepping stone, as I had said earlier, for the squad itself. And with a tough schedule ahead, a little bit of a mixed match. Definitely important, kind of like that first series that we highlighted so heavily. I think now that we're getting a little bit closer into the matchup, the curious conversation becomes of the tale that has been told for both these two junglers. I think we already highlighted the prevalence of Viego for Xiaofeng, but he's had much more of an aggressive hand in the dealings of OMG recently, at least in this split. And Wei on the other side, what was once I called the sword of RNG, who has tried to turn into a general, an unwieldy sword at that as well for Wei this split. We'll see if he can turn it around against Xiaofeng.
Yeah, and that's kind of the hard thing for RNG, because when we're saying these other teams are leaning on certain picks or going back to what's worked for them in the past, RNG haven't been able to do that. RNG haven't been able to find what's worked. Hell, the point about how Ming's champion pool is a great example of that, right? They've really been trying everything under the sun to find a win, and nothing has been able to stick. Except the
Been
Smolder.
a lot of key. Yeah, hey, there you go. I guess. There's been a lot of key champions that I feel like have been very prevalent for both these two rosters, but for me, obviously for OMG's focus is the Udyr and the Viego, as well as the Rakan across the board. We'll see though, RNG are on the blue side for game number 1. They ban away the Viego, rightfully so, against Xiaofeng, and the Trist with the Karma ban. We also get the Vi and the Ashe and the Kalista from OMG on the red side.
Yeah, so still having things like the Varus, the Smolder being up. Smolder gonna be locked in, so RNG know. They've come in, they know exactly why they beat anyone's legend last week, and now we're gonna see if they can do it again. I think the good thing about this pick for RNG to kind of move past the memes is that, right, it opens them up to playing more around top. Like you said, you'd want to see a team do a Smolder, and that's where RNG have at least looked a bit better, right? Playing around Wave, playing around Breathe, and then just letting LWX plan his own farm up and be a threat later.
Going to the things that have worked in the past for RNG. The Breathe Wei combo with Ming on the roam. I really like the Nautilus with the Ahri. The amount of focus you can have and jump down onto the Smolder is very, very big here,
Yep.
and I'm sure they'll be able to follow that up even more so in the first phase. Now, we did get the Alistar and the Wei locked in for RNG, so a little bit of difference there, but a lot of setup for the little dragon.
I was expecting the Kai'Sa to come through. You have the Ahri, Kai'Sa Nautilus would have been the combo. Having the all-in, we've seen it many times now as being one of the answers. But instead, wanting to match scaling with scaling, hoping they can get more done in the early game, which they should, right? Especially having the Nautilus with this end up being way more potent in the 2v2 against Smolder Alistar. So we'll see if having this insurance policy with Abel Senna is going to be able to do OMG well, because this has not been the way that the
Yeah.
OMG bot lane has played out and found success so far.
Not only that, but how many times have we seen this question asked in the LPL? Like, I feel maybe it's a little bit different now, obviously, at 4-2-5, but we've seen this be attempted by so many teams and fall completely flat against the Smolder. I'm very interested if OMG are going to be another one added to the docket here.
I do.
Or if they are going to be able to have that scaling.
I do feel like it's a bit better in the sense that, like, since Smolder's paired with the Alistar and with the Senna you have the Nautilus, which in my mind is my favorite Senna combo. You have the Ahri already. It's like there's some potential there to still set up for aggressive dives and things like that. But I agree, right? I mean, just going a more aggressive route feels like it would have been better. This does align with it, though. I mean, having the Wukong able to come down towards bot lane, having the Senna enable him, I like what I'm seeing so far from OMG.
So far, so good. They have a lot of lockdown, but also a lot of space provided in that lockdown, too. There is still the counter pick available for the top side of the map for Cube. I think that's going to be very important against Breathe again once the biggest part, if you like, of the RNG roster to play around when top was actually king. The Renekton is there.
Now needing to round it out with a jungler of their own. I'm curious what they'll pick. You have things like the Pompey for the, the low amounts of dive in from the Wukong Nautilus and Ahri, but of course against the Senna, not going to feel too great. Don't have a ton of engage yourself. And going with the Jax.
Hey, I guess just go with a bit of pressing in the solo lanes here, because they're going to be really active, it feels like, especially with Wei on the Jax. The availability of the K'Sante is definitely there and of comfort, but the Udyr has been the pick of choice for Cube in the past for OMG. And it is going to be the lock-in for the 15th time. So we were talking about, Bing has played 16 different champions. Well, now Cube has played Udyr 15 times.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of their picks, right? I mean, you hit on it. The Udyr, the Viego, the TF, Rakan, OMG have so many signature champions. Going to be able to get their hands on at least one with Udyr. And I got to say, I kind of like what OMG put together more. You have the Jax in the jungle for RNG. I'm interested to see what it's going to be able to do. I think it can find aggression in the 1v1 and the 2v2 around mid jungle. But at the same time, I'm wondering how much prio they're really going to be able to get across the map to allow for that. And OMG have a ton of ways to be able to dive on the Smolder. They have the Senna enabling it from the backline. You have the Dawning Shadows to throw on top of that to give even more stability. So we're going to see, right? You have strong individual champions for RNG, but can they string them together? Can they make it to the mid game and let the Hwei and Smolder have a chance to carry?
There's a lot of scaling in this game, a lot of insurance policies being paid forth here by both squads, but I think the story does come down to a lot of the want of both these teams. OMG want to be a serious contender. They want to move to a positive win score in their season. RNG just want to stay alive. They want to be able to make anything out of this really rough season so far, and they want to stay out of being eliminated from playoffs. And I think this season has been a tough one for both these squads in different ways, but RNG relying on comfort, relying on something that has worked in the past for them in the Smolder. We'll see if OMG can pick apart that win condition.
Yeah, and RNG, if they lose, they're out because of their game difference. Right now, they're sitting at -12. Cannot afford anymore. So RNG's playoff dreams are on the line in this game against OMG.
The RNG fans out in force. They know what today has in store for it. And Shanghai is starting to get filled up to the brim there as you see the camera angles and the crowd in full force. But again, a serious series for RNG. An organization who has known the highest of highs and now looking to stay away from the lowest of lows.
I think what they're going to need is going to really have to be based around mid especially. I think Tangyuan should have a fine time in this lane. I mean, you have a lot of range to play with. I think the amount of CC you have built into your kit as a Hwei as well makes it really hard for already find any opportunities on you. You should have lane push. So using that to enable your Jax and setting up for the sword, like you said, in Hwei, feels like it needs to be the plan for RNG.
But he's Jax. He doesn't have a real weapon. It's not a sword. What do we do?
You know,
Also,
I just want to eternally now think of Jax as a fisherman. Ever since they've added that into the game, that is by far one of my favorite interactions in League of Legends.
If you don't go that skin, you're doing it wrong, I guess. You get trades
I
in the
agree.
top side 1v1 there. Also, I want to beg your ideals about the TP tech for Nautilus that we're seeing rise to prominence here. I feel like it gives you so many options with the farming, or the farming Nautilus rather, to move around the map.
Yeah, and I mean, not needing heal, right? There should be no kill threat in the lane from RNG. So, and a lot of the times, right, when you're opting into these Nautilus Senna lanes, that is the case. Not needing something like a heal. You have the heals coming out from the Senna to provide the sustain. So, I definitely love the adjustments to TPs. I think having as many TPs as you can just opens up so many different map plays on side lanes. We'll see if OMG does any wacky things as this game goes on, right? Because have a beautiful 1-3-1 with the Udyr and the Ahri, and they really can just pull RNG all around the map.
The TPs will help that as well. We take a look at the mirror inside starts for both these junglers. And we'll be opting into the opposite side focuses at least. And the push already here from OMG. They're able to collapse a gigantic minion wave.
OMG doing a nice job so far in the spot lane. kind of that in their top side, right? That is where they're strong. We did see in mid, Tang Yuan winning out in trades, as you would expect. Really able to take advantage of that range. So far, I think things going according to plan for both sides. And the question is just going to be about which jungler gets involved first. I'm curious, especially if Xiaofeng ends up looking for any opportunities mid with how much Tang Yuan's been pushing up.
You have the option, right? We actually see the Scuttle Crab opposition, I guess, for both these two guys. But I think if we do end up getting something, it would be a little bit delayed for OMG in this regard. I really think they want to get Angel out of mid lane as well, but they're able to play pretty safely. And that's where we have a little bit of time to focus on what I feel like in past seasons would have literally been a world championship caliber bot lane in LWX and Ming. And something that I feel like is a elephant in the room is the lack of duality between the two.
Yeah, they have not played well. They really haven't played well together. Haven't looked good individually. Again, Ming's had some moments, I feel like. LWX as well, but it definitely feels like he was especially the rougher one early on in the split. And it's just surprising. I mean, with how little RNG has changed as well coming out from last year, I think it's even more surprising at how poorly they've started off the split so far. And I mean, you can only guess what's going on behind the scenes for underperformance of this nature to come through, because maybe RNG shouldn't be like a top 4 or top 5 team with this roster by any means, right? But they at the very least should be towards that bottom end of playoffs.
Yeah.
And just hasn't been able to get there. But
I
maybe
would
this
see.
is where it changes, Mazel. Maybe
might
this game right here.
And the one
guess
before. And
I was gonna
anytime
say,
it gets smaller.
I guess technically it would have been the last series if they ended up winning here, but still, the point stands.
There's a sunny side on the horizon here. We do have the objectives already started up. It looked like Wei just wanted to make sure to grab at least one, but now knowing that OMG are collapsing around the bottom side objective, he will just go for all 3. At least now just being able to clear those up. It will be the trade early. And both teams kind of piloting away from each other so far.
And you can see the lack of threat in the bot lane where, I mean, PPGod is actually up on farm over LWX so far, which is something you really don't see, right? Typically, the farming support is 10, potentially even 20 CS down when playing up against actual marksmen. But OMG been able to do a good job. We'll see if RNG can fully commit. Man, 4 members here.
Hey, if you're going to commit to the bit. Cube going to try to tank this one up, but they already know what's coming. He wants to get the minion wave down, but he doesn't have enough time. And here comes the collapse from RNG. Ming's not even around anymore, and that's first blood to Royal Never Give Up.
They use 2 ultimates. They commit 4 members. But at the end of the day, they pick up the kill. It looks like they shouldn't even be able to get a plate on top lane. OMG going to try and find a response, but LWX showing the respect that's needed.
He's such a good little dragon. Able to
Yeah.
play pretty safe. They do take 2 plates in the bottom side. A solo one there for PPGod as well. They were starting to move Angel, but good communication from RNG meant that LWX backed off. We'll see a renewed state of game where RNG have a little bit of an advantage in the topside play.
Yeah, it's nice to see. And this is what you're talking about with fitting the game plan of at least fitting the style of how RNG have been lately, right? Where we're saying like, hey, their top side was a bit better when LWX started performing. I love them just leaving him here by himself. I love that he's respecting the potential aggression. And
You
I
just
think
gotta make
stability.
it to 225. That's all you
Exactly,
gotta
right?
do.
You just need to find stability, and they've been able to do it so far in this first 7 minutes.
That 33 stack mark already going to be looking to get some skirmishes going as time goes on here. I think that's where I want to return to the conversation of the Smolder versus Senna and kind of how OMG can tool this into a victory. We talked about it in draft. The amount of CC lockdown they have to specifically target LWX is huge, and they will be able to have pretty nice sustained fights if they want to go for the 5-on-5s.
Yeah, and I mean, for OMG, it's just all about the dive, right? It's literally everybody running at the Smolder. Or even if Tang Yuan ends up being the bigger threat, right? And LWX maybe gets set behind for whatever reason. Nautilus, Ahri, Wukong, they will be able to get to the backline, especially if they have flashes up. So I think for OMG, it's just going to be about finding those angles, warding for flanks. For RNG, it's going to be about marking those flanks and being able to pay attention. LWX's positioning is going to be the most important thing in this game. And even then, he could position perfectly, and still Flash Cyclone might come on top of you, and what could you do?
Yeah, sure. The bane of an ADC, the bane of a little dragon. Actually see consistent move from Angel down towards mid lane, or bot lane from mid lane. Hasn't been able to find the full pull off just yet, and again, it's just very difficult to finally tackle this LWX bot lane because they can play so safe.
Yeah, and they have been playing far back. They have been respecting. It's been at the cost of their plates. Is Wei now gonna see
Level
if he can
6s
find
are there.
anything?
Oh, they took the bait. Ming wants to go back in, and Wei has the angle here. Abel knows what's coming down, and Mommy is called. And beautiful predict from Wei. The sword is unleashed, and LWX gets the kill.
Nice job by them. I mean, OMG wanted to go for it because they were hitting 6 first. But RNG, knowing that timing, having Wei come down so they can pick up a kill for themselves. And the fact that it goes on to Smolder is beautiful.
Really, really good target prioritization there on the map. And Wei able to have a lot of influence in this early game so far, and that's where RNG can find advantage, and we've seen them do so in the past. Now, we look back at the replay here. It was just that good timing.
Yeah, right? I mean, we see level 6 come out for PP God. They want to go for the engage. And sadly, it seals their fate because then the lockdown from the Alistar is enough. But there it is, like you said, the prediction from Wei, knowing he's going to have to run forward. I mean, had he not come to Flash, still would have gone down anyway, so maybe would have been the right call. But I understand the attempt to get out, especially because Abel was just throwing out the root, so maybe there's a world where that lands on the Jax, he root all 3, and somehow PP God gets away on a sliver of health.
I would be surprised here if OMG don't want to contest the grubbies. Maybe 6 grubs over to this RNG squad, just furthering their late game win condition. Here comes OMG's contest. RNG do get 4th, but they will not get in any more at least.
Oh, and these teams, they're looking to
They
scrap.
want to get a 5th. They really just want 1 more. If RNG can force this, that's big. Oh, it's a smite fight. Oh, he got it. OMG deny the 5th stack.
Yeah, it seems like neither team being too comfortable in just outright starting off a fight because of the lack of ults. You know, PP God not having his Surge Line, LWX not having... I guess LWX was there, so that not really dissuading RNG, but OMG not wanting to look for the tussle without that ult on PP God. Angel's ult, though, was just forced out.
And now we reset and go fight for the dragon, because OMG would be stacking a 2nd one, as well as Xiaofeng going down towards that bottom side.
RNG might not even look to contest. We'll see, because Wei's camps are on the bottom side, so you'd expect him to path down there unless he's going to look to come cover top. And oh, actually,
They're
that's
spotted out, though.
Yeah, 3 members though.
Is it enough? He just needs to clear the wave a little bit. He's going to pop that ghost, run his way out of there with the Phoenix stance, and able to be just fine on the Udyr while the dragon started up by OMG, so 2nd dragon will be secured by them.
Yeah, there should have been no world where RNG looked to go for a right. I mean, you still have the Smolder getting his stacks, not really looking for the confrontation. But the fact that they're not able to find more like they were looking for is...
Oh, Abel's in a lot of trouble. He's could go down here. 1 more auto. He's going to flash out. Depth charge used by PP God to get him his way out.
Yeah, that was so close. And you do not need LWX picking up another kill. So not only do they defend their bot lane turret, they actually do end up picking up the one in top. So RNG, despite all my criticism, having a much better game so far than we even saw in their series win against AL.
Got themselves a hefty chunk of gold early on here with a scaling bottom lane in the Smolder. They also will have a Trinity Force completed. So the top side matchups are going to get even spicier now because they also have the Eclipse for Breathe. So trying to get these first item spikes out on the board for RNG is now the play.
Yeah, Triforce also picked up by Wei. That's going to be a significant one. Even something as small as Sorcerer Shoes on Wei, I mean, it's going to make it so your trades under the Ahri are going to be that much more meaningful. So I think RNG coming into a point of power, but when they're the team that still feels a bit fine sitting back, I think they should be okay with this. The thing I'm curious about as the game continues is the Smolder scaling. Is this stuff going to be more meaningful than just the way the comps play out? Right? Because at the end of the day, if Xiaofeng, Angel, PP God, these guys can get on Smolder, it doesn't matter how many stacks, how strong he is. he should go down.
Trying to figure out why they did the super zoom in of mom call, but it's back up, ready to go, and RNG are looking to collapse over this bottom side as well.
A lot of members here. No wave makes this hard unless able. Ooh, I'm always a bit scared for the OMG bot lane just because of their flippy tendencies in the past. If they would have actually looked for that fight.
So is Smolder just the ticket for RNG at this point? Like, it looks like a completely different team, and it looks so efficient when they're playing around it like this.
You know, I want to say yes, but at the same time, that does feel way too... It feels too cheap to just be like, hey, Smolder. Because at the same time, right, RNG did lose a game with Smolder this series against AL. And,
But it's the strategy of how they play together when this is the pick. I feel like that is the essence.
So you're saying more about just ignoring LWX, leaving him on his own devices,
Yes, I think
and
so.
playing elsewhere. I agree. That probably is the bigger part of the deal. Is right now Ming just going to defend Breathe. Hell, even thinking back to the Xiaohu top split when Ming was constantly going top. I think playing around top is weirdly enough been where modern RNG have looked most comfortable.
Yeah.
Which sounds crazy when, you know, the essence of RNG is the long time with Uzi, giving everything the bot lane.
The
Completely
puppy.
flipped on its head.
And now we feed the puppy sparingly. As Turret does get traded back down, that won't be much, but it's a little bit of something to keep the lead about a 1,000 gold differential.
So
Now,
what you're...
yeah.
Wait, you made me realize something. So what you're saying is... So Uzi was the puppy. LWX is some kind of creature, animal, plant, like something that runs off photosynthesis. You
Oh.
feed him nothing, he does his stuff on his own. He stands in the
So he's a
sun.
plant.
Yeah, you know, that's how you made it sound to me.
I just said feed it sparingly. It's like a diet.
But that's
you know,
animal
when you put your-
cruelty, you know what I mean?
No,
You
it's
know,
not. You just put your animal on a diet. Like, that's normal. Sometimes. If they, you know, they're a little too big, too chunky. This dragon is not chunky just yet. He's at 129 stacks, though, so he's at least got a little bit of extra AoE power to him. But next up on the Rift is the Rift Herald use of Wei. I want to see where he tries to get this gold. Looks like it's going to be the bot side tower, potentially. But with the Breathe back, that won't be the case.
No, and if we look at the state of the map, I mean, you could look mid. OMG don't have a ton of wave clear anyway, so realistically, if RNG do just start breaking open the game, that one will be quite easy for them to take. But if they break open mid, it's going to make it so much easier for them to threaten collapses on the side laners like Cube and Angel, who should be looking for that 1-3-1 like we talked about. So we'll see what they do. Herald, I feel like this split has been mostly relegated to use to just gain Prio to Dragon, a lot more so than it was last year.
It's I was gonna say it's curious. This is also curious because Angel's gonna have to burn his flash and immediately use the Spirit Rush as well.
So gets out. Not gonna have that up for Drake. If RNG do decide to contest that one, you would think it'd actually be a decent time with the fact that they did just get that flash out and the ult.
Got pretty even item separation here. We do get the Rift Arrow finally utilized. Again, the distraction Carnifex in the mid lane. RNG pull the attention of OMG, get priority from mid lane to move into the Dragon Pit now. See if OMG are still going to contest, actually.
That's what I'm wondering, right? Because again, you have Angel now, no ult, no flash. Can TP in, has it available, and OMG at least look interested.
They're going to
Oh, and they are.
So RNG are not starting it up yet. RNG get caught wanting. Wei was soloing it. Here comes Mother. Not gonna do too much but dissuade OMG off of that one. RNG a little bit split on their decision here, and now OMG have a way of contesting.
Yeah, it looks like RNG weren't willing to fully commit, and they were just trying. They were wondering themselves if OMG were going to commit, which is why they brought Breathe all the way down to bot.
Xiaofeng's all by himself, but the engage goes through. That was PP God with the dredge line. Wei is already got out of the fight, and that's a really big ticket if you're wanting to take a dragon. Your jungler is gone, which means OMG stream forth into the dragon pit. Breed doesn't really have a way out. He's a big crocodile, but he finally does. He does end up burning his flash. Dragon number 3 to OMG.
And the hesitation punishing RNG there. It seemed like they were too worried about covering that flank from Xiaofeng. I think it was Wei. Someone was marking him off on the flank, and that just allowed Abel to keep hitting him. Now it's sole point for OMG at 18 minutes.
That's a pretty big win condition there. At least a lot of the speed provided by Cloud Soul will be really nice, especially for Cube and the like. Angel. And I do wonder now, RNG losing a lot of the lead they had developed for themselves, tying up the evenness of the goal differential, and again, that hesitation.
Right, you can see Breathe, he's worried about Xiaofeng, and RNG all just kind of slowly stepping forward, but it allows for the engage to come through. LWX not in range to put up any damage. They have the burst to just take him out outright. As Wei.
Okay. He's going for a contest. You see Tong Yuan doesn't have much mana. He's going to make his way out of that one. Wei is still here, trying to contest over Xiaofeng. He's been taking a little bit of his farm away.
I think it's going to be interesting this game because since we have such an early soul, we're going to have to see RNG fight the next Drake, right? And that could be where OMG find the explosion. That turns into a Baron, and they could actually start moving this game forward. Because now gold is still incredibly even. Hell, RNG actually being the team up in gold from all the earlier trades.
And we haven't seen the advantage for LWX just yet. Obviously, he's scaling, but this is kind of the ticket we wanted to see if you're facing up against a Smolder. You press your advantages. You have a very centered dive composition so that once LWX does get ahead, he won't have the items to really rebuff a huge dive attempt onto him. And you have to pick apart the RNG comp early and often. And OMG have done just that in little ways. I think RNG had those advantages early, but we've seen a falling off of that.
The one thing I will say about RNG's comp is it isn't as tanky or beefy as what OMG bring to the table, though, right? So, hell, we saw that in the last fight, at how quickly they were brought down. Okay, I was wondering how much confidence Cube brought to the table, and he brought just enough.
Just enough.
Not too much.
Yeah. It's like when you're baking a cake. A Breathe crocodile cake.
It takes confidence to make a cake? I guess it would.
Absolutely. Have you ever made a cake?
You know,
You don't have confidence. It turns out not
I
great.
want to say I have, but I don't remember. So we're actually going to say no.
Well, then next time we hang out in the future, we have to bake a cake. We can make an LPL cake.
You know who you should get on that? You should hit up the main man, Ashin. I don't know why
Is
I'm
he a
referring
baker?
this to Ashin, but it's like, I don't want to deal with it, so...
Oh, there's no backing to it. It's not like she's like a renowned baker that you just don't want the pressure.
He might be. Ashin might be
He
a renowned
might,
baker.
anybody might be.
He seems, Ashin seems like the kind of guy who could do anything he sets his mind to. So I'm going to say yes, he's a renowned baker.
All right, you learn something new every day.
And you know what?
I'm a renowned physicist.
Ooh, finally going for a fight.
Cube needs to kind of get some
Just can't
damage
do
back
anything.
in check on the RNG because he is an Udyr. Got the collapsing Ming here, but there is a reason why Cube has picked this champion 15 times. It's because he can take the pressure.
Especially this game, right? A ton of AD on the side of RNG, so he's been able to go for the Bramble Vest, the Frozen Heart, and really just index into only having armor so far in the game. And you could see Wei and Breathe, Renekton and Jax not going to be a force that's able to take him down. He's finally going to start going towards that MR. You'd assume the Kanik Rooker is going to be what comes next. Knowing that now 2 items on Tong Yuan, he's going to start being a problem that Cube has to deal with, especially with, just how low Hui's cooldowns are as the game progresses. Really,
Yeah.
throwing out the QE, Cube gonna have to deal with standing in that. So I like the itemization choices made thus far. And now we're getting to the point, Mazel. 40 seconds, the Dragon to decide it all. Unless for whatever reason OMG decide not to take the fight and are like, oh.
They just take the fight already.
Angel?
As Angel getting spiraling despaired. Mother will not hit home there. Gotta make sure to coordinate that. And now RNG moving forward into a dragon pit that needs to be fought over. OMG can give this one.
And I was scared that that's what OMG were going to do regardless, as there it is, 231 on the stacks now for LWX, so it does have that execute.
Pretty huge. They go in. They actually get that bird. PP God realizes they need to walk away from the dragon. RNG are now going to start their own dragon, potentially, if they can force off OMG. LWX still playing pretty far up.
If he got his TP, he's going to come back in. I think ideally OMG would want to fight this here because the longer the game goes on, the more annoying it should get for them. What is that TP?
PP God's in a lot of trouble here. He does have the rest of the team right behind him, though. They're trying to get priority in mid lane from OMG. They do so, but RNG moving over to the dragon, trying to play off this control ward here.
Okay, trying to force them off so far, but I like it. OMG regaining vision as a team. Again, they have a ton of meatballs, so it isn't that hard for them to face check.
You gotta be careful about some of the spacing tools. Oh, there we go. A little bit of damage, but RNG are looking for a fight. LWX goes over. This is beautiful for LWX. They are front to backing, and OMG are getting dwindled here. RNG pull the trigger. They pull the dragon, and OMG realize they can't fight the heat.
No, not ready for it. And now RNG going to be able to turn back to Drake, but OMG maybe thinking about rejoining the brawl. Cubus TP.
LWX and Co in the pit. He gets his own dragon there, and now he's moving as Mother comes out yet again. The cooldown's so short. He's moving away from Cube. Ming's getting brought down, but you gotta watch the executes. They're gonna start piling up here as LWX is under duress. Wei is still alive. OMG, you gotta finish the kill. Did they not teach you to double tap? Finally, he goes down. Xiaofeng gets the kill, but OMG, they score some back.
And this is where it's going to really count, right? Because OMG, you're going to have to run towards the Baron. 2 people are dead. If they can get that and start building a gold lead, that might be exactly what they need to actually get ahead in this game. Because denying that soul, picking up some kills of their own in the initial fight was pretty big for RNG.
We finally get some action. There was like 3 kills in 22 minutes, and it's not much more, but we actually get some more coming down. Baron is started. No way on the table. RNG got to make something happen. A miracle, potentially. Or maybe just a little dragon. They don't get the engage from PP God now as well. RNG moving in now with Ming. They can try to deny this. They can get a lot of damage down. Ming goes in to sacrifice his life. LWX has the angle. LWX has one. Is this another pentakill? Maybe they could set it up, but Cube is able to walk away the rest of the team. Maybe not so lucky, though. Breathe cuts him down and back onto the Baron, but this time it's RNG.
RNG, they're able to find the engage, and now they're going to be able to take the Baron, so clearly finding a formula that works. And unexpected, right? OMG not able to come into this game really all too much so far. You do have a strong Udyr. Have some items on Xiaofeng. Maybe there's possibilities in fights going forward, but they have never been able to find their way onto LWX.
LWX doing so much work. Starting to see what the smolder brings to the table for RNG. The answer has not been up to snuff so far from OMG in the Senna, and we see them be picked apart by the little dragon.
And this was so crazy, right? Such an extended standoff in skirmish, but we see RNG do end up getting forced back because of their low health bars, because of how long this did go on. But then, Mazel, it gets a little bit weird. This Counter-Strike allows Wei to stay alive a lot longer than he should have. And oh, I guess we're just going to jump over here. Tang Yuan, I think, is another kind of low-key person to highlight in this. That first QE, I think, doing massive amounts of damage across the OMG squad.
We see back in the live picture here, the outer tower got taken in mid lane, and they were onto a tier 2. Now Ming trying to find Xiaofeng and Angel there. RNG just looking for picks in the downtime, but now an outer tower should be going down to Breathe.
Playing out their 2 lanes so far. I doubt OMG will put themselves in a position to really be picked off. And it looks like so far maybe signaling for a pivot towards mid. Still have a lot of time to work with this Baron.
OMG actually looking for a play on bottom side. Anytime you see Angel and Xiaofeng connect, it can be lethal. Abel still miles away from the scaling department. We're over 300 stacks now for LWX, and it does not stop. This execute is going to be ridiculous, and you've got to find ways to temper the heat.
having complete confidence, is playing out the 2 lanes, not even afraid of OMG over-committing to one side. Looks like they're hoping to threaten that on bot, but the push and pull between mid and bot's pretty nice so far from RNG. So OMG not feeling comfortable enough to commit anywhere.
A substantial lead now for RNG, almost 6,000 gold, and not something you can say they've had a lot of in this split, even though they do have those 3 series wins. And that is the conversation I want to return this back to, because this series matters, I feel like, the most for RNG in keeping themselves away from the shadows that would be a playoff-less postseason. And OMG themselves in a much better position, but not in this game.
Yeah, for RNG, it's about putting off the sadness. You know what I mean? Because if RNG lose here
Delay
today,
it.
they're out. If they win here today, it's still incredibly unlikely that they make it. I know that. You know that. Everyone knows that. But hey, if you can at least feel good about another win for another day, that is what counts. But hey, no one gets to feel good right now because Engage already coming through.
They actually have Breathe coming in, but the fight's already kicking off here as Mother is called, and here comes the executes. Oh, they actually find him! They find him! They actually got LWX! Breathe can't do anything! That was the one thing we said needed to happen, and now OMG, they just got to turn the fight around afterwards. Breathe is in some trouble. He's trying to heal up, but he can't do it. Wei is about to go down to Xiaofeng, and OMG, by golly, they've done it!
LWX ending up too far forward. Still had Flash available too, I believe, at the time. I don't think that one came up right as Engage happened, but it might have. We'll see in the replay, because that's going to be crucial. Now it's going to lead OMG to be able to turn onto the Drake. I like that RNG are answering back, or at least trying to, but this DP going to shut down everything.
I will just say, as the Smolder, I'm nowhere even close to touching the caliber of these players, but when you are the Smolder and you have all of that pressure on your back because you know how ridiculous this champion is, these moments feel 1,000 times more impactful and that much worse.
And I checked, his flash did come up right as he died. So moves forward, leaves himself vulnerable to Cube, running him down, the Udyr stun right into the Cyclone. Not a whole lot of chance.
They
for
have to
movement
play
come
towards
through.
him, though. Like, nobody was there to peel for any of that.
Well, I mean, to be fair, right, they didn't expect the flank to come through,
Yeah.
right? It seemed like RNG thought they were the ones starting off the fight. They were the ones running down OMG. But they quickly found out otherwise. So, nice return by them. Again, a lot of this being set up by that Udyr that you highlighted, Cube, loving going back towards.
Just
Still
runs at
RNG
people.
4K gold up. I think they're still in a pretty decent position.
We did see the Soul picked up by OMG. That makes it even easier to run down LWX once you pop your ultis. And that's what I want to see, a holistic change in literally just RNG. Wherever LWX is, put 4 bodies around him, keep him safe. Because this is your win condition.
Yeah, it feels a bit rough because then, I mean, Jax and Renekton are just functioning as meat shields. We'll see if it can work out, because even then, right, then you're even potentially setting up for just 5 of your team getting cycloned, and then it leading to an even bigger wipe than it would have before. We'll see, though. I think Tangyuan also can be a large player in this. We've seen every team fight where OMG are grouped up. He actually is the person putting off some of the most damage. Now being 3 items strong.
Oh, Wei does a lot of damage right there. Spiraling Despair used onto the clone. Very unfortunate there. So decent cooldown. It'll be back up shortly, but decent cooldown utilized. RNG were just trying to find a play.
And now we're at a point where it's all about dancing around this Baron. Baron about to be up in 5 seconds. Cube does have TP to where Breathe does not. I guess we're going to find out how well OMG have timed these summoners. Doesn't seem like it because Cube is going to run up here to meet up with his team himself.
We do have 4th item for LWX, which is big. You know, first 4th item in the game. We also have 3 items for a lot of other members across the board for them. So the power spikes are really starting to hit that late game potential.
Yeah.
And I think one big catch out means the difference, like that anchor.
I want to highlight that 4th item too because it's GA, which means if the same thing happens as it did last time, at least LWX will have a chance once that GA pops to potentially flash into an E and, you know, pop the ghost. Like there will be a potential chance to escape even if the engage comes on top of him.
They actually find a weird angle here with a bit of a choke point that Wei was trying to find his way into. As I do think that OMG pressing here is good. If they get one big hook from PP God is huge, and RNG realizing they're in a bit of a sticky situation will back away to defend the mid turret.
The problem is OMG don't have a ton of options, I think, to progress the game forward on this Baron, because it's like, sure, you can just start the Baron, but you're doing that against the Smolder ult, against all the AoE from the Hui, which is why they keep trying to just make plays and picks in the river
man.
itself and not funnel into a small choke point.
PP God just can't find the anchor to pull his team out of the depths of RNG's winning condition. Angel gets scared, pops the Spirit Rush, missing the charm as well. That's a big cooldown used. Angel's going to keep that last charge as long as he can. That is huge.
Ooh. And I think this is where OMG might have to stop looking for this. Not having the Spirit Rush means already now not going to be a piece you can really rely on to be able to follow up with you. I mean, last time it was Cube and Xiaofeng that were able to take down the Smolder, but again, you need to worry about the Hui.
Ooh, Breathe is chunked by Angel. Here comes PP God's final anchor, maybe, as he does go through the execute. Is starting to get pretty thick there from LWX as he starts to stack. OMG, this has been a game of let's test the waters. Okay, it hurts. Let's back away.
And I've been waiting to see when we hover over Senna to see how many stacks she's on herself, right? Because when you start getting some of that absurd range, that's where these standoffs do feel a little bit better for OMG.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll see that shortly, but a reset does end up coming through for OMG, so redeploy there. RNG will take the time to do so as well. They should be very close. Okay, they actually don't get that fourth item for Tang Yuan, so that's actually pretty big. But we'll get those item spikes really coming online here. 5th items being built towards as an Elder Dragon in sub-minute.
Oh, Ming!
Oh no, Ming. This can't be the catch out. They do anyways, and OMG, they have just made this a 4v5 fight for Elder Dragon.
It's like, all right, observers, we know Smolder 396 stacks. Let's hover over Abel.
You've just been watching that this entire time. You're just like, when are they going to do it? I mean, that's 400 stacks on LWX. That's insane.
But, you know, I think Abel deserves a little love, too. You know what I mean? Like, what if he has 400 stacks, Mazel? I guess that doesn't matter, because that's not possible.
You could literally shoot, like, across the map with that, you know?
They're going to go for the Baron. Let's see what RNG could do. They don't really have a great way of engaging on this.
They have good damage, though, but there's the pick out, and they're right on the way. That's the key target. He realizes it, and they back away, but it's not enough. LWX gets flashed on. They might have an angle here. Breathe is tanking up a storm. LWX just needs to get damage in. Breathe going forward. Breathe taking up, and look at LWX. He's a big, strong boy, and he's looking forward onto Xiaofeng. They find the angle. They find the fight. They take down PP God in a 4v5.
Not having the Cyclone to fall back on ended up biting OMG this time. RNG somehow get out like bandits. And Elder's up. Elder's up. You're missing PP God. They are going to try to buy time because PP God does have TP if they could dissuade RNG from committing to the objective.
They are flying in here as Cube having a little bit of speed at his back, trying to make a difference. Xiaofeng coming around the edge. Angle has a flank. They have a pincer maneuver available to them, but RNG don't know. And here comes the collapse. Angel's trying to pick off one. He's almost about to get executed. He burns his flash to get away. And OMG realize they can't stand the heat in the kitchen. They have to be careful because that pot's about to burn. They get it anyways. He steals the Elder, and OMG are looking to cook themselves. LWX is half health and backing away. Objective secured and over to the Baron.
A flip feels like the only way this game deserves to be decided. After all the shenanigans, all the standoffs we've been seeing in this game so far. So there they go, like you said, turning on to the Baron. I wonder if RNG are going to even look to contest. It'd be crazy, right? It'd be suicide.
It'd be so hard for them to even get there in time. At this point, they're going to try to get there. They have a little bit of Cloud Soul helping them, but it's not going to be enough. So double mega buffs for OMG.
Yeah, I mean, this was close before. It was really going either way, just from the amount of mistakes we're having from both teams, right? People like Ming overstepping a little bit, Angel being forced to blow ulti earlier on. I was really delayed how long this game has gone. Now, though, with the pushing power they have, with the team fighting power they have, it's going to be about how much of the base they could break down, because Angel, once again, really being the one to start off buying time. for OMG to be able to find
He's
this,
so
but
scared.
he was, but it's here where RNG realized, hey, we have to get this guy out of here. Xiaofeng can look for the steal, and then they just commit. They look for the flip. Both teams still throwing abilities at the Drake.
Oh. Yeah,
Just ever
because
so slightly.
Way just not able to get it there, and really clutch decision making from OMG to stay in the fight.
They needed to, right? I mean, hell, had that Elder gone over to RNG, it would have 100%, I think,
Oh,
been
yeah.
GG with the fights. But now, we're going to see what they can make do with. They do have the range from the center to be able to play with. They're not leaning into the 1-3-1, which I think makes sense. Would be a bit dangerous. You open yourself to engages. But look at Breathe and
They don't have
Top.
a way of dealing with him. Okay, so Breathe is actually more scared than OMG were. They called a bluff because they didn't have a way of answering. I mean, they had the empowered backs of Baron, but they didn't have anybody in position as it was crashing onto the inhib turret. But now RNG back to defend bot side.
See what they're able to do.
Oh, that's Lord
What-
Doms for LWX.
Yeah, now it doesn't matter how much frontline OMG has. He will just be able to melt right through it. It's just ain't possible. Hui Smolder, they are killing these minions so easily.
Wonder, a little bit of picking apart from OMG does lead to a couple turrets going down. And that's the biggest thing I'm finding about this. We're about to crest into 40 minutes. Literally all eyes on both Abel and LWX. Maybe a little bit more so on LWX, but if he positions correctly and he can buy time, the sustained fights will lead to Smolder's victory.
Oh!
No. Oh no, that can't happen though. You cannot lose your front line, your beef. As now OMG, they're looking to make mincemeat out of RNG. They have the Elder, or at least the buff from LWX isn't going to be enough. Cube is a monster here as Breathe fights back. They do end up picking apart a 2-for-2.
What a beautiful start from Angel with the charm, but they're able to turn it back around. And I think one of the things that's going to matter a lot going forward, which is why I've continued to emphasize the play, is that he performs a lot better as a secondary damage dealer in my mind, a more consistent damage dealer than the Ahri will in the long run. But if Angel can keep finding charms like that, you're still going to see the value.
Rabadon's completed there for Tong Yuan, but we take a look back at the fight here.
Yeah, I believe it was Angel with the charm, spear rushing in to get that one. Starts off right away. But just look at how easily we're going to see when LWX gets involved. I believe he's going to take down the Senate here.
God.
Just two abilities thrown out, immediately dead. That's the consistent DPS on the side of OMG, and that's really all she wrote. Is RNG now just going to be able to run OMG back to their base.
The push and pull that will not give up. Both teams fighting tooth and nail again. RNG, they cannot lose this series if they want to have any hope that is in the postseason, even if that's a far grasp. You see OMG having trouble taking down RNG. They were at a deficit for a long time. They find themselves in an advantage here with this Senate comp. A GA now completed for Xiaofeng, and they will have a lot of power coming into the next fight.
You know, we still haven't been on setup. I'm still just staring intently bottom
We're
left
not
corner.
allowed.
Still gonna keep going for the
That's 500
siege.
stack. Okay, we got it. It's 500
Oh, there it
stacks
is.
to 190.
90, yeah. Oh my.
That's a lot
What
of
a-
set of stacks. 190.
Yeah, I mean, it just shows how far we're getting in this game, right? 41 minutes. We've already been through an Elder. We've already been through a couple of Barons. Full builds on Smolder. Full build on Angel.
But this is the time that means one catch out, one big fight is the end of the game. We have one Elder Dragon coming up in 45 seconds. Ming, last time around, got caught out ahead of time. This time not going to be the case. Angel waiting in the wings, waiting for a pick.
Ooh, and, you know, OMG have the two TPs they could utilize, but no, they just want to fight.
This is a good fight for LWX. He is untouched and he has angles. He has so much vision. And look at the execute. That's already a double kill for RNG. Now they need to pounce on LWX. They can't get him. LWX is untouched and the president is rocking it as RNG moved to mid lane.
And I feel like this is it. This should be the nail in the coffin. OMG, I understand not looking to pull RNG apart when you don't have the TPs up, and having two TPs available. Breathe had already used his. I feel like just grouping up in front of the Dragon Pit wasn't the call.
Will be the call now. As they finally move back, Angel was on vision there, at least actually wasn't. And now they move Xiaofeng over to try to get a steal, but they just engage on him immediately. And that execute is going to start getting oh so close, and the Elder Dragon from Smolder pops the GA at least, and now the rest of the team will just collapse completely onto him. And they'll turn away for the real Elder Dragon now, unless Angel can stop him. Oh, trying to pop his GA at least.
I mean, he's pretty much on 600 stacks now, so like it's only getting worse and worse as we progress. Looks like OMG, they aren't going to stop sending it, though. Look at the mini-map. We have PP God and Abel on their way.
Oh, the flash from Angel! He goes golden. Dawning Shadow, cross flash from Tong Yuan. Here comes PP God. I don't think they have the fight left in him, though. Abel's here. Look at him. He's chunking. But here comes Mommy. LWX is coming forward, and that execute's going to start burning. Wei finds the backline access, but can't get the counter-strike off. LWX finds another one, and that's RNG. They know their win condition. They know what works, and they always call Mom.
RNG punching up the 15th place team, taking down the 10th. This is who is sitting in that last playoff position right now in RNG with a statement in game 1.
They picked the Smolder. They knew they had the win condition. They just needed to get there. And who better than put it in the hands of a former world champion in LWX who hasn't had the brightest of days this split, but will have a bright one here. And RNG, that's a point of pride to start off this best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, you said it right. It's they have the Smolder. It ends up doing the work in the end. Tong Yuan also didn't end up dying this game, so yeah, I'm interested to see what his damage numbers end up looking like. But it was a bit rough from OMG. This very messy game from both teams, and you could see a lot of times where it's like the angles weren't there for either side. And I don't know, Mazel. Next game gonna be weird. I'm ready for it.
I'm just wondering if OMG are coping and they're going to go let the Smolder open again, or if they'll finally go ahead and take that one away from RNG. We'll see after a break. We'll be back with game number 2. Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL Spring Split 2024. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Lyric, and we're getting into game number 2 of our second series. RNG took a resounding win with a little bit of help from Smolder and his mom over OMG in that game 1.
Yeah, it was a game where RNG were able to start finding success from very early on. We saw a lot of that with Wei playing around that top side, and LWX was safe on his island. You know, playing very conservatively, not giving over any opportunities when OMG were committing 4 members down to that bottom lane. And we got to a point to where LWX was able to do what Smolder does, and that's get to like 500 or 600 stacks. I can't even remember at this point, Mazel, because that game had so many random standoffs for long periods of time. Despite it being a very one-sided game, it did go the distance. It did go 44 minutes.
We almost had like a 6,000 gold swing, or even more than that there in the one little slip up from RNG that OMG capitalized on. But it's crazy to me that we see Smolder be utilized so well by RNG and it not be banned away. As you see, the numbers speak for itself, almost over 50% damage done.
And now we see if OMG corrects where AL didn't and end up banning this out. Because, again, I don't just want to blame it on the pick itself. Again, I think we did have some kind of interesting conversations in terms of leaving LWX by himself, not necessarily trying to play around bot lane like they were at the very start of the season. But, yeah, getting their hands on Smolder has definitely been doing them favors in their last win and now being able to pick up in game 1. But, hey, if enemy's going to let it through and you have an AD carry who can pilot it and take over, you got to do it. You have to lean into the strat.
Yeah, you do, and they played around it well. That's something I want to bring back for RNG is it was not only the Smolder, but it's the way you play around an ADC like Smolder where you can play heavy-handedly away from it and have success in that factor, and we saw that utilized really well here.
It makes you wonder
God.
if RNG should just fully pivot every game, ban like Kalista, Varus, Solution, and then even if Smolder's banned, go back to the Zeres, go back to these other like hyperscale, you know, let them farm, let them survive type of champions, and just fully lean into that. Now, would that be good and would it work? Probably not, but it might be what fits RNG best because, yeah, they have been doing better in these past few series.
It's the way of executing that I feel like has been coming alive for them in that factor. And here we see them executing people because they have Elder Dragon on their team and not the buff. And I do wonder the switch up of sides, things like that could be a factor here, but specifically what happens if RNG can't get these kinds of picks and not finding the Smolder? Is there going to be still consistency there? Because RNG, again, they're on the backs of potentially being knocked out of playoff contention, even though that's a very far stretch. You want to belay that as much as possible. We do have the switch up of sides. OMG on the blue side, they ban away the Kalista and that Ashe. On RNG, we get the Viego ban again towards Xiaofeng and Tristana ban. There it is.
Yeah, so they do take it away. They did learn from AL's mistakes. And now for RNG, with where they can look for this third ban. They did... Karma would be the obvious one. They already banned Karma out on the blue side, so I would be a bit surprised if they didn't end up taking it away on red too. Especially considering they did win that game 1. No. So take away the Senna. So, yeah, Karma.
No scaling for you.
Karma is still something that is available. We've seen Angel play it, but do they just lean back into the Ahri?
And you just go for target selection. Can work out for you. We've seen the deadly duo, Xiaofeng and Angel, at it before. They will go ahead and grab the Ahri yet again. So, starting off with something pretty strong in the mid lane. See how they build around it.
Now, RNG have only played the Karma once, and it was a loss for Tangyuan, but I think there's no reason not to pick it up here. Get Prio in mid, having the shields. We've seen how many junglers, 80 carries that it could enable. Looks like they're going to go with the Varus, which also makes sense, right? Being the highest priority 80 carry that is left open.
I do really like it. I think it gives you just so much versatility. We've seen ADCs in the LPL run rampant with it, but again, the utility plus being able to carry. Now the Nautilus is there to counteract some of that CC chain that could be there for OMG in this first phase.
It's always fun with OMG drafts because you always have to especially wonder what Abel is going to play. I mean, hell, His most played champion is Ezreal. His second most played is Tristana. Third, Aphelios. Fourth, Samira. That is not the meta we live in. And he's going to continue with that. Early rotating the Zeri here, which is funny that there's something we talked about potentially that RNG could have done to keep playing that style that they did. It's another champion that Abel's bringing out for the first time this split, and now going to go with the Braum. So kind of interesting that I just listed all those, especially aggressive champions that OMG always play and always lean into, going the complete opposite way this time.
I really like the Zeri Braum combo. It provides so much damage with the concussive blows and the follow-up that you can provide there. Also, first on the split, at least for Abel. Very excited to see him grab this one with OMG backs against the wall in this series in particular. The Hui locked in yet again for Tang Yuan, and they know where some pieces fit for RNG.
Yeah, still pretty disappointed that we didn't get to see the Karma come out. I feel like it's still just so strong. It would have worked so on. Again, I think it could have enabled you a lot of options with your jungle. But now it's about where they're looking to ban out. I mean, both sides having mid and bot. RNG, I like it, right? Because it kind of acts as a double ban, banning out the Jax, both for Cube and Xiaofeng. Could also potentially signal them looking for a Xin pick.
I'd be curious who Zin's out pick. I feel like it's a jungler we've seen not picked up as perma often as it was before.
I think it's been weird because there's some teams that have been valuing it way more than earlier on, and so other teams where the prio really has just completely fallen off.
Curious enough, the Vi is banned by OMG. Usually a really strong combo with the Ahri there as well, and the second phase ban for that Jax being followed up here by RNG with something maybe bringing Breathe into more of a controlled matchup, but it will end up just being that Wukong focus towards Xiaofeng.
I think both sides, I mean, more so for OMG, but both sides definitely fearing the Vi, right? Zeri, I mean, that's her natural enemy. And for RNG, if for whatever reason it was left through and they let it go over to OMG side, they have 2 immobile carries. So that just being taken off the table is best for everyone. Things like Volibear, Xin Zhao, like we've highlighted, still being left up. Things like Poppy are there, but this definitely doesn't look like a Poppy game. Engage, in my mind, is what both teams should be looking towards.
Would be a classic for Wei as well if they want to grab this one. They do end up locking it in here too, so he will have the sword and be the general as well, it feels like, on the Xin Zhao. The answer is from OMG. No way. Not a 16th time. No way.
He's got 16 Udyr games, 5 on K'Sante. His next one is played. So what do we still have in the pool? We still have Lee Sin, Nocturne, being the big ones if they want some dive to be able to try and put some threat onto LWX and Tang Yuan.
The Bear is still really big in the damage department, but not as late game win condition as the Smolder. It is the Nocturne choice for OMG, so the pairing going to be even more crucial between Xiaofeng and Angel.
Haven't been the biggest fan of Nocturne so far this split, but I remember whatever Nocturne game we had last in the LPL, we finally started to see the move over to Stridebreaker, which feels a lot better than experimental Hexplate in my opinion, so it's been nice to see that come through. RNG now, hovering the K'Sante, you expect that to be locked through. They have one of the most, standard compositions I think you can imagine on this patch so far. A lot of range damage to play with, and still having the ability to try to threaten and lock down this Zeri with the other 3 members. So for OMG, I think it potentially is going to be a lot more chaotic, right? Because you're going to have Xiaofeng and Angel trying to put threat on Tang Yuan and LWX. You're going to have PP God pretty much being the sole buddy alongside Abel, and those two trying to navigate the Ming Wei and Breathe dive. So in my mind, it's kind of like more chaotic skirmishes potentially coming out for OMG. So where RNG going to benefit a lot from the front to back.
If both these teams were trying to shoot free throws, I feel like the basket for RNG would be a lot wider than it is for the other side for OMG. And the execution is definitely going to be more difficult, but it'll look a lot cooler if it does.
Again, I'm just surprised at the pivot from OMG today. At the coming in game 1 with the Senna, coming in game 2 with the Zeri. Really leaning away from their usual picks. Maybe reading into how weak RNG has been and thinking that they can lean on having some of these late game scaling options.
We already stated it multiple times, but RNG just trying to keep themselves afloat and not be out of playoff contention just yet, even though it seems like it's on the horizon. OMG, they came into this one needing to take care of business, put themselves at a positive win record here in this spring split. So far, they find themselves one loss away from going down to what can be one of the most bottom teams in the league this split, and has been. But we have our retooled compositions. We have a little bit of spice from OMG, but that execution window has to be perfect. They have to find a lot of proactivity for Xiaofeng on this Nocturne, as he won't want to just be a light switcher. RNG on the up and up here. Let's see how game 2 pans out.
碾碎他。
Yeesh. Those RNG fans out in force, man.
Yeah, the RNG fans not disappointing today. And, we've been talking a lot about, obviously if RNG lose, they are out. It's just done for them. Haven't hit much on OMG, but this loss would actually be huge for them, right? When they're in this battle to stay in playoff contention. Right now they are in that last spot, but Weibo are tied with them at 6-6, and their schedule is a bit hit or miss. LNG, another team I think a lot of people are looking to potentially move up in the standings because they still have, I believe it's EDG and RA. Yep, just double check that. So a lot of competition for OMG. They can't afford to lose series like this that they were favorites coming into.
If you ever wanted a direct representation of the preying on your downfall meme, it's LNG right now watching OMG fall to RNG.
Yeah.
As they want every possible scenario that OMG loses to come to fruition. We do see Vision being played. Xiaofeng spotted out Tang Yuan, going to try to contest him here with Wei following him up to try to deny this invade. And at least a couple of the little nuggies were taken away, but Wei will get the big chunky nuggies.
What a beautiful start, right? Going for the 3-man invade on Raptors, take that away, instantly cross back into your own jungle, and already starting off with a significant lead over Xiaofeng.
Level 2s have been gotten. That Unbreakable was popped by PP God, maybe signaling for an engage from Ming if you can find an angle with the anchor. Not going to go for it here, as now Wei not only just went and stopped up there to deny Xiaofeng, but now going back to where he started to finish his work.
Yeah, but because of that ward that he has in the brush, right, they were able to see that Wei left and didn't just make his way up to the red buff. So nice vision from OMG, sets up for Xiaofeng to at least be able to trade on reds. You would even expect him to probably move over to Krugs, take that camp away to make sure he's getting some gold, getting some XP.
One of those situations, if they didn't have a ward, then that would be a really big play from Wei, but really good vision. Yeah, they're going to show him moving out. So you see that trade up, and it might mean that we get focus for OMG towards Cube, but Wei has his eyes set on Abel and PP God. Oh, they just go for it.
Dive.
They just absolutely go for it. Beautiful juggling from Ming. He'll take that extra shot. They won't go for PP God, but they will get the kill and first blood to RNG.
Really nice focus. I was a bit scared that the dive would be too hard to pull off because we didn't see any heavy trades coming in earlier for RNG to set up for the dive, but having great focus to make sure they put all of their attention onto Abel and just delete him.
Knowing the Zeri doesn't have much sustainability, not even burning the flash there just to know that he was going down. Pretty big, but continuing that focus is needed for RNG. They might have struck first blood. But this is a series that they are the underdogs for sure. We'll see a continuation of what is the meta right now for the Udyr, as he will be proxy farming. We have objectives coming up in about a minute now, and I'm very curious to see if RNG want to put any focus towards bot side now with that advantage.
I think for RNG it makes sense. I mean, since we're back into the K'Sante Udyr territory of top lane matchups, it doesn't feel like there's a whole lot of emphasis going to be put up there, especially for the K'Sante side, in my opinion, where K'Sante Udyr is one of the matchups that I feel like did get a little bit impacted by the slight nerfs to K'Sante last patch, where now that he doesn't have the Q slow when he's all out, it gives Udyr such an easier time at being able to run away from the 1v1. So for Wei, I think it's keep focusing around bot, even if it's going to get harder to dive as PP God gets closer to that level 6, even just enabling LWX to get more plates. We know he's going the on-hit Varus route, is going to be able to try to match the carry force that Zeri will bring later.
So little vision play here. Wei did see Xiaofeng backing on a ward. Or at least they had spotted him out in the bottom side of his jungle. And OMG now redeployed towards the mid lane. They were pinged from RNG towards the dragon. And it is started up right now.
Go for it. OMG looks like they're not going to contest, just popping their heads out. They know exactly what's going on now, so you'd expect Xiaofeng to start making his way up towards the grubs. But, ooh, ping's actually coming out around mid. With Tang Yuan leaning down like that, it seems like OMG realized, hey, isn't going to be possible to make a play in mid. Just commit to the neutral.
Level 6s were coming up in mid lane as well. Angel trying to utilize that to some extent. Breathe gonna all-out cube under the turret. Getting stuck there. And the dragon traded for those 3 telegrubbies. As RNG looked to collapse on bot side yet again. They have Tang Yuan this time.
Yeah, they're going to have to really do a good job clearing this wave fast. You can see them trying their best right now with the E and Q coming out.
All right, here we go. Tang Yuan going to set it up, but they are just hovering. Wei has started the Krugs, and PP God almost goes down. Ming tanking the shots, and the kill goes over. Second blood to RNG. I don't know, though. Oh, Angel going for the charm on Tang Yuan. RNG get away unscathed and get another kill.
Nice job by them using the timing, making their way down to bot and finding another dive. I even like how at first you're like, well, with how far back Abel's playing and how isolated PP God is, let's just commit onto this target, and Wei going to be the one to pick that kill up.
It's a curious way to start the game. RNG leading through bot lane.
Are RNG going to 2-0 OMG?
I don't know, man.
Like, I know this is way too early to ask that question, but RNG finding 2 early game leads in 2 separate games in the series was not something I expected, as we see here, realizing the Braum by himself. Ming has to get out of there, but still Wei able to come in, finish off the kill. The aggro was actually picked up by LWX.
And I'll just say, Ming is feeling a lot more like Ming to me in this game already, in this series as a whole. He has had some of the big brain moments that I feel like was missing for a lot of the consistency in RNG's fashion. Now he'll find his way with Wei in the top side. And this is the trio that is so important to RNG, but they're about to get turned back onto. Xiaofeng has found the re-engage. Angel has found his angle here, and it's all falling apart for RNG as OMG capitalized.
Yeah, the counter gank was there. Both Angel and Cube joining up. Having the paranoia available made it so easy for Xiaofeng to be able to get there in time. So now the game completely even. That question, if RNG are going to 2-0, very preemptive, and OMG, nice to see them turn that on its head.
You just had to bring up the conversation so that OMG felt more willing to go for things, and they find the play.
And we can see how it all started. I'm actually a bit curious that this play took so long, that we can see from mid, right, that Angel was just able to run all the way up, right? Yeah.
They just don't have level 6s yet. It's so difficult. It's an Udyr, for God's sake. Like, we know it's hard to kill.
It's also your triple brick squad, right? It's all your beefy boys. It's no one with burst, no one with real damage. I mean, I guess Zinja does, especially this early on. But yeah, not enough to be able to delete the Udyr soon enough.
Gotta fear the deer in the side lane. Playing a lot of time, and honestly, the play call from OMG pretty big. Angel is going to get Spiraling Despaired. Wind does not become lightning for Wei. We'll actually transition across mid lane down towards bot side, and we should get a little bit more focus in this 3v3.
I think it's still only going to get harder and harder to be able to save your bot lane. We've seen those dives come through, but Abel and PP God have actually done a great job at staying even in CS. Hell, they've only lost 1 plate, and they've been able to get 1 plate for themselves.
And we already see a lot of efficiency from Xiaofeng here as well, in terms of the Nocturne ulti already being used to great advantage. And being able to answer anywhere that RNG is trying to make a play on is huge for them. Because we talked about kind of that focusing, the execution bar being a little bit higher for OMG. But if they can keep advantage and keep even, right, they have a lot of power going into the mid-game to late-game fights.
Yeah, I mean, and they just have so much threat on Tang Yuan and LWX. They're always going to have to fear anytime the jump in comes through. We do have our next set of grubs coming up in 10 seconds. OMG are already in position to pick them up. What? RNG are actually on their way to contest, maybe, huh? I wonder, okay, so they are just going to commit to getting Prio mid and moving back down to bot. I thought there was a possibility. They thought they might be able to contest topside, but it doesn't seem like it.
OMG want their telegrubbies, and they want them now.
Oh, poor Abel.
Wei, yeah, he's chased down by Wei. Yep, there you go. And even burns the Crescent Guard just in case to get the buffer. Ming gets the kill in the end, but the turret plates go over to RNG.
So they're going to be able to get more plates. Are going to lose grubs. That's where going to be most impactful in top, where we've actually seen Cube playing at turret, you know, pretty much the whole lane so far. So maybe for OMG, we're going to see them lean up there. And even if you don't kill Cassante, just going for the push, getting more of those plates. And we can even see Xiaofeng on the minimap working his way up there now.
Even with 4 plates going over to LWX, just giving this team that looks so deadly in side lanes for OMG 6 grubs to play around feels like you're waiting for your doom to come.
I guess the question is, we'll actually see either of these teams play around side lanes at all? Because even with the TP situation we were talking about in Game 1, or even ignore that, even just, you know, the champions that they brought onto the Rift, OMG were not leaning into that last time around.
True. Dragon at number 2 on the board for RNG if they want to start it up.
Right now they're being patient. Both top laners have teleports. Angel doesn't have flash, so it seems like it'd be an ideal time for RNG to try to look for something, not having to worry as much about the mobility of the R. He sure has a Spirit Rush online, but right, having that flash up, maybe being able to close the distance a little bit more against LWX can always be a bit more threatening. But looks like in the end, OMG aren't going to go for it. Xiaofeng just going to recall for his Stride Breaker.
Xiaofeng backed on a ward there, so it leads to RNG taking and pulling the trigger on the dragon. It'll be second dragon for them, so early stacking there. And does that mean that OMG are going to be forced to stop and deny some of this stacking now that the Chem Soul is on the board?
Looks like they were hoping to still find a position to fight if RNG overstayed and were looking to scrap themselves. But they have to be concerned because we still have Angel moving all around the map. Xiaofeng having Paranoia back up means there's always threat on this, against RNG.
The vision is out in force from OMG as well. Definitely not wanting to be caught unawares and maybe even catch RNG a bit unawares themselves. The blast code play. Oh my god, that was perfect.
Ooh.
Wind becomes lightning. Angel not going to get engaged on any further. Charm goes wide again. We've seen that a little bit consistently here from Angel on the Ahri. But now in mid lane, it's a 3v3 waiting to brew.
And they don't know. They don't know exact that
They
RNG
don't
know everything.
Does he know? He doesn't know.
RNG knows everything that's going on right here. They are not going to fall for it. So they do end up just backing off in the end. Herald going to be up in 50 seconds. So far, OMG have gotten everything on the top side of the map. I wonder if that's just going to stay true. I mean, if OMG did go for Herald, you'd assume that's when RNG would just fully be able to commit to breaking down this spot lane turret.
They're very close. We do have first items pretty much across the board for everybody. Abel hasn't been able to back yet, which might actually mean that this turret falls just because LWX has that Blade of the Ruined King. PP God going to step up. Here comes Xiaofeng. He has Paranoia. I think RNG going to play a little bit more safety after they know that he's there.
Yeah, and I'm glad the Observer panned right to Angel and him moving into River. RNG have to be aware about so many things, and it's nice, right? Because even though Tangyuan did have some pressure early in the lane, Angel's done a great job at consistently keeping that push so far. I mean, as Ahri these days, right? Typically, you're taking minion dematerializer, you're improving your ability to push, just getting it so you can throw out those Qs and constantly be on the move.
Both teams heading up for this Rift Herald here. Looks like we could finally get a breaking open fight.
We're going to see how it goes so far. LWX
they-
isn't here yet.
OMG, you got to be careful. PP God, he's getting engaged on with a 3-talent strike, and LWX gets the kill himself.
LWX farming that whole time. Still benefits from the kill set up by his trusted teammates. And now it's going to lead to RNG being able to get a neutral towards the top side. Rift Herald should be theirs.
PP God playing a little bit zealous there. Ends up getting caught out and unable to use his Glacial Fissure on top of that too. So delays a little bit of pressure to RNG, and they'll take that all day long. Another objective goes their way. OMG maybe wanting to make a play on the back of it here. Xiaofeng still has Paranoia. And there goes the eye to Wei. Here comes Paranoia, though. OMG with a fight back. They get the charm actually onto Tong Yuen. And after now, they actually already took down Angel in the back end. LWX is in trouble. He's flashing. He's down. Now the damage comes in from Abel, and he's starting to pick him apart. Electrifying presence, but breathe. He's got his own electricity, and he strikes like lightning. The top is going nuts here as Abel running away from him. Cube now doing his own best impression of the Cassante as he was trying to run at Tong Yuen. But this is a scrappy fight. RNG pulling back together now. They should be fine.
I was really hoping the 3 members of RNG would keep chasing down Abel. Cube would be behind them, and it's everyone just chasing everyone. At the end of the day, RNG do come out on top. I'm a bit surprised with how much Abel looked like he was feeling himself in that fight.
It's actually insane to see how Abel got a lot of the damage off in the middle of that one, but it was just clean movements, at least from RNG on the back end of it.
I love how this starts. So great ult by Ming right onto Abel to start that off. Allows all the members of RNG to turn and just take down Angel right off the bat, who was just way too far forward. Sure, LWX does end up getting punished because of the Paranoia. It just seems like that is going to be a given. But this is where things just get odd. Breathe joins in with the TP. The Udyr still running over from across the map. Tong Yuen left in no man's land. Both teams just trying to figure out how to navigate their carries being on the opposite sides of enemy lines.
Now we're about to find our way to navigate into this dragon. It will be a sole point for RNG. OMG do not want to give up another inch, but they do. They give up a whole kill potentially here, and PP God is caught out for a second time in a row. That is unfortunate, and that means OMG are on the back foot, and Angel getting ulted there too. They have to immediately flee, and the dragon is RNG's.
They pick up a dragon, they got a kill, they got Angel the flash, Cube had to use all of his summoners. What a huge swing for RNG, built off the back of one mistake, of PP God getting caught out, and then OMG trying to overcorrect to salvage the situation.
Been the case multiple times in a row now. PP God feeling himself on the Braum, but just a little too much. We are getting very close to second item spikes for RNG. OMG trying to get something in the side lane here. They would get their first turret as well, using those 6 scrubs they had got earlier.
You can see, I was going to say, RNG going to try and answer back on the opposite side.
The focus is the turret. They do get it. Now Cube will be an Udyr running away. They get the trade of the turrets. OMG finally get there first.
So
It was first turret.
Yeah, both teams picking up something. Gold still incredibly even, despite the differences in the Drakes. In here, I mean, right, look at the map. You really have no support. Your Ahri's in bot side, your Udyr's top. Abel not going to be able to provide more than the laser. And that one pick just snowballed out of control. You know, actually, maybe snowballed out of control is a bit over dramatic when gold is.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, hey, I'm here for the hopium. We're going crazy. Getting a little wild with it, just like the teams.
But is it hopium when it feels like RNG are the ones in control?
True.
I don't know
true.
how much in control it feels like they are, but sitting on Soul Point already is pretty good. And OMG have consistently been the team that it's like someone slightly overstepping here, getting picked off, and then leading to the fights. Give us confidence, OMG.
We got second items now. That is the Runans for Abel. Pretty big. Guinsoo's now completed for LWX. So looking at the next fights again, I think the bar of execution is still there. That basket, hard to hit for OMG, but if they hit it, oh man, it looks good. They got to catch LWX or Tong Yuen in either one of those CC chains. On the other side for RNG, just take a fight. Take it front to back and you'll be looking good.
Yeah, Horizon Focus just finished up by Tongo, and you're really close on the Frozen Heart for Wei too. And with him being the one jumping on top of Abel, that really going to be impactful. So far, right, it's a lot. It's been a lot about ignoring some of these sides, grouping up, and going for these extended face-offs.
Use the Rift Herald in mid lane. It'll be Wei driving the beast. He goes in. The crash is there. No grubs, though, so it makes it a lot more difficult to take it down. Breathe can't take down the double control warded bush. And RNG back away to let OMG breathe.
I mean, RNG are trying so hard to find something, but there really is no play available unless OMG overextend. OMG know all of RNG are around here because no one's showing on signs, no one's showing on any wards.
They actually catch Cube here. Q3 is going to be coming soon. Cube, you might be a deer, but you got to run for your life. Wei gets the kill. Here comes the paranoia. Here comes the play. Angel finds the back line, and so does Xiaofeng, but Xiaofeng got focused. And this was the ease of execution we talked about. Abel is unable to do anything as he gets pulled back into the abyss that is RNG.
Abel tries to take over at the end, but there just isn't enough firepower alongside him. Great fight from RNG, and a bit anticlimactic with the way it started. I mean, Cube was standing like 1 foot away from his turret. He was right there.
And he's an Udyr. You expect him to be able to make it.
Like he's right next to his turret. It's like, all right, he should be fine. But just the lockdown.
The fear.
Yeah, the fear from play. I mean, there's just so much CC on RNG's side, right? You're going to see them try to salvage the situation by jumping onto the backline, but Ari's immediately forced away. And no matter how good Xiaofeng's trying to do by following up, Wei following through to be able to try and keep his AD carry safe
The
was
fear.
what helped him out. And yeah, fear in the end.
in a row.
I mean, you know, that fear, great by Tang Yuan. I feel like in that position, Abel was probably dead no matter what. At the very least, would have had to blow his flash. So
Yeah.
but
Couple little
Tang Yuan-
things.
Tang Yuan making it possible.
The fear onto the deer and then the fear onto Abel, but really it's the holistic focus from RNG. They knew to pounce at that moment, and honestly, led by Ming's engage. And again, I have to harp on it a little bit more. Like, Ming feels a lot more like the Ming we know and love than the Ming we've had this entire split so far, at least in this series. We'll see if they can close it out here, though.
Well, looks like we're gonna have an engage.
Little baiting as Breathe does come through. The push in mid lane will be there for Abel. Let's see if they actually use this priority to get back over to the Dragon, because this is Soul. Ming goes in. There's the engage. There's the knockback. Lightning crash from Abel. Is it going to be enough? The spiraling despair. PP got just brought into his team, but it might not matter. Abel is still free firing. He flashes out of the Dredge line. This is pretty big if they can pick them apart, but the Ultra Shock laser going wide. OMG don't have the bodies, and it's a 5-man counter into the Dragon for RNG.
Someone should have told RNG that they would be eliminated from playoffs like 5 series ago if they lost.
Seriously.
Because maybe we could have had a different team at that point.
It's a complete difference. It's not only Smolder. They're doing it without the Dragon. And it's actually crazy. The execution has been great. And also, I gave props to Ming. Wei has been incredible. This guy's been all over the map, matching Xiaofeng pace for pace in both games. And now he finds himself that sword that we wanted him to be.
Okay, Cube coming in with the TP. Xiaofeng not anywhere close.
Ultra Shock Laser. They have a lot of AoE here. Who's going to get the Baron? It needs to be smited. It gets it by Wei. Now, OMG, they are being fed to the wolves here. Xiaofeng trying to come in, but it's a front to back that RNG want. This is exactly their home. This is where they were molded, and this is where they will find all the blood they could ask for. 2 more bite the dust. A triple kill goes down to LWX, and RNG are rolling away with this one.
RNG massacre OMG at back-to-back objectives. OMG screens just turned the color a moment ago, and they're already seeing gray again. Very tragic, and now 5-17, 6K gold lead. Hell, what was it, like 6 minutes ago where this game was still completely even?
It was indeed, my friend. How far we have come since then. This fight kicks off.
I mean, you pointed it out, Spiraling Despair is gonna get sent out, and then it gets just brought into the rest of the OMG squad to slow the damage. It's all there. No one can join in, forcing the flash from Abel. And now they have the Baron, 3 items on Arvaris. They feel so comfortable to keep pushing.
They also got the Soul there on top of it all, so feeling very good from RNG's perspective. And this is not where we would expect them to be. 2-0-ing OMG? Who'da thunk it?
It's been a weird day. I was not even trying to. I was gonna try and go for a big flank, right? I mean, 5 to 17, Mazel. They gotta go for it.
I mean, but he's not even gonna make it in time. I mean, the Spiraling Despair thing you taught you in says, "Come at me, bro! You cannot fight against Royal Never Give Up."
RNG, they go for the punish. With this lead, you expect the win to happen. Now, with the death timers, they might just be able to go to the push to leave the base in tatters.
Oh, Angel, that feels so bad. He's just gonna have to try to get in front of this rolling ball that is going straight into the base of OMG. RNG at the helm. They are looking a little bit zealous to go for the Nexus turrets here. They have a couple minions. They have the Baron. They know what's at stake here, and they know there's a 2-0 waiting for them on the other side. The Crescent Guard is so big. It's so massive. And so are RNG. They are on the cusp of a 2-0 over our middle of the pack team. LNG is going to be so damn happy. Now RNG just need to close their mouths and bite down on the food that is OMG. Back onto the Nexus and back to a 2-0 for Royal Never Give Up.
RNG out of nowhere with 2 series wins in a row. And both of the teams they took down were teams who were in those top 10 slots. The AL victory, absolutely crazy in their last series. This one, I'd say the result is less surprising, but the fashion that they did it in is definitely what's surprising about this one. Looking a lot more confident in this. We were talking about how RNG before, like maybe there was some good moments from Breathe, Wei, Ming, but they were all too inconsistent. This one, a lot of consistency across the board. Tang Yuan, maybe my biggest surprise in game 2, because I think Tang Yuan has always been the weakest link of RNG. You know, he's the young blood on the roster who hasn't, doesn't have the same level of accolades and tenure as the rest of the squad, but his ults especially, his QWs in the last game, he was really on point.
Devastation for OMG, but absolute elation for RNG. They stave off the darkness just a little bit longer. The torch has a little bit more fuel in it, even if it's dwindling.
Like, the way it is there's we'll say there's like a movie or a series that RNG haven't watched yet, but they already know the ending. So I feel like that's the spot they're in now, right? Like,
it's
they
the
should
journey.
assume,
It's not the destination.
That's what it is. So these next 2 series for RNG, it's just about enjoying the movie, enjoying the good vibes, and another great start. This is an amazing part of the movie for RNG because it was a 2-0. Like, again, this is so unexpected.
It's so unexpected. I know, pretty rough to take for OMG fans as a whole.
Yeah.
This was a series you should have had in the bag. This is a series that should have put you to a positive series score and continue to push you up into that 10th, that 9th spot for the playoff berth. But we still have a little bit of time left, and OMG are going to have to lick their wounds because they do not have an easy schedule ahead of them.
No, if we counted today's series, their end of the split would be very even. It would be RNG, Tez, BLG, and I think Ultra Prime. Should be 2 harder teams and 2 a bit weaker teams. But now it's like, I mean, if you lose to RNG,
anything's possible.
Yeah, anything's possible. And same thing goes for RNG. Now that they've beaten AL and OMG, it's like, hey, should they really win some of their upcoming matchups? Probably not, but they've been on a tear.
Might as well. Might as well put the hopium in. As I know, it feels good to be RNG in that situation. They took advantage of the smolder. They won game number 1, and then they just had a holistic performance across the board in game number 2. I have to give some special shout outs to Wei and Ming. I feel like they finally were performing on the same page, and it looked a lot different, a lot more smooth there. And I think the in-betweens looked a lot better than what we've seen in the past.
At least it was consistent, right? Because I at least feel like we've seen this level from them this split, but it would just be like half of a game, and then someone throws, some big mistake happens, or maybe even for a full game, but not able to replicate it. And this time, that's what they were able to do. So for RNG, it's nice. We even got to see 2 different sides of them. One where it's like, hey, leave LWX to his own devices, don't give him any attention. As compared to game 2,
leave him out on an island to starve. That's what you mean.
Well, actually, it was you who wanted to starve puppies in game 1,
hey,
not me.
That's not what I said.
That was you. I said it was a plan. But in that game 2, right, it was a lot more about investing resources in bot, looking for dives and giving him the gold. But also, that brings more questions to OMG, where it's like, hey, why did we go for these more defensive setups today than we usually go to? PB God especially did not look that convincing on the Braum. He was the one getting caught out in some of those scenarios at the end. And yeah, it's a bit of a head scratcher for OMG, who I felt like were on an upward trajectory themselves.
Yeah, and it begs the question of returning to that jungle champion pool for Xiaofeng and just finding other things other than the Viego
Wait, I
to
was gonna
win.
say, how can you return? It was banned. You know, that was all he got.
Yeah, find other things that work. It can't just be Viego. We didn't actually get to do the graphic, but like the actual wins on other champions is despairingly different for Xiaofeng.
Yeah.
So maybe OMG can find a way out, but this was not it, and RNG will take it all day.
Great to see. I mean, it feels bittersweet for me because I got to be honest with you, Mizel. I love me some RNG. I have an RNG jersey. Bought it when we were in Shanghai in 2020. But it's like, do we have to start winning now when all hope is lost?
Yes.
When you know, we're at the end of our rope. Do we have to start giving hope for summer now? Like,
They do. I mean, this team should not be where they are, Lyric. Like, that's the biggest thing about this. There are not many changes to this roster, and if anything, they should have been better changes, right? But it has not worked out that way. And so, honestly, a dub's a dub, and even at the end, you'll take a storming Wei, who, honestly, this game was a monster.
yeah, I agree. I mean, Wei was huge. Wei was the best performer in those first 2 weeks before he started to dip as well. Which, when players start to like dip after they've already been losing a bunch, I always write that off anyway, because it's like, especially having been on teams myself, you know, back when I was a coach, it's just the environment could get so bad. It's so hard to be able to pull yourself, pull your teammates, you know, coaching, trying to pull players back from the brink. It takes a lot, and it definitely looks like these wins have been very rejuvenating for Wei and for RNG.
I know we talked a little bit before when we were prepping for this series, and kind of like the vibes man is gone on RNG.
Yeah.
They need a viber. They need somebody who can kind of set the tone and have that glue to the piece to really make it work. And maybe this is a step in the right direction.
Exactly, and you know, people might forget, but when RNG were so successful, and they talked about their dynamic, it was, hey, Ming is the strict one who will call people out on their mistakes and what's going wrong, and he's going to be that guy
a little aggressively.
Exactly, he's going to be the brutal one, to where Xiaohu's going to be like the good vibes of like, hey, it's all right, like it could be better. And it seems like ever since that, you know, ever since Xiaohu left, RNG have never really been the same. They still didn't hit these lows, but yeah, it feels like that other piece of the puzzle is exactly what this RNG roster has been missing.
Yeah, I think Wei has a big part of that, but I know people like to harp on Tong Yuan. I was a big fan of Tong Yuan last year. I think we haven't seen the brightest moments from him this time around, but like you had mentioned earlier, being able to kind of have a little bit more consistency on the Hui this time around as we take a look back at the plays and this die that started off Ming juggling beautifully.
I just want to go back to talking about Tong Yuan, because I actually find that really interesting, right? Because obviously Tong Yuan is at least heavily criticized in the Western realm of fans for RNG, and it makes sense. Like, even if Tong Yuan has potential as shown performances, you're just always going to be judged that you're in a league with the Knights, with the Yagaos, with the, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, everyone who's in this league, it is so hard to be able to stand and measure up. Not everyone's going to be a player like Milky Way who comes in and just starts body like that is the outlier, right? That is not what usually happens. Hell,
Yeah.
I mean, typically it goes even further the other way. Unlike Tong Yuan, where it's like, hey, maybe we can see a bit more. You have people like Captain who come in, play a split, get like hard camped by the enemy team, and then they get sent back to LBL. So I think Tong Yuan's kind of right where he should be. And the only reason why I think he's being judged so harshly as well is he is on a team surrounded by big name players.
Yep.
If you moved him onto a different roster that had more rookies, like if he was on RA or one of these other rosters, right? I think the expectations wouldn't be so brutal.
Yeah. And you gotta remember, I think that a lot of also people forget that he is a developmental piece from RNG's LDL squad, right? Like they were trying to find a lot of track record with him and a lot of success that we've seen other teams, especially like OMG, do in their past. But this was a fight to the end, the bitter end for OMG. They weren't able to close it.
No, I mean, really trying. Like, they had the idea of constantly diving onto the back line. But that's what impressed me the most with Wei this game, is that anytime anyone was trying to jump on the Varus, you would see Wei be like, okay, how do I fall through? Do I have to flash here? Do I have to, wind becomes lightning into the person who jumped on him and get there? Like, he was really being conscious of protecting and peeling for his carries. I mean, there we go. That was a great example of another one, right? So, you know, maybe RNG it's something different for lunch today.
You're just trying to go through all the possible explanations.
I'm just saying, like back in the day, I remember before games, I don't know, maybe I'd have like rice and chicken or something, and then the next day I had some McDonald's. My team won.
Oh, I see. So eat unhealthily and then you'll take them.
It's not about healthy or unhealthy, just about changing it up. And whenever you have that meal you lose, you move on to the next meal. I mean, hell, you could go bougie and expensive if you want. You can go whatever it is. You just need difference.
Well, RNG just ate, and it was twice in a row. A lot of it off of the back of this guy right here. Wei having a resurgence and a bit of a renaissance in this 2-0.
I want to believe he just had, 5-star Michelin, 200-course meal. And, that's why he's coming in. Because, yeah, that kill participation, absolutely insane.
Yeah, it truly was. And I think it was a breath of life, if not a breathe of life for RNG. And fans be able to hold a little bit of pride in that fashion. The darkness will come back another day. Now, that was a 2-0 from RNG. We're going to step away for a short break, and then we have our Omega Giga Banger, whatever you want to call it, because it's FPX versus IG.
peace, restore our glory to live forever. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace, restore our glory to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer.
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL Spring Split 2024. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Lyric yet again, and we are cresting into our third series of the day. And of course, they saved the best for last. It's FPX versus IG, and for both these teams, there's a lot on the line moving forward into the schedule.
Exactly right. We got to look at it because both of these teams up there in the standings competing for these buys. We are missing one. FPX do play RA next, but right, RA, RNG, TT. FPX's upcoming schedule looks incredibly easy. This really being their last significant challenge of the regular season. I guess RNG and TT on a bit of an upswing from their last series. Then you look at IG, a bit harder, right? OMG and Weibo, two teams who have shown to be competent. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting, I think, especially keeping an eye on where IG go going forward.
Yeah, obviously both teams right on the cusp of 9 wins. If things fall their way after reaching that cusp, they will move on into the playoffs and guarantee themselves a spot. But I think our big focus of the big spotlight has to go to the jungle, and it is our king of beasts on both sides. It is Milky Way versus Lian, two superstar junglers here in the Spring Split, and both rocketing their way to success.
Yeah, and they've both been so fun to watch. They're both so, like, ingrained into their own styles, right? When you think of someone like Lian, you think of the Nidalee. He's been playing a lot of the Graves, still bringing out the brand. Milky Way as well. I mean, this guy's drawing Graves brands. The Kindred is absolutely massive for this guy. Both these guys are carries. Both these guys like to take over the game. And I'm just so excited to see them go head-to-head.
Yeah, coming into this one, I had this themed as Milky Way the Wolf versus Lian the Cougar, and I think it's going to be a little bit of a bestial fight in that regard itself. I want to take a look at Lian specifically here because I think he has been such a big saving grace for IG since he came in. This team has not looked back.
I mean, it was criminal that he wasn't on a starting roster for when the split began. It's like, I know Lian had a rough last year, but at the same time, this guy's hit so many times in the regular season where he's, you know, a top 3, top 4 jungler in the split. Even at his lowest points, I think Lian usually falls, you know, somewhere between that like 5th to 8th spot. So, point is, Mazel, this guy has always belonged in the LPL, and I'm just so happy that someone brought him back in.
I wanted to highlight this play in particular because he literally just weaves his way around the fight. They bait them in, they pull them out, and they end up finding a lot of the wins. And those are a couple of the just stick-in-your-face fights that are big, but then he's able to chase down a lot. And I think a lot of the shot-calling direction comes from his aggression.
Yeah, I mean, he's the one willing to go forward and make these plays. Lian's so interesting because he is one of those junglers that likes to farm more than he looks for the aggression. But the timings that he chooses to impact the lanes, they're always just so good.
And his Nidalee has been running rampant around the map and around the Rift here in the LPL so far this year. Truly the Nidalee. I feel like there's a lot of other players that play Nidalee, but he consistently has like an over 66% win rate with one of his most played champions in his career. So incredible stuff there. But another guy who's been absolutely incredible is the Wolf in this situation. A Predator who has been preying on the tippy top of the league. Just now taking down Kanavi 2-0. Milky Way has taken this league by storm.
I mean, you know, people are already calling this guy, you know, just the best there is. Like, comes in, has such a great debut. You look at all the rookie, you know, of the week awards he's picking up. You look at the player of the week awards that he's picked up. I think it was Monte Cristo who compared his debut to Faker's debut. You know, I don't want people thinking that Milky Way is being compared to Faker, but at least just coming in, being electric right off the bat. And, you know, with this FPX roster, doing it with not a lot to work with.
Yeah, and I think particularly it's been leaning to his strengths a lot of the time and playing around him. And that helps when you have some flexibility from bot lane. That's something I pride FPX on this split is they are very flexible with the meta, and it helps Milky Way play to his biggest strengths.
Yeah, I think, you know, it's nice that Delctem in Life brings some flexibility. Especially Life, I feel like, has been the second best player on this FPX roster this split, so that's been really great to see. So there are a lot of question marks coming in for the spot lane. Delctem, in my mind, has still been, you know, a little bit hit or miss, but in recent weeks has been stepping it up. I mean, hell, FPX taking down JDG in their last series was kind of mental. IG on the opposite side, though, played LNG in their last series, lost. But that game 3 result, they had a 5K gold lead.
Yeah, they did.
And they got Smolder. They were another team that ended up getting done dirty by the Smolder.
Now I need everybody to join me for a moment in a little bit of a seance. We have to enact the fate that is a 3-game series here. I need 3 games from these two teams. This is a series I've been waiting out. We've had 2-2-0s to prep us. It's been a nice little aperitif and appetizer, but now we're getting to the real deal, the meat and potatoes of this night, and it's a banger matchup in the lining.
And I have no idea who's going to take this one. And I mean that truly. I think a lot of people are going to be riding high on the FPX side, which makes sense, right? Again, Milky Way has been an absolute stud. I think both these teams, though, even with their success, have shown problems, right? For FPX, we've seen people like Shala who get exploited. We've seen Dokdom get cut off randomly in mid-game. For IG, similar problems happening. YSCAM not finding the biggest impact. The bot lane is a little bit flippy. So that's why I really feel like this series can go either way.
And I, you know me, I'm a sucker for stories. I'm a sucker for kind of building from a roster, right? And this is an FPX team who had been sticking to past successes for so long, right? LWX was literally the last departing member, and it was just this year from that championship roster that they had so long ago, it feels like. And it feels like a new era for the Phoenix. It feels like a revitalization or maybe a rebirth, fitting to their nomenclature. It really has been a roster built around Milky Way, but Care specifically a holdover member from their developmental side, and Shala, who having a lot of influence in the solo lanes, the two of them.
I know what you mean by them building around Milky Way, but they've done that in the sense of that's how it's progressed throughout the split, right? That's actually the
Exactly.
crazier part of the story, is the fact that this guy wasn't even starting, in the first game of the first series. It was
Yep.
Boyan who was coming in for the team. So FPX are interesting where it's like they committed to a rebuild, but it also does feel like they, a pot of gold did somewhat fall in their hand in a sense. I don't know if
Is
pot
it
of gold's fall in hands, but if they do that, that'd be pretty nice to happen.
Well, I was gonna say, is it a pot of gold falling in their hands, or is it a royal gift given over to them by Royal Club for RNG? But IG on the other side, they have also had a lot to say this split. Again, a team, an organization who themselves were also a part of that kind of renaissance, rebuilding, restyling around a few key pieces for them. But it's not a split we would expect them to be in the top rungs of the LPL.
No, and they've been a weird team because they had a similar trajectory last year, right? Everyone's gonna remember the YSCAM hype right when they came in and IG were popping off, but they weren't able to maintain it once the champion pool was exposed. They have this year, and it feels like a lot of that due to their bot lane stepping up. In comparison, last year they kind of fell off once the marksman support champions came out of meta. We've already hit on Luyen. He's been able to come in great stride. And just as a team, they've been working really well together. The funnest part of IG in my mind is IG always play like they're winning. IG are the team that if they lose a fight, they're going to force another fight like at the next objective right away. So they typically either find leads and can snowball them decently well, or they will dig themselves deeper into the hole, which in my mind means this series has the potential for a lot of excitement.
Look at all that luck that YSKM is sporting there. Again, a big name, just like Milky Way is this year, that made a splash last year, fell off towards the end of the year, but has been, I feel like, consistently a big powerhouse for IG this year. And I think him versus Shala, who is going to be a bare-knuckle brawl, but it might be with the Tomfas, because both of them really like Cassandra. 28 games played between the two of them across this champion. And I don't know if it's going to be bad, but I expect to see some Cassante if it's not.
Yeah, it seems like YSCAM, after the trauma of last year of only being able to play, the Camille, the Fiora, those types of champions, was like, I need to learn to play a tank. Committed to the Cassante, and now he's never looking back. Shala, who, like I said, it feels like Shala, who's been towards the bottom end of top laners in the LPL, he's really struggled this split. So it'd be nice if we can see a little bit more. But at the same time, I kind of like if these teams just keep leaning into what they've been doing. Teams say, to hell with all our other members, we are giving everything to our junglers. And, we'll live and die in that arena. It'd just be cool, too, if they could just, type in chat right now and agree to allow the junglers to 1v1 when they're at, let's say a similar level in item breakpoint. And just let the hands decide who comes out on top.
Is that really what we're gonna do?
I'd like it.
I think
Like-
for me, yeah.
I was gonna say we could even replace this best of 3 with just like I can't be a best of 3, just 1v1 because that's too short. So maybe like a best of 15 between Milky Way and Luoyan on Howling Abyss. How does that sound?
Okay. I'm here for it. It's very different, but I'm here for it. I just love the cat ears. They're so cute. Anyways,
wow.
I think
On has a surprising amount of fans.
He
And
does, yeah.
That sign also said it's birthday. So I don't know if it's On's birthday, but I'm gonna put my wholehearted faith in that sign and say happy birthday, On.
I hope it's On's birthday. That would be awesome. I love anytime we get games on players' birthday, although it can lead to extreme heartbreak on your birthday, which is not.
Gonna say he's gonna. I don't know if I am happy that it's his birthday or not, because it's gonna be a rough birthday today.
So looking at it a little bit more, I think a big focus for us obviously is this jungle matchup, but something we didn't really get to cover was the shared champion pool these two guys have and some of the differing parts of the puzzle that they also represent. We were talking a little bit about the Graves, the Nidalees, things like that, the Kindreds for Milky Way, but it's really about what they share in common that I'm interested in.
I mean, right? Both these guys are carry junglers. Funnily enough, the only champion they both play the same of in that route is the Graves, also the Xin Zhao and the Lee Sin. I actually kind of find it more interesting what they don't share, because it's actually been Milky Way who's been much more willing to lean into like tank and utility junglers as compared to Luoyan, who's really kept it focused either with carries himself or like high impact, the Xin Zhaos, the Lee Sins.
As we head into the jungle that is this final series, we have to keep our eyes on the King of Beasts, and see who is going to actually get their hands on one of those famous picks. Is the Kindred taken away immediately by IG against Milky Way? We also get that Talia and the Renata ban with that Tristana from FPX. They're on the blue side this time around. The Varus joined the IG red side ban.
Yeah, curious. So many bans being put towards mid. I wonder if they're going to try and go and snap away something like the Karma and try and pinch Cryan's pool a little bit. But you even still have things like the Hui and the Nico available, so I wonder how much those are really going to be able to make a difference in the end. So a lot of AD carry bans. Lucian being one of the things left open, even though we're not seeing as much of it. Neither of these teams, I think, really being big Lucian teams anyway. IG, it's their second most played, but On has also played a lot of champions himself.
It's a little bit of a difference there. The Ashe is something that has been let through that we actually saw banned consistently in the couple series beforehand. Looks like it will be the lock-in here. So utility plus long distance engage for FPX.
Yeah, and not seeing it banned in this series because the Varus being taken off the table, usually just banning out one is enough. But FPX are actually one of the teams who have even played it in the AD carry position, so Ductum very fine with leaning on that one. IG looks like they're going to go towards the Nautilus. And I mean, I love anytime IG gets their hands on the Nautilus because Wink is so willing to go for the engage. It is his most played this split. We're still looking at things like Karma, like Hui, like all these high priority mid laners left open and potentially just going to be ignored.
Do you think this is one series where we let jungle picks go to last? Or is there no way we're letting this pick go past first phase?
No idea, because it's even like, if I was just going to say
Nope.
Graves, but the Nidalee comes through, because, right, it's like when you have things like Graves that are shared between these guys, things like the Nidalee left open, you never know with these teams if they do just send it. FPX might go for Karma Graves here. You have the Ashe Enchanted Crystal Arrow to enable the engage, and then Karma can give the speed.
I love it though. Luoyan throwing down the first gauntlet saying, you want a jungle matchup, I will give it to you. I will get my comfort. You will be denied. Lee Sin is the lock-in with the Karma. So that 2v2 is going to be kicking on the side of FPX, literally.
Yeah, I think it makes more sense. Even if the Graves, I think, would be a bit more signature for Milky Way, right? I mean, a lot of the times you're taking Graves into AD junglers because of that passive, and they definitely have the mobility to skirt around him. So now having that Sonic Wave on the Lee Sin, trying to be set up by the Ashe. And finally, we're getting... I was so scared we were going to go to the second phase of pick ban without mid laners being picked, and it's like we're already starting to see the pool pinched in this first phase. So I think it's good that both teams ended up getting them in the end. Trying going towards the Nico, so giving them even more lockdown to potentially set up for Luoyan Spears to connect.
FPX not going to give IG any of those late game win conditions here. The Smolder gone away. The Heimerdinger was the focus for IG, so taking away some of the duos with the Ashe if possible. I think this second phase is going to be interesting because, of course, we're going to give YSCam a counter pick, but it's more so the support matchup that I'm very, very curious about for FPX's side.
Yeah, I'll be honest. Again, you said earlier how many champions FPX's bot lane has played. Like,
It's insane.
FPX's bot lane have played everything. I'm not even going to try to predict what the FPX bot lane is going to bring out. Seraphine support, Orange support, Bard, Lulu, they've done it all.
It's literally 16 and 15 champions played respectively each of them.
I'm curious to see where IG go with their AD carry. We have things like the TF, if you want to maybe try and also bring in the gold card, rely on that. I was going to say the Draven, you always have on. When you have the Nidalee wanting to go for winning lanes like a Draven pick can lead to an easier job looking for those invades.
Also an on special. Something he's definitely more than happy to take if you leave it open to him. But I'm looking for some stability here. I'm looking for something that if Leon gets behind, they can still have a saving grace.
I actually think that's not the way you go with Nidalee, funnily enough. Like, I think the logic makes sense, but Nidalee to me is just one of the feast or famine champions that it feels like you have to be somewhat on a similar page with, where it's like, okay, Nidalee falls behind, you do have a consistent bot laner, then you're still ultimately playing a 4v5.
That is very true. They're leaving ADC as the final pick for IG. They want to see where this Ashe is going and what the choices can be. Kalista, funny enough, still on the table. Be a really big pickup here for IG. The Rumble locked in.
Again, just because it's FPX, it might be a hover, but I always have to question, are they going to do it today? It looks like they're potentially going to send this Rumble down to support, and that is going to be Ashe Rumble bot, Renekton up top, Karma mid. So a lot of aggression on FPX's side. My God.
And that'll be the first Renekton of the split for Xiaolahu. It's the Samira, another on classic, and it comes through to set the pace in the bot lane.
I mean, we are getting a knife fight in this game.
Oh,
Ashe
yeah, we
Rumble
are.
against Samira Nautilus. You have Nidalee on one side, Lee Sin on the other, are connected in the game. Like, if Mazel, if this is 10 minutes of quiet, I'm gonna feel a little bit let down.
I feel the same way. But it's good to have knives when you are going into a thick jungle full of beasts and predators. And I feel like that's what we've set the stage here for today between Milky Way and Leyen, two rising stars in the league, and Leyen himself making a resurgence, it feels like, after not being on a team in past. But it's all about Milky Way, it's all about Leyen, it's all about who takes the first punch and who delivers that haymaker.
Yeah, and I think a lot's going to come down to how these lanes are able to perform, right? Things like the Ashe Rumble on FPX's side, you'd expect to get prio. For IG, you need to be able to enable the Nidalee so she can be aggressive, so she can look for these plays. So both Milky Way and Leyen going to be relying on their teammates so they can look for the aggression that they're known for.
Both these teams have leaned so heavily into their jungler playstyles. A lot of their wins coming off the back of incredible performances from these two guys. I have been waiting for this matchup for so long, and now we just have to hope and pray that it delivers, because our final series of the day is the best one. It's FPX and IG, both on the verge of 9 wins in the LPL Spring Split. You look back a year, there would be no question that these teams would not even be here, but here they are in 2024. Let's hear those Gios roar for the final series of the day.
IG fans coming out with some aggression in this matchup. Hell, just like their team. Just like their team with these picks.
It really is, again, the knife fight kicking off, it feels like, but exactly what I would want between these two teams, especially after seeing Leyen get the first hit. As Milky Way is going to be a little salty after that one. He's going to go start on this top side. So it will be same side stars for both junglers, particularly of important focus.
It's also crazy that for life, Rumble is actually his second most played champion this split.
Yep.
Now it's 5 games. It's only 1 behind Maokai. Like, this guy's really been fine leaning into his pocket picks. This was the support that they brought it into JDG. They were able to take them down in their last series. And life really has been that other member stepping up just behind Milky Way, in my opinion.
He really has. And again, being able to play around the flexibility from bot lane has been super important. Another shout out to champions. Shallow, who's first Renekton of the split, I feel like is an important moment for him to step up against YS Cam. They both know the K'Sante so well, but if he can get the upper hand, can make a big difference.
Yeah, and it's going to give him the opportunity to have a better showing, right? When we said he has had a rough split. But looking at the state of the game now, this is what I'm curious about for Lian. You should get pushed in mid. You're getting pushed in top. You're going to get pushed in bot. It's not going to present a whole lot of opportunities. It's going to be easier for FPX to be able to get vision. They have the Hawk Shot, like we just saw, to keep track of Lian on this pick. So it seems like they have a lot of things going for them to try to make sure that Lian can't find an impact.
I'm also just really happy that since Milky Way isn't playing like an animal-based character, Shallow, who's got me. As a former zookeeper, you always got to keep the animals in tow and make sure they're in the game to represent.
As a former zookeeper, what in your mind would be like the ideal animal to work with? What brings you joy in your heart?
I was a big fan of working with gray wolves. They're very intelligent. They're very fun to work with. Gorillas are scary. I'll say that right now. I don't want to ever work with gorillas. They're terrifying. And that's about it. I've never gotten to work with a cougar though before, but here in California they are common.
Care might get to work with
Care
one.
has done any research on those California cougars, as Cryan is very far down in health, but he tries to go for the flash, and the spear misses too. Oh, if any of that hit, IG come away with first blood.
Exactly. What a tragedy. They do manage to burn his flash, but it's at the cost of Cryan's flash too. FPX during this time, okay, just going to set up for the bot lane scuttle.
There's the double CC that you can provide with the Samir and Nautilus combo, but that burn is burning him down. Oh, he goes for it. Milky Way wants to play, but he finds the way out with his flash. That was so close to a big spotlight play, but now IG back on the bottom of the map with the TP redeploy from Cryan. Lian, he misses again.
I gotta say, though, that play bot side might have been close to a highlight play for Milky Way. It was also very close to just looking like a random, I guess not random, but almost an Mazel too. That's the flip side of that coin, right? One is a superstar play, one is, hey, you just threw away your life for nothing. Nothing happens in the end, but so far in this 4 minutes, there might not be any kills. But both teams playing to the level of aggression that their comps would kind of signify. I am kind of interested to see how this game would turn out if it goes the distance, just because of the amount of champions who do spike, 1-2 items within both of these comps.
If we are in the jungle surrounded by a bunch of predators, you start hearing their teeth clacking together and a couple growls, because both these guys have been consistently looking and trying to find their first prey mark. But 5 minutes in, neither have been able to strike first blood. We'll see some vision game being played around for FPX. They will spot out Lian, but we have objectives coming up now.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see how FPX approach Grubs and Drake, right? Because like we pointed out, they're the team that has push in all 3 lanes, so they really get their pick of the litter with how they want to play this out. It seems like they're going to lean to Grubs, which with how much we've seen their bot and mid lane have push hitting those turrets, it's a good call in the end.
Oh, they have a big angle here. Lian is going to hit the spear, and they are going to find first blood. Life going to actually take down On almost, but it goes to Lian, and the cash-in is there.
I mean, you saw the damage from the Rumble, and I mean, the auto attacks too, once you are overheated. Dealing more damage than max HP there, but at the end of the day, IG find the kill, and this is what happens when you do have all winning lanes, is your jungler can only be one part of the map at one time, right? So it does open up potential angles for Lian to find one. Beautiful by him, now 1-0-0 on the Nidalee.
Looking back at it, though, now, I mean, that was just a saving play for the bot lane of IG, because they are down so heavily in CS because of the lane state that FPX have put themselves in. Also, FPX had all 3 Telegrubbies. They can now redeploy bot side to contest for a dragon if it is the case.
Ooh, I wonder if
Or maybe
Lian's
just find kills.
recall is finished. No, Lien's still here.
He stopped it. The spear connects, and Life's going to have to burn his flash. Didn't want to go down a second time.
You know, that play would have been, the difference would have been in timing, right? Had Lien's recall gone off that 1 second sooner he's at base, then FPX feel comfortable looking for that play, looking for the aggression. Saving grace that Lien's still there, and you get to find even more of an advantage, right? Because now Life, having no flash, you're on this mobile champion like Rumble. Lien's already shown that he's willing to gank a bot constantly. So now I think Duckdom and Life gonna be under a bit more pressure, but my God, these CS leads on the side of FPX, it's not only bot, it's across the board.
It's impressive nonetheless, and it's been IG trying to look for kills, but consistency is in the name of FPX. And that's where I think it's really important to highlight the dominoes that typically fall in a game like this, where the timing of objectives are no longer synced. You're going to have a desync. FPX already have the advantage in that regard. They're going to start up the Dragon now, so they have taken full advantage of the pacing of this early game, and Duckdom's going to burn his flash bot side and be okay.
Yeah, I still think just a mistake coming from him. You look at where Life was on the minimap. He was actually hovering around mid at the time, still wanting to get this wave in, but gives the angle to Wink. I think mistakes like that really can't afford to make, especially when you're already in a position where all of your lanes are just winning.
I want to give up any little advantage to IG. Take advantage of that in any way, shape, or form they can. Lien had gotten on the board. Now looking at bot side yet again. Should be spotted out if he walks around the corner here. Actually able to dodge out of the vision there in the end.
And immediately walks into another ward. Looks like he just put down his own control ward to clear one off. And right, you just look at the state of the minimap, clearly not reading Wink to be here, maybe thinking he's covering around mid. That was...
No,
that was-
Lyric. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. That is shenaniganery.
I don't know what you're talking about. Looked like a very
Oh, yeah, of
simple,
course, yeah.
clean hook.
I just imagine the minion like leaning forward and just like, I don't want to get me by that.
The minion was bought out by IG. You heard it here first.
All right, Milky Way is looking to buy out his bot lane as they want to find and engage here. They do have level 6 on Duckdom and on Milky Way, and IG have taken the bait. The Predator has been in wait. He's been hungry. He's been foaming at the mouth, and he wants something, but the Predator on the other side is right there. On has the flash away too, and FPX try to go for a play. They are rebuffed by Lien.
Yeah, not able to commit still. It's nice of them that On kind of being left on his lonesome with Wink and Lien on the other side of the play, forcing him to burn his sums. It felt like IG were going to be in prime position to punish Life and Duckdom. And Mike, both of them are staying around here.
Yeah, because they know it's all about that 3v3. Wink wants to pull the trigger. They don't have level 6 yet. Both FPX's bot lane are level 6. Lien finds that out and flashes immediately. Almost takes down Life in one single spear. But FPX's level advantage means they win that one out.
Yeah, Source Shoes, double Amp Tome doing a lot for Lien with the damage. Ooh, even going to make a play towards mid.
Ooh, they miscomboed a little bit there. Cryin tried to follow it up.
I am really just surprised at the level of aggression. Like, I knew it was going to be aggressive, but Lien is pretty much constantly going from lane to lane.
But there haven't been a lot of kills, and that's the coolest thing. It's literally like just a mind game of these two amazing junglers going at it and trying to pick apart this map.
Now we're going to see who gets to pick apart the grubs. You know, at the very least, Lien's going to get one. We can see Life and Milky Way making their way over now. Life is Equalizer, so that is going to be able to put a lot of threat on Lien.
Immediately?
I'd probably say no, just because of Lien being Italy is going to have a very easy time being able to get away. And looks like they're actually going to...
IG brought everybody.
Yeah, they did.
Oh, they're going to go in for it, too, because they have so many members here. Equalizer's really big, but they already find Care. No, he heals up, and oh, that's a bit of a trouble for IG. They're dying. It's not going well. They've stood the heat from the Flame Spitter, but it's too hot to handle. Now Cryin going down to Shallow, who goes with his kill. Now Care, he's making it out. He is a karma. FPX, they just take out so much of IG's pressure.
And we see what we know about IG is that when a play is losing, IG don't foul out gracefully. IG keep running on in and keep enabling the other team to find even more of a lead. Again, it's what also allows IG to find some very decisive snowballs in games that they do find a lead, but massive swing over to FPX now. I don't even think they were 1K up the last time I checked the gold. It was around 600. Now 3K. I understand IG looking for the pick here, but this equalizer is massive on top of, I mean, both Wink and On at the start burning down. They pivot onto Wink, great target selection to make sure he goes down. The fact that Milky Way doesn't die there is an absolute tragedy for IG. And then Xiaolahu being a bit of an annoyance on the back half of the fight is what's making it so that Lo Yen can't really join in and support his other teammates.
Dude, this guy is so damn good, Lyric. Like, I'm just sitting here with goosebumps watching this guy play League of Legends. It is incredible what this rookie has been able to do here for FPX, and he's continuing to do so without even picking up kills. He is facilitating for his team on the Lee Sin.
He did have some great movement in that play. Does feel like it was also partially a failing of IG, I think specifically in that one, with him not going down himself. Once he survived the initial plays, who cares about that play, Mazel? We're looking at each other again, and whenever these teams are looking at each other, I'm ready.
I am ready and waiting. Bring me the action. 10 seconds for the Dragon. IG actually pull out of in front of the Dragon Pit, maybe signifying they're willing to give this one.
I think it's a good call. I mean, Equalizer already back up. You have the Enchanted Crystal Arrow there for Doktum. And this is where they're going to really be strong. Haunting guys and Malignants, you know, for life and care respectively. Both
I think that first item spike is definitely what scared IG. They're like, well, we don't have, let's look at our items. Oh, let's not.
Exactly. they just don't do enough. You have a decent amount of CC for FPX, as we're gonna get to see some.
Yo. He gets hit. Care doesn't have a lot of damage to follow it up, but he does have a decent amount. Milky Way can follow it up. No way, crying. He is going to pop Blossom. He's going to pop Awesome onto Milky Way, but it doesn't matter because he picks up the kill, and that's his first kill of the game.
Nice try by Crying to try to live there with the Tangle Barbs into the ult, but Milky Way says he does not care. Has the confidence to be able to get away with the W. And now, I mean, FPX, at this point in the game is where they're really reaping the benefits of the draft they came in with. And with the dominance that they found throughout these lanes, out of nowhere, a 5K gold lead, like really dominant showing out of one fight, right? One fight was what turned the game completely in favor of FPX.
And they've had a consistent lead bot side, which has made that a lot easier. The fact they got all 5 plates bot side as well as first turret, they just are bleeding IG out of that side of the map. And we'll take a look back at this one.
Are we just looking at the arrow? Oh, okay. I was like, okay, we're following tries. But it's going to be here. I mean, you have enough damage coming down. He's going to be able to connect with you. Again, great try by Crying with the Tangle Barbs, then into the ult.
Kid, did you see that? Care hit the minion. He could have literally just cleaned up the kill there, but the minion blocked him in the end. Anyways, FPX now on the back foot, but maybe looking at the front foot now, all the way in there like swimwear goes Xiaolahu. He's still healing. He wants more, but IG have come in full force. They'll take down that Crocodilian. One of the predators of the jungle have fallen, and a second one goes down to On. He dies, though, in the end of Xiaolahu. Meanwhile, Doktum is space gliding his way to victory here. The turret shots. Oh, no. Lien needs to be careful. The flashes, the plays. Doktum, he heard you talking trash, and he'll step right up.
And mistakes on mistakes. Chaos. Bill within chaos. What is going on? That dive was so crazy. FPX, I just can't believe they keep finding ways to get further and further ahead. Massive from Doktum.
What a way to be, but I will give it to IG. They came in with one singular mind, and it was to punch FPX in the face. They've done so, but they've taken a lot of welts on the back end.
I mean, they go for this play on Xiaolahu, who at this point has Eclipse and Phage already built up. He is chilling, which is how you see him able to survive for so long.
On does nothing.
No, not able to really deal any damage here. And it's like, all right, again, I can see the logic of why they want to keep going, but they should have spotted Doktum running by on that first ward. And then low HP bars as the Enchanted Crystal Arrow.
This little flash, I feel like, was so clutch.
Yeah, it was the difference maker in Doktum being able to find that kill.
And crying, just tanking the extra shot. Luckily, he gets it back because that would have been real rough if he didn't. Now we got another fight on our hands, but it's Milky Way driving his way into the outer tower while Wink falls. Nice 4-man right there, and G might be able to pounce on that. Reset. Oh, Xiaolahu says sit down on. You have no part of this conversation. FPX now on the back foot, but they still want to lead it out of here alive.
Still, though, now you have this massive Renekton that you're left dealing with. FPX looks like they understand they're not going to be able to get much more. And looking at the state of the map, sadly, not too much you can take away. We're still waiting a minute and a half for that next Drake to come through. I'm also going to be curious about how FPX approach the Baron in this game with the kind of lead they have. They do have decent turn potential with the Ashe.
That is now second item. Horizon Focus for Care. Pretty big in its own right. Getting, I think, close to that for On. But still going to be a little bit of ways from that one. We have Dragon in sub 1 minute. Would be soul point for FPX.
And for FPX, I mean, it should just be theirs. I mean, I think when... hell, we talked about it, right? When Nidalee really does feel like that feast or famine. When you fall behind, when Samir falls behind, it just feels so impossible to find ways back into the game. You're also relying...
That was the game plan.
Yeah, you're relying on all your other members to be able to help you connect those abilities. The problem is that FPX went with as much of a full send comp. If it works, it works great. If it doesn't work, we get stomped. And sadly, it does it better than IG's does.
But I feel like it's different in a way because it's like more on the scale of craziness. And speaking of craziness, Loyen just didn't realize he was going to get engaged on from halfway across the map, and he will be turned into a pelt.
I actually feel like I might agree it's crazier just because we have Life who keeps playing to support Rumble, but it actually feels like it might be a bit easier just because you have the guaranteed 3 winning lanes. And I feel like that's one thing we always see happen in the LPL is if you end up with 3 winning lanes, you typically just win.
It's like hindsight's 2020. You look back, oh, we were winning all 3 lanes. That's what made it so easy.
The one thing most LPL teams are good at is like being able to snowball a lead. And sure, do a lot of our teams maybe kind of doze off in the mid game? Yes. But typically, they could still find a way to close it out. But we're going to see here Hawkshot spotting out Loyen, giving the opportunity, setting up for Dokdom to follow through with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow.
Oh, and he just goes so far. He just wants to put the hurt on the Loyen.
I mean, hell, this is the last big challenge. This is another jungle who has been showing impressive performances. I think a lot of people are probably going to, knee-jerk reaction, criticize IG, criticize Loyen for the state of this game. Makes sense. But, again, Loyen is someone who has been showing some really good performances so far in his return to LPL.
We have 2 Apollos in this game right now. Loyen's flying a little bit too close to the sun while Milky Way maybe not so much. I think both these guys have had impressive performances, but Milky Way has been on another level. And this guy coming over from Royal Club, the LDL squad of Royal Never Give Up, a lot of people were expressing a lot of excitement for him coming in, right? He was literally trashing the LDL, and now he has made his name known. I think this year has been all about rookies making names known across the world.
It's been a pretty big contrast, right? Because it's been one or the other. It's been rookies making waves, or it's been, hey, we are BLG and we're a super team, and that's that. There really hasn't been much of a middle ground in terms of like the teams. Hell, teams like AL, right? WE that have like mixed rosters with some younger players, some more veteran players. No, it's you are God Rookie or you are the BLG team, which spent a lot of money.
True. Hey, super team is a super team. They're looking to match their record from last year here still. Anyways, back to this one. It's, again, speaking of maybe some of those standings implications, not only the super teams vying for things, but FPX and IG on the cusp of 9 wins. A very monumentous occasion as time goes on. If things fall in the right direction, could lock them for playoffs. But it's a series that means a lot for them because you spoke about it earlier, right? It's like the last true test for FPX where IG feels like they're just getting started.
Yeah, and I mean, hell, at least IG they still play OMG, they still play JDG, they still play Weibo, they still have a lot of hard series ahead.
Dude, that was some nerves of steel right there, Life.
I guess you just have to accept at that point. Either the spear hits and, you know, your fate is sealed, or you realize the fact that IG is so unlucky that there was no way the spear could hit.
Ah, yes. Wait, unlucky or lucky? No, unlucky. I wonder now, when you're getting those second items, we got the Phantom Dancer for Doctum. He's definitely going for that attack speed build here. It gets so hard to enter these fights, but if you're going to, it's got to be off a combo between Cryin and Lien and the rest of the team following it up.
Even then, I do not know if that would be enough to win a 5v5. Like,
You just go for picks?
Maybe it would, right? If you get the perfect Pop Blossom and it buys that space for On to set up, but I'm trying to imagine how you would find the perfect Pop Blossom against FPX, and I don't know if it's doable. between the Dragon's Rage, between the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, like, there's so many ways of just stopping Cryin from being able to get anywhere close to the FPX members.
I want to say that Lien has his second item. That's why he wants to go ahead and back right now, but FPX will not let them. This is a vision war that we're seeing fought in front of us, and FPX right now are leading that case.
Ooh, they get him!
Oh, let's go. They find him, they capitalize, and they take him out.
And there's the picks that we said they needed. Right, I don't think for IG the place, find a crazy team fight, just look for the small things you can to get yourselves in a favorable position. Sadly, this pick won't lead them into Drake, since that still doesn't spawn for 40 seconds. They don't feel anywhere near comfortable enough to go for Baron.
Oh, yeah, I don't even think that's got to be in the conversation right now, but setting up for the Dragon definitely is, and getting some of this vision out in front of it is huge. The reset's coming out from Milky Way. He's probably on his second item, but a redeploy needs to be down here if they want to contest for it.
I think FPX should be completely fine to just be able to walk back here and contest this. The life pick was nice, but it's just happening so early means, sure, IG get vision, but the prio that FPX has, it's very easy for them to walk into River whenever they want. IG might just have to give up mid-wave and force themselves into River first.
Leandry's got completed for Lien. Now in front of the Dragon. Looks like IG don't want to let this one go. They want to fight for this soul. As FPX with a Cloud Soul would be so big. Oh, Xiaolahu. He's hungry. They're going in. That's the Mantra Q. They might have actually found out. Xiaolahu, the Pop Blossom on 3. You actually don't have any follow-up, though. They do take down the Croc, and here goes On, but he's all by himself, and he gets taken out, dragged down, and a double kill to Doctum. As Wink goes out, that is FPX turning to their soul.
The problem is, the one member that's an annoyance is left alive. I don't think there's any chance of Lien stealing the Drake, but if he just decided to stick around and throw spears with those low HP health bars, could lead one into IG's favor. We'll see if he does.
Looks like he's going to wrap around for the tag end of it, but it won't be able to get anything here. Still going to be looking around, see if he can sneak anything.
Oh,
he has
him.
vision. There he is, on to Life, and Life again, caught looking. Will go down to the Predator of Lien.
Life dies, Lien gets a consolation prize, but FPX are completely ecstatic with the state of affairs. Having so...
Dude, I love it.
What an inopportune time to go into a replay, right when someone gets hit by a spear. Xiaolahu here is a madman. He sees the angle for On. If he found it, that could have been huge, but he ends up just giving over his life for free. Luckily that, I mean, FPX have such a lead, it really doesn't make a difference in the end. They can turn on to Cryin, no problem. And then here, having the damage to get on top of On almost makes it work, but there, the Dragon's Rage kick into Milky Way saying, all right, guys, you got this on your own. I'm going to keep chasing them down. Beautiful.
God, man, it's the little mechanics that you see from this guy that just make you such a fan. Like, he literally kicks, and as the kick is going through, he's going on to the next target. And you see FPX now with a monumental lead, Soul at their backs, able to press IG in all the right places.
Like we said, IG are never a team. Doesn't matter how far behind they are. They won't shy away from a fight. And that very much held true in that last circumstance. Now, coming back, Doctum 3 items the IE picked up, so he's really going to be able to start just melting the members of IG.
Ooh, a little damage. A little damage back. That is a third item now for Xiaolahu, by the way. Asterix Cage going to make it a lot easier to find On in those little moments.
So not having the confidence to do Baron, which makes sense, right? I mean, Karma, Ashe, Rumble, not Not the fastest Baron.
They do want to find kills, though. They might be able to. Reset did come through from Leon. Wasn't able to find the third item. Did get a needlessly large rod, though. Not too shabby. But it's all positioning around the top side of the map because there's literally nothing else to fight for. FPX care will be spotted out.
IG can just sit back. I mean, they even have a ward right outside the pit. So they technically don't know if they are doing it or not, if they had already shown walking in. But now, IG shouldn't feel any pressure whatsoever.
Ooh, a little Tango Barb connects from Cry, and all of a sudden, Life is out of the fight. Here comes Wink as well. He goes in a little ham. They actually catch out Milky Way, but he immediately safeguards his way out. Now look at Xiaolahu. He wants to slice and dice his way through onto the equalizer. Oh no, IG, they pull themselves onto the burning pits. And FPX, that's their home, because they're a damn phoenix as they burn them alive from the inside.
Huge play coming out for FPX. 4 kills. Going to be able to turn to the Baron. You can even see Care making his way up the top to take another turret on top of it, too. FPX are taking everything.
And eating their cake, too. Over 8,000 gold in the lead. Back into the replay. Wink wanted this so bad, and they thought they were ahead, didn't they?
I mean, going for the opportunity. They actually started out pretty well. It's only when IG turned back around where I think things are a little bit scuffed. It's like here, all right, the equalizer's good, but it's fine. You still have a chance to back out. Committing even further to go for the kill just gives the opportunity for the turn. I mean, Shala, who just bought the Stair-X, is even easier being able to get in there and finish kills off. And now we're at a point where it's a matter of when, not if anymore. When does FPX close the game?
10,000 gold up. It feels like it is inevitable now. 2 minutes, still an Elder Dragon is up on the table, so maybe that'll be the final push to end the game. But they're onto a tier 2 tower with the Baron buff here. Lockdown almost trades his life for a spear. Lien a little bit back and on. Oh my goodness. Just gets completely choked.
Life is playing dodgeball right now with Lien over this wall.
You can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball.
Exactly. And, you know, Life has been dodging the ball. Has not taken a spear within at least the last 30 seconds. I almost jinxed it, but he still dodged. Now the siege continues.
Oh, goodness. I'm almost imagining that movie with a spear now thrown in that scene. Anyways, equalizer is popped, but there will be no equalization from the side of IG. They are backs against the wall in game number 1. And FPX want to put that hurt on him one more time. Crying, 5-man Pop Blossom, but it looks cool. It doesn't matter, because IG have fallen holistically to FPX's might and Milky Way's might in game number 1.
The problem with this fight was FPX just have an ATM advantage. They have more money, they have more items, they have more stats, and IG just could not contend.
This was an incredible start to this series. If we get all 3 games like this, I will be a completely happy caster. Lien, Milky Way, boxing each other's faces off in the early parts, and Milky Way coming up clutch, coming up big at FPX with that 1-0 start. What a way to kick it off.
Yeah, it was great to see. I mean, even just coming out from draft, I'm serious, and I feel like when you have 3 pushing lanes in the LPL, it really feels like it just always wins. At least every time I see it, feels like it always takes the game, and FPX did that.
Results-based analysis, I can appreciate that. Anyways, game number 1 for this series is all done. Again, I need your guys' prayers to make sure we go all the way to 3. See if IG can bounce back. We'll be back after a break. Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL Spring Split. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Lyric, and we are into our second game of our final series, one that I'm hoping goes the distance, but FPX don't want any part of that. They absolutely destroyed IG in game number 1.
Yeah, it was one-sided, not even close. We're gonna bring up the MVP right now, and Dokkum picking it up. And honestly, I feel like solid MVP. Like, great enchanted crystal arrows in this game. He was playing around in team fights super well, even when people were diving on top. I'm sure he had to feel from his teammates still, was able to do so much for the team. And
I think the interest for me was that really big snowball that happened bot lane as Dokkum had like a ridiculous play. Well, I'm sure we'll get a replay of that one, but it was an attempt from IG to really get the ball rolling, and I think this is a little bit far into it, and this is where things were starting to really devolve for IG. But you see some of the fight back that their composition offered, which again was full frontal engage on them. But this, I feel like, is the play that ended up getting Dokkum that MVP, because he makes an absolute menace of IG's attempted aggression here. And this flash out of Leyen's execute there, so big. He does end up going down to Cryan, but the fact that he trades every member of IG is so huge. Then here, an engage attempted by IG, completely turned on its head. You might get a big old pop blossom, but they didn't have the sticking power, and FPX tore them to shreds. We asked what the jungle will have in store for us and what predators lie in wait. Leyen, Milky Way, they bore their fangs, but it was Milky Way that was eating all day long.
okay, Mazel, I think my mic is fixed now. I could have jumped in sooner, but you sounded so impassioned with your monologue.
I was having fun with it.
Yeah, I was letting you go down the rabbit hole. I'm gonna hope I don't sound like however I sounded a moment ago, because I don't know. I can't hear myself. But point is,
remote broadcast.
Point is, I know one thing me and you were talking about between games. I was like, hey, think about it. FPX, 3 winning lanes on blue side. Doesn't make a lot of sense to me. We'll see if that changes going into the next game. And that goes back to a point that you made going into game 1, right? Which is the draft flexibility that FPX have, because their bot lane are absolute psychopaths who are probably like
scientists,
probably like, yeah,
not psychopaths.
Maybe a bit of both. Because they played so many champions, at least some of them must have been like, I haven't played this in a few years. Let's bring it out.
It's so funny to me how often that is actually the case. Like when I talk to LCS pros, NACL pros, like things like that, and not as much LPL pros, obviously, but you talk to me like, oh yeah, I just felt like in draft that was a good pick. I never played it really, but I told my team I'd pick it. And there you go. So yeah. I think there's a lot of moments like that, but I think FPX leaning into their play style pays dividends. Now that we get into game 2, can IG find a fight back? They're on the blue side this time, FPX on the red side. We did get that Kindred Varus Ashe ban from IG, so learning their lessons a little bit there. The Nidalee actually banned away by FPX, as well as the Renata and the Taliyah. First pick Karma for IG.
I'm just glad they picked the Karma up this time. I can understand why they didn't in game 1 in hindsight, since they wanted the Nidalee. But I still feel like Karma just gives way too much control over the mid lane to really be willing to pass up on this. So go towards it. FPX, though, going for another aggressive mid jungle. Kair going to move to the Ahri, Milky Way on the Xin Zhao. And one thing that people might forget about Kair is that Kair was an Ahri one-trick coming in. And, that's not even BM. You look at his solo queue account, when he came into the LPL, it was like hundreds of games on Ahri, like 15 on his next most played champion. So now getting his hands back on that for the first time in this meta, hopefully is going to be a huge boon to FPX.
Would love to see maybe a little bit of fire given right back. The Jinx has those subtle switch over at the last second to go into the Smolder. I think IG is cooking with this comp. I really like the Volibear Karma combo, but the Xin Zhao actually has a little bit of say here in trying to deny that Smolder.
Yeah, I think a lot's going to depend on how they round out, especially with support. You're going to need some engage to be able to get on Smolder consistently. And with them banning out the Alistar, I wonder if we're going to see things like Nautilus taken off the table. Might present some opportunities. I guess you can try and go at the bot lane that maybe has push, go with another range support, but that's typically not what we see picked up alongside the Jinx.
Let's see if we get any more of those
Yep.
engaged supports taken off. And
Nautilus.
there it is. Is the Nautilus. I maybe expect a little bit more focus that way. These have been kind of one-off bans that we've seen rising in priority in the second phase a lot in this last week. Don't know if any more supports will actually be joining that table. Obviously, it's really difficult to ban away more supports against FPX as they just play whatever they feel like that day. I do think the Nautilus is a good choice, though. Just take that off the
Yeah.
board, bear none.
Again, like you're gonna be one taking off engage options. Like you said, with everything that FPX plays, I mean the Ornn, the Rel, this guy's played the Pike, and you know some of these things don't sound like they make sense alongside a Jinx. But seriously, I really would not put past FPX to do it. But now we're IG 1 round out. I wonder if you would be concerned about any of these niche support champions, things like the Rel, of course, still being left open too. But once again, another pairing that I really don't think of down in that 2v2.
True, I guess. The Redacted banned away this time. Taking that one away from Xiaolahu. Again, I think an interest because it was his first time picking that one up last game, and maybe sees why he's terror on it.
Wait.
I do wonder, something else that's been thought about
Wait.
and locked in now is the Rumble.
Are they really like? This isn't going top, right? This has to be life going Rumble, and it being a Jinx Rumble bot lane.
I like it.
Yes, or something. We'll see if they commit to that. Xiaolahu has not brought out the Rumble so far this split. Definitely not a champion we really associate with him that heavily. Going over to the opposite side, though, a champion we do associate. Actually, this could be Jax jungle, right? Move Volley
could
Bear up
be.
to the top side, put Jax in the jungle, have that counter strike to be able to go and contend with the Xin Zhao. It's going to be interesting to see how IG decide on their lane allocation.
I do want more utility to play around the Smolder. Right now, it feels like they are holistically in the Smolder basket, and it looks like they're going to keep adding that here as they just grab a lot of tanks. Yes, the Jax is pretty strong. Karma does a lot of damage, but the main spotlight will be on and Smolder.
I actually thought Maokai would have worked decently well. Did have more nerfs on this patch, so maybe that's why they didn't want to go with it, but that ult really could have done a lot to buy space for the Smolder. And now there it is, Xiaolahu on the Cassante. It is going to be life back on the Rumble, so Jinx Rumble in the... I'm just curious. I want to see how this goes. They have a lot of range between them, right? Of course, Jinx, the Rockets, going to be able to play with that E4 life. And then even things like level 6, throwing out the Equalizer, potentially, even if somebody gets away, setting up for that, the Rocket coming out from Duckdom. So FPX going a lot in the way of just setting up for the pushing lane down in that 2v2 once again.
And you thought you didn't want to take auto attack, like heavy auto attack trades as Smolder beforehand. You definitely don't want to take it into a Jinx and a Rumble. You are going to be hurting if you find yourself out positioned or unmanned there. And we have seen Smolders be lacking in priority and playing away from that. So I'm wondering how IG can dissect this one and make it work, as they are on the cusp of taking a loss against FPX.
Especially as they opted into keeping Volley Bear jungle and moving Jax top. Both of those are better for Lilian and Weiss game as players, but maybe not as great for just having a slightly better matchup in itself. But IG gonna have to bring it back. FPX such a dominant game one. We're gonna have to see what IG can bring to the table.
I immediately looked at Milky Way there, being very direct, conversating there with Xiaolahu, trying to figure out what this game plan looks like from them. The biggest eyes on Milky Way have been set. This guy has taken our league by absolute storm, and he is looking like a vicious wolf in the making here in the jungle. While on the other side, the Cougar may be licking its wounds after that first game, but Lien is no slouch. He has been a monster in his own right. And as we head back to the jungle, back to where the Predators roam, we'll hear the Dios for game number 2 as we're getting ready for FPX IG round 2 in this fight. Let's go. Everybody's out in full force, feeling the energy of this series. And again, an important one. I think both teams want to make that 9-win mark themselves, but also trying to prove a little bit in their own right, because This is kind of the last big test for FPX in terms of their opposition to finish out the season, and this might be just among one of the first for IG as they look to finish out their season too.
Yeah, IG haven't really found too many hell, really their only high-profile win this split is against ELG, which I mean is the highest profile win you can get. So that is saying something. FPX being the opposite, right? They took down JDG and TES, but not able to win out against BLG. So it's kind of an interesting dynamic with how these teams have performed against the top tier so far.
And FPX just came off a 2-0 over JDG, where Milky Way had an incredible performance over Kanavi. But that's also a fact I need to talk about here is FPX, the last 4 series they've had have all ended in 2-0s, good or bad.
Yeah, that's... I mean, that's why I don't really know where to take, how to take that one, right? Because it's like, hey, we've seen the best of what they can do. Hell, we saw it in the game 1. We also know that they are, with how aggressive they're willing to be, just like IG, it definitely can go down and turn into a stinker right away.
And I want to put a little bit more eyes on the jungle matchup now as well. Loyen on the Volibear, obviously a first for him this split, but sticking to his animal profile and wanting to keep some skirmishing in tow, I feel like, and be proactive as this Volibear. As he goes to look down bottom side, that won't be there. But I think on the other side, you can have much of the same reaction for Milky Way on the Xin Zhao.
And it just does different things, right? When you think about Volibear, it's a lot more about setting up for dive. Sure, there were a lot of changes coming into him on the last patch, but that's still your bread and butter. To where, for me, Xin Zhao, sure, the early skirmishing, but it's also about being able to deny and making it harder for range carries to perform later on in the game because of your ult. So I think both having distinct roles within their comps. And even though it's Lian's first time on the Volibear, remember, he was one of the big adopters when Volibear was in the meta. He loved leaning on this pick.
Always got to find those creature comforts, pun intended. As Scuttle Crab's coming up, it's actually Milky Way taking first priority over this one. Lian will spot him out. Don't know if he wants to contest for it. Smite is available and smited away immediately by Milky Way. We'll get the trades of those Scuttle Crabs, but the mid lane is of importance as we start breaking into this, because Care being active and crying, linking up with Lian, those are the big things I'm looking for.
So far, mid lane being a bit of a stalemate. Lian leaned bot, got spotted on a ward, was hoping for something, couldn't. I don't think he was looking for a gank, maybe just wanting to cross and try and find a scuttle for himself top. So a bit more tempered than how we were in the first 5 minutes of last game, but I think that's saying a lot considering that we saw Lian and Milky Way pretty much constantly showing in their lanes.
The funniest part was there wasn't even a lot of kills last time. It was just a lot of setting up for kills and a lot of moving around people and scuffling. But speaking of scuffling, we got objectives in about 30 seconds. Both sides, at least the reset having come out from Lian and Milky Way on the top side of the map. You wonder where those objective priorities lie. If the Telegrubbies will take priority here.
Yeah, as FPX, you do have the ability to try to contend. I think Karma Volibear might be a bit stronger in the 2v2 right now. And you do also have Pryobot as FPX, so maybe just leaning into Dragon, but we're going to see what Milky Way wants
is
to
on
look
his way.
for.
So FPX double TP'd back to solo lanes. They're also bringing life out. Lian has already started it. Will take one down at least. Oh, Milky Way wanted to deny all 3 of them, and he's about to deny Lian his life. Oh, that's a big step up, but no, Care comes in. Cryin now locked out. He gets hit in the wall. FPX, they're just taking the blood that was left on the table, and it's spewing all over the place. That's ripped the huge pickup from FPX into 2 grubbies.
And it's looking like a similar story to last game. Last time it was around 12 minutes. When the big fight that pushed the game in FPX's favor happened this time, it's happening as early as 5. Only a 1k gold lead, but like you said, 2 grubs picked up off the back of that, and Care 2-0-0 now on the Ahri. He's really going to be able to start making a mark in this mid lane matchup. Dark Seal picked up, a Tome in there as well.
He also had the level 6 advantage, so timing was everything there. And I love that Milky Way tried to go for it. He didn't commit. He wasn't able to get it, but he gets the fight afterwards.
And the big difference is, IG were still in the middle of trying to match those recalls and TPs. Shala, who actually just came back as the Jax. So full on numbers advantage. You pointed out the ult being there for Care, allowing him to finish it off. So just small things going in the way of FPX, which allowed them to come out so tremendously.
I love it because I just put focus on mid lane. It's like, oh, it's going to be really important. Care needs to be proactive. Cry needs to link up with Leon. Well, that's a 2-0 Ari with a Dark Seal now. So speaking of proactivity, Care is definitely going to be looking for more. As he might be looking for a death here, though. He wants to catch out Leon, who still is at level 6. Milky Way has his Crescent Guard, but Dragon is up still, and they want to try to collapse on it.
Oh, they're going to be able to take this for free. IG have no business contesting this. You can see Lien understands. Even going to pivot from taking the camps that are up in his own jungle to try to steal some away from Milky Way to at least find something.
Crying getting a little bit stronger in the mid lane, but IG will move towards the top side of the jungle here of Milky Way, and how Life making his face show will queue up the Flame Spitter and get Care a 3rd kill.
Man, I really have just loved how Life has been playing on the Rumble.
He's insane,
I
man.
think he's only had 1 loss, and now this will be his 6th game. So if they win this, he'll be 5-1 on the pick so far. And he seems to really not care when to bring it out. He's willing to pull it out in all situations.
And that's what's so cool is the story of FPX this year. Again, last year I feel like was a little bit of a tragedy. I think there's a reason why there's been some big changes for this roster as a whole. But it's also still Shala and Care, tried and true members brought up through the system of FPX, the Milky Way supplanting of an incredible rookie, and then Doctum and Life, who have still adhered to a lot of the LCK leanings of bot lane, but have made it work here in the LPL.
Yeah, they've been willing to be a little creative, just a little bit, as it's really worked out well. And I feel like Care was already a supportive mid laner, like we've seen that in the past, has done well at playing around his jungles. So the fact that you brought in someone like Milky Way, I think, only makes his role that much more stable and that much more important.
Milky Way was looking for a play on top side. I don't know if he actually got spotted out there or not, but he's pinging towards mid lane now. There is the 2nd episode of the Telegrubbies being played here soon. Make sure you set your timer to watch, as Life is already on the roam.
Look, Wink just hit 5, so Life was 6, and
Don't worry about
Wink
it.
was 4. Like, ooh.
Yeah, it's a little rough. On is level 7, at least. You know, little things, right? I don't think my voice can get any higher than this. So, you know.
Yeah, I'm impressed that you went that high. So we take those.
And right now, a little bit of Call on the Rift is something that I feel like IG will take. Because, again, even if things have not gone their way, they still do have the Smolder. Getting that to a position of power is super interesting to me, and how they're going to get there. Because they do have a lot of sustained fighting potential in their team fight.
I think it would be massive if FPX can get the next 3 grubs and have mites and be able to take more advantage of how much they're hitting this tower down in bot. And it's like, all right, just really snowball this game out of control before Smolder ever becomes a threat. So far, they're on the path to doing that. I don't think IG should be able to contest this objective, especially Life already here, has Equalizer.
Yeah.
Everyone's so strong for FPX. And you can see on the minimap, yep, here it is, Luyen going to the bot lane, knowing they have to cross map.
They have to do something on Doctam, and Doctam was annoying right there. Like, he literally double stopped Wink and On from backing. Life was able to get a little bit of presence there, and Doctam was just fine on the Jinx. Now IG making a play here, thinking that Life is away, but they realize he's not around. Mom will be called, but IG unable to capitalize on the bot lane move. Lien now moving mid lane, looking for it. He has the ulti, not able to pull the trigger there.
Yeah, IG saw Life on the ward when he was wrapping around, and they also saw Care leaning down towards bot side. So I think if it was a dive on just the FPX bot lane, it would have been fine. But the fact that Care was also waiting in the wings as well, I think is what ultimately dissuaded IG from making a more aggressive play.
On will redeploy bot side with his TP, as is a good little dragon. He's at about 80 stacks now, so starting to get up there at least, but needs to start taking some more skirmishes to really get going. And that's where I want to check in on the state of things for FPX, because they've had a lot of vision control around the map so far. And I think last game we talked so much about, 3 winning lanes and it makes it so easy to jungle. We have had a little bit of that here, but I don't think it's been as clean and collected as that first game.
Well, right? I mean, last game felt way more egregious, where you look at the minimap, and all of FPX are pushing all of IG to their turrets. This time it's been a little bit more back and forth. IG do have the Karma in mid. Their bot lane is decently self-sufficient against what FPX have brought. Like, On's been able to farm just fine, even if he is starting to fall behind a little bit. But this is where I think FPX can really send a lot of resources around bot. Even if it's not about killing Smolder, even if you're just pushing it back, allowing Jinx to hit turret, allowing Jinx to get more plates, I feel like that'll really start to swing the game in FPX's favor. Now look, Malignant's picked up for Care, so he is huge on the Rift.
Doctem has been playing so aggressively when he has no right to. And he's called, IG haven't called his bluff yet. They keep trying to, and he's playing super safe. They push up bot lane, and it leads to a second dragon for FPX.
Shallow as well. Really haven't gotten to pan in on top side so much. Both top laners actually being pretty aggressive. Both have taken plates. 2 for YSKM, 3 for Shallow, who... So we're not getting to witness the knife fight that is top lane, but let it be known, it is apparently there.
Hey, okay, when you take a bunch of knives into the jungle, they're going to get worn down, and you don't typically have a knife sharpening tool when you're just exploring the jungle. And then that's what we've stepped into today. So I expect, as time goes on, those knives dull and things calm down a little bit.
I don't.
Okay.
I don't think either of these teams even...
So are your knives just immune?
I don't...
You're just cutting down shrubs and trees, you just machete?
I think both of these teams think like cavemen, and they don't care about knives. They see Ruck hit hard. Ruck hit IG hard across the face. So that's what FPX are going to do right here. Is you already see Shallow who finding heavy trades, and that's to set up for the dive.
Yeah, I think YSKM knows what's coming next. He's going to try to flash. Oh, the beautiful charm from Care. And the turret's going to fall too.
I'm telling you, you don't need a sophisticated weapon. FPX, caveman rock, smash IG
A rock
face.
in the form of a heart that charms you because you just literally can't see straight. He finally gets caught. They've tried this like 7 times. They finally do it, but he's not going to go down.
I mean, he was already so close to his turret by the time that the engage came through. Had cleanse, had heal, both were used now. It's just sad that IG haven't been able to make a play for these sums at any point to then try to go for the repeat play to then be able to force the kill. It's just been so much map movement from FPX, really making it hard for IG to commit to any choices. 14 minutes into the game, 3K gold lead. Mazel, so far we are on track for a 6-game day. And this was not meant as a curse at the start of the day, but this was a 9-game day. Look at the series that were played today.
Yeah.
How is this not 9 games?
I have not had a single 6-game day in this entire split. So, hey, I'm here for it if we go one longer. I want this series to go to 3. I want to see IG
FPX
able to
fail?
fight back against
what you're
FPX. I want 3 games. And I want to see the chaos that ensues, because right now IG have not had a say in this series at all.
You know, FPX, if you're out there listening, I'm not like Mazel. I don't want to see you lose this game. Do your best. Chayo.
No bias whatsoever. I do expect a lot of lessons to be learned from IG in this one. I think they've gotten a lot of their wins off of utilizing Land's success on the Nidalee, but also his aggressive playstyle, and it feels like they are going up against maybe a clone, maybe an improved clone of that style, and they're unable to lock it through. So I think finding ways for IG to take those wins off of things like this, where that aggression from Land isn't working, is important.
It just feels like IG are a more restricted version of FPX in my mind, especially with the ways they draft. I'm really not a big fan of IG's game plan coming into this one against what FPX brought to the table. And I mean, same thing goes for game 1, right? So,
Run away!
Milky Way is going to be able to
go
probably
bot.
bring this one down to
Let's
bot.
see. How good is so he's good. He's a good mechanical jungler. Can he drive though? Does he have a good driver's license? No, there's a wall there, Milky Way.
Also, to be fair, I mean, we've seen some players like ride Rift Herald through jungle, which is hard. Milky Way just drove it down mid. Like, I agree, Milky Way is an insane player.
He still ran
but
into the wall.
I don't think you know, he was fine with that, bringing it over to get the charge in the turret, and now FPX will be able to finish this one off.
I don't know. We gotta check his driver's license. It's not me. It's the rules. We'll see them though. They move Xiaolahu into a positive position up here into the tier 2 tower because they were able to take that outer tower in the top and mid. It leaves a lot of options for FPX to try to catch out this little dragon and on. Speaking of catching out, Lien, he's looking for a play onto Xiaolahu. That is a very, very big Cassante, though, and he's waiting to get an all-out to try to get away. As Lien still chasing him down, it's the thumbs up. Mother, can you help me? No, you can't.
Xiaolahu manages to get away.
He's laughing.
Yep, smile across the face, manages to escape. I mean, he's already a pretty beefy boy. Iceborne Gauntlet, the cow, hell, not even a cow anymore. Turned into a Kainic Rookern right there, so even less things he has to worry about.
Some proactive play from IG, just trying to find something, but coming up wanting. And now speaking, there's 15 seconds for a dragon. It's FPX's third. It would be a soul point on an Infernal Soul.
I love how even with that coming up, FPX are more concerned about the potential kills they could have gotten if IG overstayed in topside. Which, to be fair, right?
True.
Had they found those kills topside, they then would have been able to still get the dragon.
They're just going to move there right now. As they do, easily started up for FPX, and a 4,000 gold lead, a little bit more for them as they lead what should have been a very contentious series. But maybe you were a little bit more of a doubter than me. And maybe that's paying off.
No, I thought this one would go to 3 games. Care has to use the ult.
No. Oh, no. This is always the most dangerous position to be in because Milky Way has his sights set. Xiaolahu's here too. Okay, TP in. That's YSKM. He has an angle, but he's got to get in there. Milky Way goes straight in. Mega Death Market goes wide, but it doesn't matter. Even if the team is dysfunctional, they still know how to bring it. As YSKM, he's going to counter strike, but he won't hit anything except for Xiaolahu. Life over the top with the equalizer. They can't escape the burning heat, and FPX are under the towers, pushing IG to the brink.
FPX doing a nice job turning that around. I think IG overcommitting a little bit. I think letting FPX stand in front of you, like looking to tussle, allowing On to get stacks is great. But Lilian especially committed in so far that, again, you have to know that you are incredibly far behind. Look at Care especially, 2.5 items. He's the one this play starts off with. IG trying to find a pick, trying to find ways to get back into the game. Immediately uses that Spirit Rush to escape. And then things get a bit dicey. It's like, all right, Milky Way, you really don't have a great way of locking down On, so you have to back off. But this is where IG, I feel like, should have been happy with the small victory they got, right? They're playing to scale. They're playing for smolder stacks. But they just open up for Care to be able to turn back in, has the Malignance, has the Lich Bane, finish off with the Q, and then it's going to be once life joins the fray that things get a bit scary again. I mean, hell, YSKM has to flash over to not die to the bird.
Yep. There's that little corner there. It would have been the difference maker. He knows it. He sees it. He actualizes it. Now, IG just struggling. They're frantically trying to get the stacks on to On. He's at 193. One more big fight that could do it, but they're still going to be a little while for that one.
And I'm going to be interested, right? Because we haven't seen a true 5v5 breakout yet, so we're going to have to see how FPX can really perform. Maybe we don't.
I don't think you're going to get to.
Maybe we're never going to get a 5v5, and FPX is just going to do a great job of picking people off and prodding people. When we can walk in, Xiaolahu.
Wait, YSKM getting caught in transition here. Xiaolahu has an angle. Needs to be a little bit careful. The rest of the team from IG collapsing, but he's onto their red buff now.
Moves in, denying jungle camps. Look at the vision, especially in that top side for FPX. So IG not only don't have information in the Baron pit, not having infos, so many places around the map.
You got to find a way in.
Except that
in
one
any
sneaky
possible
ward.
shape. Sneaky ward. That's all that matters. The good thing is FPX aren't in a power spike where they could really do a Baron right now. They definitely would want to wait on second items for Dokdom if they really want to. Right now they're just jockeying for position a little bit, and I'd say that buys a little bit of time for IG, as they did get the second item for On. Still waiting on the boots, but getting close to that for Cryin as well.
I mean, the big thing is we are definitely going to hit 225 stacks by the time the fight breaks out, right? I mean,
Oh, yeah.
last time we were on, he was at 190 something, so should be on pace now. Has 2 items, just picked up a Zeal too, so getting a bit more attack speed in there. And Crypt Bloom finished for Cryin, so they bought some time to be able to hit second items. The problem is that FPX have already been there for quite a while.
We definitely have, dude. We've been waiting for you. Welcome to the second item spike. You did get the Runans completed for Dokdom. I think is really big in these next fights that you were talking about. I think particularly now that we have about a minute for an Infernal Soul against FPX, a literal Phoenix, IG have to put up a fight.
Oh, IG are definitely going to fight this. I mean, there's no world where IG wouldn't try to contend with Last Drake. And again, in my mind, we're going to get to see how FPX's coordination is with trying to reach the back line. If that is the approach Care takes, maybe you just send Care and Xiaolahu, and you have Milky Way being the one peeling for your Jinx, similar to how we saw him play last game, though. Last game he was peeling and then immediately jumping it. I was like, Dragon's Rage kick, you away from my AD carry, Q into the enemy AD carry.
Some of those mechanics were on display. Again, when the King of Beasts take to the jungle, you have to notice. So far, Milky Way has been the king of Lien in this series so far. As now, Dragon is coming up. FPX looking for it. Milky Way just tease it off here with the Crescent Guard. The TP coming back in. That's why his KM could be big, but he gets Counter-Strike charmed immediately in there. But no, Mom comes in clutch, and now On. He's looking to pump the damage. Does the execute make the difference? No, but the triple knockback from Xiaolahu does. On, he's trying to burn him down. He doesn't really have the range to keep up. FPX pull away, but it is a 2-for-1 trade.
This is still why I said we have to see how FPX can play out these formations, because if you just run into them haphazardly, you are going to regret it at the end of the day. Sure, FPX come out slightly ahead in regards to kills, but wait. IG aren't going to stop this?
Yeah, they didn't even try to stop the dragon. That's unfortunate, because that's an Infernal Soul to FPX.
I am mind blown. Like, all right. Well, let's see what happens now, Mazel. Smolder stacks versus Infernal Soul and massive gold lead. I think massive gold lead Infernal Soul wins.
Yeah, I don't think the Infernal Soul has much sway in that one. We'll take a look back at this fight.
I actually think it does, because like we see here, right? No one's really able to get on with the way they play out this fight. Care's not jumping in. Milky Way went in earlier to force out the E. And then we're in this position where Rel sets up the big engage. You have the Smolder ultimate coming on top. Cryin throwing in Qs. So immediately Care goes down. And sure, they're able to return some of it with Xiaolahu playing on Knife's Edge, but it gets so incredibly low.
Yeah.
I think FPX definitely wouldn't have been able to afford a lot more fights like this if IG would have gone and contested the Soul.
And I think if On is in position to even throw one Q in there, it makes a massive difference, right? But he was not in range for that. He only was able to throw down the Mom because they're grouped up like that. The AoE plus the burn would have been such a big difference maker.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Could have been a different fight, and that's why it has to be scary going forward for IG. On doesn't have Flash now, so he's going to be under more threat from Milky Way and Care, and an Equalizer he won't be able to as easily get away from. Still does have the E, though.
Rapid Fire just got completed for On, so he has a little bit more distance. They have to be careful, though, because FPX are wrapping around on them. They were moving forward here, and they got to be a lot more wary. They were trying to get the turret. Megadeth Rocket goes wide. Care looking for an angle. Doesn't actually get it. The Mantra Q starting to do some work here.
The extended standoff coming, allowing On to get even more. FPX, you can tell, are hoping to find an engage. The poke's doing so much.
Though. They can't stand here and take the fire if they need to back off, or they're just going to get traded down.
No, again, these types of standoffs, this is not what FPX's comp wants. Sure, it has a Jinx, which typically thrives in situations like this, but I really feel like you need to be threatening off from flanks. And especially when the map is so open, you're not worrying about a mid lane turret. You can be playing on either side of jungle. You can be waiting in river. Yeah, it feels like FPX dropping the ball a little bit.
They're playing a little bit of a 4-1 style now as well. They brought Care into the side lane now. They'll be taking another red buff from them, but a tier 2 tower now under threat by FPX.
You know, the longer this game goes on, the more I believe we're going to 3 games. The Smolder, I feel like the Smolder can just do no wrong in the LPL. I don't know about other regions, but it seems in the LPL, can do no wrong.
I'd agree with that, and I'm here for it. Because unfortunately, he's going to be gutted and never played again. But until then, we get these cool moments. As a second item actually came through for Lien, he will be a lot tankier, especially with the AP potential of Care. But still looking at the item disparities, looking at almost a third item for Doctum, I'm sure, okay, never mind, they just reset, so not going to even be there. As that third item is there for On, he also completed his boots.
Yeah, On sitting on that. I mean, we have had Doctum on the BF sword for a little bit now, so...
Yeah, that's why I was curious.
Yeah, so should...
I mean, he must just be right on the edge.
Yeah, should be sitting on some gold for sure. Now FPX feeling the fire, wanting to start this to try to find a fight. Equalizer's up. On's flash is just about to come back to where Doctum still doesn't have his.
You need to move in, but they are a little bit wary here. Care getting chunked immediately. Oh, goodness. The draws of the traps being played by FPX. Oh, nice little knockback from Shallow. It might be the angle. Winka has to pull his way out of that one. On flaps his way over to his team. FPX pull off of the Baron, though, and that's the big difference. Oh, Milky Way. Oh, Milky Way. They have the flank. That's the TP from Care, and they're going to pick apart. The charm actually connects onto Lien. He's going to go ulti under tower, and now On actually has some angle here to get some damage off. That rapid fire is big.
It's still, I don't know if finding one is enough. They might go back to Baron to try to force another fight, but you've used all your ultimates, you've used all your key cooldowns. And On still has his flash, so he still isn't feeling that threatened.
Care almost picks out Crying. They go back on the Baron, but look at the Mantra Q. It's doing so much work. Here comes YSKM. They can find him. No, they turn it around. The Crypt Bloom comes clutch. And here comes Milky Way. Milky Way, the difference maker. And FPX, all 5 members, kick out alive.
They keep finding kills. Are they going to commit to the Baron? Yes, so they're actually going to commit to the Baron this time around. They're bringing back in Shallow to make sure that On can't be as much of a threat.
Oh, no way. No way. No way. Life, how do you keep doing this, man?
Life was born to play Rumble. I love it. Shanji, I'm sorry, step aside, but life is apparently here.
He also just knows where everybody is backing at all times. Like, how is this man doing this?
Also, we finally have the item finished for Doctum. Just picked up the IE, so that is going to be a meaningful spike. But,
oh, he didn't see him walk back around at the end.
Oh, so went for the all-in initially, and this is why Lien and the flash lane get low. And sadly, that also, I think this was an overcommit from the Jax. Like, if I'm IG here, I think you're just playing back, you're poking, you're trying to get them to that execute threshold, and even if for whatever reason they ended up getting the Baron, which I don't think they would have, like the health was still so incredibly high, you could have potentially found more kills for Smolder, bot time, forced him off the Baron, backed off.
That's greedy, Lien. That is so incredibly greedy, man. I feel so bad to lose that death there. You should not have. Now FPX take full advantage of it. They have the Infernal Soul, and they're looking to threaten this Elder Dragon with the Baron buff.
Again, we're going to see if they can finally put some pressure on this back line, or if that even matters, if they just kill everyone else in On.
The execute range, it's starting to get pretty big. I mean, On, if he is left alone, it will be a one fight from IG. But FPX can pick them apart. They need to find the angles in. Elder started by FPX.
All right, they're trying to zone them off, but IG forced the way
they
in.
cut Lien. They cut Lien. He's going to ult. Is it enough? Mob goes out, and it's not enough. IG, they lost their jungler, and they're about to lose Elder Dragon.
And I like it. FPX, don't overcommit to the fight. Go back to the Elder. Make sure you get this, then you can look for the turn.
Oh, they're going to turn their own Elder back onto the eyes of IG. IG, where has your dragon gone? Because all I see are the wings of a phoenix.
Great fight coming out from FPX. Great objective play. Especially Shala, who in these last fights has been phenomenal. And FPX is going to look for the end right here and now.
The last 4 series have all been 2-0s. They have gone the distance only in the first half of the split. And here they go with a 5th series in a row. But this one's a dub, and a dominant one at that. We know who the king of beasts is, and it's Milky Way all day long.
Great play from FPX. I mean, coming in, both of these teams were at 8-4. FPX were actually under IG in the standings because of game difference. But now making their way up to 9-4, they're going to be in sole possession of that 4th place slot. We've talked about it. Going forward, their schedule is pretty easy. I think it's very likely that FPX ends with 12 wins. I'll say the silver lining for IG, everyone still expects them to make playoffs. Being on 8-5 is a pretty safe place to be at this point in time. So, yeah, I mean, got clapped by FPX, but FPX put in the work. I like their drafts better than IG's in both series, and some standout performances across the board.
And I don't necessarily think it was just the Milky Way show tonight. I think a lot of their games have been just the Milky Way show, but this was a holistic effort. I think Doctem and Life made this series what it was with the picks they were able to pull through.
Yeah, and I think IG are a team that can lend to FPX having a performance like this, in the sense that IG are also a very incomplete team that kind of weaponize their flaws in a similar way as FPX do, right? But yeah, again, I was not loving some of their drafts today. A lot of those plans going through, but FPX, it's just crazy, man. It's crazy, the flexibility, seeing some other players step up, Life continue to have good performances. Xiaolahu is someone I was very critical of. That game too, I think, having a much better performance than what we've been able to see. And yeah, it's just cool to see. It is regular season though, so I'm taking it with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
I want to see these teams in best of 5s, but I'm excited for it. There's a ton of hype for both of these guys going towards the future.
Yeah, there's no reason not to be, right? You got to take the moment as it comes to you. And right now, these two guys have been at the top of their game. Lian, a little bit less so after this series, but Milky Way, a standout true and true. And I think FPX as a whole, like, you even think about to last summer, right? Like, would you imagine that they'd be fighting for the top 4 spots in the LPL this year? I don't think so. I think you'd...
I agree, but
I would say like 7 to 10, absolutely.
Well, I'm not disagreeing with your point. I would just say, look at the standings right now with like AL way up there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, this is a weird world of LPL. This outside of the top 3, I don't think anyone could have predicted any way that these standings have shaken out.
Yeah, I'm excited for it because it just means the spirit is alive here in the LPL, and I think for IG, it's a lot more of a kind of tough situation, tough conversation to have for them, because FPX, this was kind of their last top of the table test. They will have a lot more easy opponents coming up for their last games, but IG, you started off by tripping up the mountain, and now you got to find a way to hike your way up there.
I feel like this loss feels even worse off the result of the last series against LNG, which was a series they should have won. They ended up losing that. Now they get decimated by IG. It's like, okay, hopefully we don't see the downward spiral continue and then have to see, you know, a limping IG walk their way into playoffs. But for FPX, the thing that's scary is so much of the magic being around a rookie player, right? And us going forward, us getting closer to that postseason and seeing how he'll be able to adapt. I guess luckily for him, he is surrounded by maybe not like, you know, super old veterans. You do people like Life who've obviously been around for a while now, but even Karen Shala, who played a few splits, so they at least should have enough experience, I think, for this team to maybe be able to do some damage. But it's like, I'm still going to be cautiously optimistic. I will say Milky Way is the absolute GOAT, but FPX overall, getting more impressed by the week.
Yeah, I think obviously tempering expectations is important, but also soaking in the moments of triumph is super important as well. And I think that's where like some of the core pieces really are interesting when you take a look at Xiaolahu and Care. But also, just returning back to the point that I feel like needs a lot more conversation around it is how monumental Doctem and Life have been to this roster. Not only do they each have like 15, 16, 17 champions played a piece in different ways, but it is also that flexibility that FPX can play off of so well, and we've seen them use fluidly.
I gotta be honest, I was a big Doctem criticizer early on in the split.
Yeah.
I think it was warranted. You know, he was the one getting caught out, the one causing a lot of issues for FPX in their games. But recently, yeah, he's been stepping up. This series especially, I feel like you look at both games and he had a great time. So we're gonna bring up stats from that game and see what everyone was able to do on He was getting there. He was getting close to the point of smoldering, but sadly wasn't able to smolder hard enough today.
Go watch Tangled a couple more times. I think the crazy thing is the damage profile from FPX is not even that high, Lyric.
No, no.
It was literally just a clinical execution from them.
Well, right, and it goes back to when I asked you, like, hey, if we see team fights, and you're like, maybe we won't see them. It's like we didn't, right?
Yeah.
We really.
It was literally almost a perfect game. Literally 1 kill and 1 grub went the way of IG.
Yeah, I think we had like maybe 2 fights we can consider being true team fights in that game, but the rest, FPX. FPX have done such a good job at like finding prio bot, finding prio mid, and then using that to prevent you from being able to achieve any of your goals, any of your win conditions. And they're willing to be so in the face of objectives or jungle camps that it makes it so hard for the enemy team to be able to play.
And every time this team takes to the Rift, you're like, okay, this is surely the time they get put in their place. You know, last time around it was, oh, Kanavi, the king of the jungle. Oh, he's going to show Milky Way the ropes. He got shown the ropes. And I think it's just a question of every time you doubt these guys, they come out the other end better of it. And I do wonder when that first big test is going to be, right? We've seen, again, their series all go 2-0s in losses and wins in the last 5, which could mean just that variability of strengths, not being able to kind of have those back and forth series so far. And I do wonder what that means going forward.
They're going to be like, and that's, I really just want to keep talking about playoffs for FPX, even though we're still a few weeks away, because it's like, their champion pools are so interesting. Typically, they'd be a team like, okay, you can kind of study what they do and figure it out. I think they use champions in a similar enough way from game to game to where it still could work. But even just the difference in like one champion you're not used to playing against really can change things up. So, yeah, I mean, I feel like we haven't seen a team like this in a while that is so much of just an X factor, a wild card that they can probably lose to anyone. But I also wouldn't be surprised if they made a run.
No way. That would be kind of crazy. I like how you whispered it, no confidence. Another thing I find interesting, and I don't actually know the percentage now after the series itself, but before going into the series, Milky Way had an 83+% kill participation for his team. If that shows how influential this guy has been, I don't know what does. And it was FPX picking IG clean to the bone.
You know, this is going to be completely me speaking without any frame of reference, but I feel like it would have gone down a bit after the series. Game 1, I assume it would still be really high. This game, I wouldn't be surprised if there was quite a few kills that he, wouldn't have gotten an assistant. A lot in my mind being done by Shalahu and Care in this game. Like, seriously, so impressive for 2 members who are more of the criticized players. I guess Care maybe would be 3rd in line. I feel like Shalahu and Dukdom usually receive the brunt of it, but Care, especially now with Ahri really being back in the meta, I think this is where Care's going to be able to shine even more.
This one right here, I feel like was a big nail in the coffin. I think it was already circling the drain here, but it was a very, very big setup from IG that just couldn't be capitalized on.
No, and it was so close to being capitalized on, because I think all of this is fine. Even if they end up losing Link here, it's whatever, it doesn't matter. Sadly, they just couldn't keep running them down. And then moments like this, right? I think you have no business engaging here as IG. Just play for the stacks, keep poking them out. But after all these clips, we're going to get to see who the MVP was. Do you think, it was Life?
Ooh, that could...
I
don't know. I feel like...
I don't know if I necessarily think he deserves it, but just because he did so many funny plays.
Yeah, I think Shalahu could be up there with it.
I think he would
had a lot
deserve
of
it.
really big moments on the Cassante.
Care.
A part of me just wants to say that, Milky Way's name recognition will get him the MVP, but because he didn't get one in the first game, But I do think Shalahu had an actually incredible series, and it will be him as the MVP.
Yeah, I think it's definitely the most deserved. He really was having such a massive impact in those fights. Doesn't matter how many funny plays Life was doing. They were all making me laugh, but you don't get MVP in this one, Shalahu. Great, just great performance, especially for a player who really has had a tough time in the LPL this split. It's nice to see him bounce back in this game.
again, between him and Care, some core developmental projects for FPX that have really come to fruition, even if it is on his 14th game on Cassante. I think finding that flexibility in the draft is on the other side of the map. You just need Xiaolahu to find consistency in all things. Now let's go ahead and take a look at the journey that brought us here. My first 6-game day on the split here in week number 7, and boy, what a day it was. 2-0 from TT. They solidify themselves in that contention for the playoffs. RNG, they upset OMG with a 2-0 themselves, and then FPX handled that business, going up to 9 wins with a 2-0 over IG.
That will bring us to our standings. And I gotta say, Mazel, you gotta pay me a 6-game day tax, because you're welcome. Actually, you wanted more games, so maybe I need to be paying you the taxes. We come here, we already hit on it, right? FPX making their way to 9-4, do just solely hold 4th right now, but really none of these teams who are sitting at 7 wins in my mind are in a bad spot whatsoever.
Yeah, the only outlier is the 7-win streak for BLG. I think they are right on their way to finishing another split at 15-1. Let's go ahead and take a look at the second half of maybe some more Debbie Downer style situations for this one. These are all the teams that would be left out of playoffs if we were there today.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to be seeing some of these teams tomorrow, teams like LNG specifically, to see if they can climb their way up in the standings. So we'll get that schedule up for tomorrow in just a moment. And, tomorrow's going to be a fun one. I'm going to be here tomorrow. JDG versus AL, LNG versus EDG, and then Weibo going up against Billy. So some fun matchups tomorrow, some real playoff implications as well, especially LNG. They're like the team to watch. All of their series matter for them to be able to make that run up to top 10. But with their schedule, it looks like it should be possible.
Should be, and I know they're very happy about OMG losing today. They were very much RNG fans in the end. But that's it for us, Lyric. I want to say it was an absolute pleasure to get to cover this day with you. Week number 7, we are a couple weeks away from the season being over. We'll be back again, same time, same place tomorrow. Make sure you join us there, and we'll see you on Summoner's Rift.